It's finally time for Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring. I doubt you could even imagine it. So, yeah. This is going to be my video showcasing my first victory over all of the bosses in Elden Ring. I've done this with many FromSoft games, Dark Souls, Demon's Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, all the likes of those. So, feel free to check out those other videos if that's your thing. And this is going to be an ASMR video, so I'm going to be talking softly so you can lull yourself to sleep with my random rambling of a monologue of sorts. And if that's not your thing, well, I don't think anyone's forcing you to watch my video. Hopefully not. So, starting class, I'm going with Astrologer, because I knew that magic was going to be pretty cool in this game, and so, I went with a starting class that seemed like it was good for magic. And it's funny, typically in Dark Souls games, I don't really use magic that much, and I always call my characters Bookface. It's a funny reference, and it's the inverse of Facebook. Also, based Dark Souls, age only affects appearance and has no bearing on ability. And for starting gift, I didn't really understand what all of these were, so if I were to do this again, I probably would have gone with the gold seed, because that's what you use to upgrade the number of crimson flasks, which are the equivalent of Estus flasks in this game. I went with a stone sword key because I thought it was going to be like Dark Souls 2, where you have those the keys or the lock things you need to open the bits, and I thought they were going to be in a far more rarer quantity, but turns out there actually is quite a lot of them. There was no shortage of stone sword keys in my playthrough, so oh well. And then you got like your base template and different histories of people and stuff. And I guess the Newman, that's like an ancient race of people, and Queen Marika is a Newman. So now we're gonna get into my lovely process of creating some kind of homunculus, strange being of sorts, I always give myself funny looking characters, because who actually does this properly? I mean, I've seen so many great character creations and stuff, and I've seen so many fun Elden Ring video game cosplayers, but that's not what we're here to do. We're here to make something weird, so let's just get going and slide everything up to maximum, right? So yeah, throughout this video, you're gonna see each boss, my first victory. I'm gonna talk about my experience and like my attempt at understanding the lore and the stories. I don't want to delay this video too long, but I've tried to watch as much lore videos to understand the concepts of this game. But, I'm probably gonna say things that are wrong or mess up a few details. It's how it is, right? And as you can see from the length of this video, we're not holding back on length or anything. Like no, we're going all out. I thought to myself, would I include the duplicate boss fights? Was it really worth it? And I thought, yeah, you know what? Let's just make this the biggest video game ASMR video of all time. I could split this into separate parts, but hear me out. Big video, right? Elden Ring is the biggest game of all time, and so therefore this is going to be the biggest Elden Ring ASMR video of all time. description for you, you know, if you aren't looking to wait to see when a certain boss comes up, because it's going to be a big video. Now, then the other thing is I am a Souls veteran, but I don't know if I was doing things wrong. Maybe you'll notice this when you watch, but I feel like Elden Ring kind of humbled me in making me feel I wasn't actually that good at Dark Souls games. Because, like, when we got near the end of the game, I was feeling like I was getting one-shot or two-shot by even common enemies, and I had the soft cap for Vigor, 60 Vigor. I still felt underpowered and very squishy, and I put so many points into endurance just to wear heavier armor, and yeah, I was getting, like, thrown around so badly. So, you will see in some of these fights, I did use Spirit Ashes. It's this feature in the game where you can, like, call up these NPCs to fight for you, and you can do that in boss fights or in, like, difficult areas where it's marked that you're allowed to summon. And there's all kinds of different ones you can get. There's so many cool summons. So it's like kind of like a NPC summon, but not exactly. You know, it's like a weird middle ground. But it's not summoning like a whole other player. So I did use NPC summons for some fights, including the real difficult ones. If that invalidates like my license as a Souls player, too bad. Like, I liked the difficulty, but it was getting a little crazy at the end, and I'll talk about it more when we get to those fights, but I almost kind of felt like that there was an imbalance. Like, for me, doing it solo was too difficult, and then as soon as I used a Spirit Ash, then it became too easy. So, you know, it's difficult to tell these sorts of things, but that's how it is. So, sorry if that means this isn't legit, but I did use Spirit Ashes. The other thing also is I started out kind of working towards a strength build, because I found that they put the base cannon in this game, the Zweihander, you know, from the legend himself. And then I found the Rusted Anchor, and I thought, oh, this will be my great tribute to that one song. Is it Ailstorm who does it, you know? And then I found out you could dual wield, and so I thought, oh, it'd be so cool to dual wield katanas. And I was also leveling up magic, like intelligence, right? So I was like looking through my inventory of all the weapons I had acquired, and I saw, oh, I've got this one sword. It's called Moonveil or something. Like, oh, I think I'll give that a try. That seems like an alright sword. And then it turns out, of course, the sword that I was using is considered like the noob sword, OP, total cheese meta. And I was also using the Meteoric Blade, whatever it is, because that's also a katana that scales with intelligence. So, again, sorry, you're gonna see someone dual wield katanas, including the Moonveil, and I'm gonna use Spirit Ashes on some bosses. So, if, again, I didn't know it was considered the overpower easy meta for this game until far into the playthrough, but I mean, I loved it. It was such a fun sword to use, so we'll get to that, you know, a couple hours in. But yeah, I'm not apologizing, you know, well, I am, but not really. And then the way I'm gonna order this video is, sort of in a general, directional, geographical area, because if I did it, like, in the order I fought the bosses, we'd be jumping around all over the place, because, you know, this is an open world game, and you can encounter so many bosses in different ways. So that does mean it's gonna jump around as to like what my build is, or like which level I fought certain bosses at. But I figured that was like the best in terms of organization for this video, so you could have kind of a general map, like, you know, we fought this boss in this one area, and then we go from him to the left, and then now there's another boss here, and that's how it is, right? So yeah, that's how this video is gonna go. Anyways, that's all we've got for the intro. Let's get on going in there to our wonderful intro cutscene. Some people didn't like this cutscene because it was like, you know, more of a concept art style, like Demon's Souls intro, but I thought it was cool and it gave it a unique flavor. And, oh, did you catch the plot twist right there? Right. It's very clever how they revealed it to us in, like, literally the first shot, but we weren't paying attention to the hair color, were we now? If you know what I mean. So, yeah, Elden Ring takes place in the lands between where this Elden Ring, you know, this, like, symbol of power, was destroyed, shattered by Queen Marika, and in her punishment she was imprisoned within the Erd tree, which is this big, you know, big world tree, which is actually the mark of the Greater Will, which is an alien, Lovecraftian type cosmic being. And Godwyn was one of her children she'd had with Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, who also was Horalu, a Tarnished. And so here we see all of the children of Marika fighting over shards of the Elden Ring, the great runes. We saw Morgott fighting Radahn. Here is Mohg, Lord of Blood, kidnapping Mikola, the Unalloyed. And there is Praetor Rykard, giving him to blasphemy and feeding himself to the God-Devouring Serpent. And across here is the Caelid Wilds, where Melania the Severed, the Blade of Mikola, fought General Starscourge Radahn to a standstill until the Scarlet Rot was unleashed upon the lands. And this narrator guy, oh man, his voice, just rise now, ye tarnished. And here he's gonna name off a bunch of characters who we might forget, so we'll try to remember them all. The Call of Long Lost Grace. What we got? We got Horalu, chieftain of the Badlands. And then we've got the ever-brilliant Gold Mask. And of course, who could forget Fia, the Deathbed Companion. And of course, the loathsome Dung Eater. And obviously, there is Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. Yeah, he really went all out there for a bit. I mean, you know, cool. I dig it. So yeah, I mean, I still think it fits in line with the intro of a Dark Souls game. Like, typically in a Dark Souls intro, it's like they list off a whole bunch of names of people who you probably don't remember, and most of them will be bosses that are gonna kick your face in, right? Like, Dark Souls 1 was like, here's Gwyn, and Nito, and Seath, and Dark Souls 3 was like, here's the Abyss Watchers, and here's Wyrm the Giant. Demon's Souls was kind of like that, but they were also throwing out some friendly NPCs here and there, so that's a little more in line with Demon's Souls. And we are some random nobody who's gonna cross the fog to an unknown land to become the Lord of all. So very much Demon's Souls as well. So here we are at the start, the Chapel of Anticipation, and I'm just taking a minute to admire the scenery and being It's real. And yep, of course you gotta leave a fun message right at the start. Alright, I'll praise the message for you. My first thing I was figuring out was, like, you know, how do you write messages? Because that's the trick of every Souls game, is write a funny message right at the beginning of the game. Because if players upvote it, or if they downvote it, as long as they appraise it in some way, it will give you a free heal. So that saved me in a lot of boss fights. And of course, wouldn't be a Dark Souls game without gorgeous view ahead. So beautiful, man. Like, I can't believe people say this game has bad graphics. Like, okay, maybe it doesn't run at like 8K or anything like that, at like, you know, 2,000 frames per second, but it's art direction, man. That's what it's all about. Yep. And I'm like, oh, is that the new Praise the Sun? Praise the Elden Ring? And yep, also wouldn't be a Dark Souls game without a message telling you to jump off the first cliff you see. Like, come on, there's probably an item down there. There's gotta be something, right? So then I'm like, alright, how's the game gonna start? Am I gonna have to fight a boss who's probably gonna kill me right away? Well, there's a fog wall. Boss ahead. Alright, oh dear. Here we go. Can I just, like, loot the area a bit first? No. Alright, oh. Oh wow, that is definitely, something. Like, jeez, what is this thing? So I also warn you, I feel like I was, pretty out of shape when it came to Souls games. I also don't know if it was a glitch or not, but like, he killed me, but I didn't get a death animation. It's just screen just cut to black, so I don't know if that was a glitch or something, but in any case, that's the Grafted Scion, and don't worry, we'll get revenge on that thing later. Many hours later. But yeah, we're tarnished, so we can't really die because we're like somehow under the protection of Queen Marika, because her first husband was Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, who then, after he had slain everyone in battle, he lost his way, the glint in his eyes, the guidance of grace, and so then he became tarnished and was known as Hora Lu. And so he and the other tarnished, they were exiled, sent away by Queen Marika, but with the idea that they would eventually come back to, you know, claim their destiny and recover the Great Runes and become Elden Lord, or something like that. It's all, the gist of it is a setup for you to be a undead person who will never truly die, who will go and slay a bunch of bosses to get all of their souls or their power, and then become the big leader of everything. That's what it is, right? Like, we can overcomplicate it and oversell it all as much as we want, but the gist of it, when you get down to it, is that is what it is, right? But yeah, in the beginning of this game, I don't know what it was. Maybe it's because I just hadn't played a Souls game in a while. I mean, it had been kind of close. I had played Demon's Souls recently. I didn't think I was too out of shape, but it showed that I was out of shape because I was struggling a bit with some of these earlier encounters, you know. So, yay, I already got a thumbs up on my message, that's good. And we've got the Not Estus, the Flask of Crimson Tears and Cerulean Tears. It's completely different. And so there's a tutorial area, which is optional, so that's cool. And there's these Stakes of Americas, which is like the greatest invention ever in a FromSoft game. Because nothing sucks more than having to do a big long run back to a boss. And this game, for the most part, eliminated that problem. So here we have the Soldier of Godrick, and I don't know what it is. I kind of like just started panicking, I think, because I dodged one of his attacks the wrong way. And so I was thinking like, oh, I've got to heal, and then I missed, and I mean, I was probably like overcomplicating it in my mind, and like you see he has a delayed swing there. So I was thinking like, oh, I don't want to die to Soldier of Godrick, like that would be embarrassing. But see, really, you just gotta get up in his face, like dodge 2 attacks and spam. He's basically just a regular enemy that they've put as a boss, but he's not really a boss. And here I was trying to figure out like, how do I gesture? I've got a gesture. Oh, they're over there. Okay, there's not a special menu for gesturing. Alright, well, we'll do it that way then. But yeah, Stakes of America, so great because you can now spawn outside the boss room rather than having to run back a crazy long way. So the first boss you can see when you get out into the big, glorious open world of Limgrave is the Tree Sentinel. And he's here to teach you one lesson. That is, you know what? Sometimes not fighting the first thing you see is a good thing, and sometimes maybe taking a minute to like walk away and find better stuff and like level up is a good thing, you know? So after you've gotten like 3 grace points, you unlock Torrent. He is your spectral seed. He's a good horse, great horse. We love Torrent. I wish he had iframes, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. He's given to you by the spirit person who will play the role of Maiden. That is Melina, who I'm not so sure we understand who she is yet, but I mean, she's gotta be somehow related to Queen Marika, because her whole thing is she wants us to guide her to the foot of the Erd Tree, and her mother is inside the Erd Tree, so, you know, would make sense to me in that regard. But there's no talk about, you know, oh, they had this person as a daughter and stuff. And I also heard the theory that, like, maybe she's the soul of, or the split form of Ronnie. I don't know how that would work, because Ronnie the Witch, she is, like, her body died, but her soul did not, so now her soul inhabits, different dolls and creations of Selvis. But then also we know that Radagon and Marika are the same person, and they're like, again, like a man and woman, 2 halves of the whole sort of ancient topic, you know, everyone needs to find their other half. So maybe Ronnie and Melina are 2 halves of the whole. I mean, Melina does give us Torrent, and as soon as we have Torrent, Ronnie shows up as Rennala and says she was looking for the former owner of Torrent. Maybe I've spent more time talking about potential lore on this fight than, you know, the actual fight, but, yeah, Tree Sentinel is a fun fight. He just is definitely meant to show you that, sometimes not fighting the first thing you see is a good thing. You can see I've already leveled up a lot, gotten different armor and stuff, which is what I would recommend. Not really a tutorial boss, but, you know, he's a great boss, he's fun. Moving on from there, there's all these caves and catacombs you can find around in the world, and they all have bosses at the end. So I think this was technically the first boss I fought then. It's the Beastman of Farum Azula. What is Farum Azula? Well, we'll find out eventually. So I had just unlocked these lone wolves as spirit ashes, and I wanted to see, well, how are the spirit ashes? What are they like? I'm like, oh, I can summon a pack of wolves to fight for me. That's pretty cool. And also, I was definitely in the rusty Souls player mentality, just panic healing and panic rolling, and not really any rhyme or reasoning whatsoever to my play style. So again, sorry for the probably embarrassing footage, right? And this was my first time where I realized, man, if you do Spirit Ashes right, you can really trivialize the AI of some of these bosses. So, we'll get more of that later. Now, right next to this cave, there's another different thing. It's catacombs. It's like caves and catacombs. And so this is the Erd Tree Burial Watchdog, who also looks kind of like a cat. And I hate these things so much. I mean, like, I don't know why. It was something about the way they move, the way they attack. I always had trouble with them, no matter what stage of the game it was. Especially the magic ones. I would just always dodge that jump attack, like, way too late. Or too early. And they would just keep spamming that jump attack on me. Like, I really hate these things so much. But that's just me personally being bad at fighting them. And it's also annoying that the fire knocks you over, but again, with Spirit Ashes, it's not too hard to handle. And again, with that guy, it's basically like, I'll see you later. Then if we go to this nice beautiful lake here, we get a visit from, oh boy, it's a dragon. Dragon, not lizard, not do that tongue thing. As is flying dragon Akil. And I just had to make sure we got his cool intro of, just riding in out of nowhere. There's also an NPC who warns you about going near the lake. And I really love these dragon fights. I know that they do get a bit repetitive, as how there's like a dragon in basically every biome, and the only difference is really what, like, power they have, right? Like, there's a rot dragon, a fire dragon, and like a magic dragon and a frost dragon. I know they're not particularly unique, but it's very fun. I always fight them on horseback because I don't really know how to handle them on foot. Like, if they jump up and do that breath attack where they just breathe fire over the area, it's not like you could run away in time, per se. I guess you'd have to quickly jump up on Torrent. I'm not sure. But in any case, great fights that I pretty much always used Torrent for, because who doesn't want to ride atop your horse while charging into battle head first against a fire-breathing dragon, right? So again, I told you I did these fights out of order in terms of what you're watching, so I figured that since this guy was going to be tough, big dragon, I came back here after I had fought a lot of other mini-bosses and found equipment and armor. So the main weapon I started with using, as soon as I found it, was the Zweihander, the base cannon. Here I realized I got too far away, so he teleported back, but thankfully that doesn't reset his health. That would have been annoying. But for most of these dragons, it's just a matter of, running around, finding the openings and attacking. And I can't remember if this was before or after I realized, oh, you can use L1 and L2 to attack on the other side, right? I was probably playing overly cautious, thinking like, oh no, this guy could two-shot me. He's gonna be like Dark Eater mid-ear. And no, he's definitely not that in terms of difficulty, but we will get to some Dark Eater mid-ear difficulty level of dragons later on. Yes, we will. You'll see. So yeah, there'll be plenty of dragon fights for us to talk about later. I really design to this game. I mean, everyone was calling it, Dark Souls meets Breath of the Wild, and I don't know if that's really true. It's really only true for the first area of the game, because after that, everything else, it kind of definitely gets more into a Dark Souls style in terms of like how it looks and how it plays, and it becomes less open world as you go on, and it then instead becomes more just linear with large areas that have many separate bits you can just check out, but not like multiple ways you can go, The last several areas in the game are definitely the least quote-unquote open world parts to it. It's really this section of the game is the main open world bit, but I'd say it's a good way to start the game, because sure, you might not necessarily need to go out and do everything. Like, oh hey, there's my souls. Almost forgot about those. Sorry, they're called runes now, not souls. Runes. Not Estus, Flask of Crimson Tears. Not Humanity. Rune Arcs. Right? Completely different. But yeah, I love the open world in this game. You can go around and like kill the wildlife, get upgrade materials and goodies, and the crafting was pretty fun. It's like not essential in any way. Like, you just gonna stand up there, dude? You wanna come down and fight me here? Like, not half up on top of a mountain, please. Please and thank you. Yes, okay, you're getting it now. Thank you, thank you. It's just crafting is for like fun buffs and extra little goodies and tidbits and stuff, and there's some pretty powerful ones out there. Like, don't count yourself out when it comes to using the crafting. Like, it's worth it. I also think I was at this stage thinking that you needed to like keep pressing sprint to keep going fast, and that's not how it is, right? But yeah, so Limgrave's such a great area. I'm thinking I might want to make a video like just talking about the areas and maybe ranking them, because no one's done that with like every one of the areas yet, just the legacy dungeons. I don't know if other people like D-Mod are gonna do that or not, because I know he in particular like wasn't a fan of doing the area rankings as the series went on. So who knows? Might take it on myself to do that. We'll see. And come on, almost there. You can do it. You can help. Okay, you're gonna run away. Just one more hit. It's all it takes. So, is it maybe a little disappointing that this fight is not nearly as unique as you'd think it is? Well, perhaps. But I still think the dragon fights are fun. And again, they're all optional bits if you want those draconic powers from the Cathedral of Dragon Communion. So nearby, there is a cave, and the cave houses the Stone Digger Troll, which he's basically just like one of the regular troll enemies, but he's got a special weapon. And so this guy was like, alright, he's probably gonna do a big ground pound slam and have a giant shockwave that I'm gonna have to dodge. So he's gonna be like a good old last giant from Dark Souls 2. And does this mean that I'm probably gonna have a hard time, like, ankle biting while he's busy doing attacks way above my head? Yep, sounds about right. Another fun addition to this game is the Flask of Wondrous Physic. That was a fun delayed time. Great job, me. Oh wow, good tracking on you. He is a Dark Souls 2 boss. The Flask of Wondrous Physic, it is a special flask that only has one use, but you can customize what you want to have in there. So there's one that we'll use later on, and if if you've played this game, and you know that I'm going to work towards being a magic intelligence user, I think you can guess which teardrop I put in the Wondrous Flask Physic. Yeah, it's the one for infinite FP. Again, I want to illustrate that there's nothing wrong with using infinite FP and infinite Connoisseur to melt a boss's HP. I did that for some bosses, yes. Not all of them. And you can really only get it for certain amounts. Because there's a lot of bosses that just won't sit still long enough for you to Kamehameha them to death. But there's a couple, and yeah, I had fun with it, so sorry. Moving on from this cave up above, only at nighttime we can encounter specific nighttime bosses, which I think is a pretty cool feature. It's just a little disappointing, though, that it really only leads to, like, I think, off the top of my head, 3 types of nighttime fights. And the first is this one, the Knight's Cavalry. The other is the 2 variations of the Death Bird, the regular Death Bird, and the souped-up Death Right Bird. And then there's the Bell-Bearing Hunter, but he does attack at night, but it's also depending on whether or not you've traveled to a site of grace. Not a bonfire, site of grace. Completely different. I mean, nice thing about the sites of grace is they can give you the guidance of grace that kind of gives you a little direction on where to go. And so yeah, I got knocked down there off torrent, and it's to do with your posture. And I mean, it does make sense that you couldn't just be infinitely on your horse. It would make sense you could get knocked off. But the only annoying thing I have is that there's no way to see like what your posture is. They probably wanted to make it different from Sekiro, but I think it would have been nice to be able to see, because sometimes you can get like hit multiple times in a row by an enemy and not get knocked off your horse. And then other times it just seems like one regular mob with a spear can take you off your horse instantly. So after you can knock him off his horse, you can fight him on the ground for a bit. But the only annoying thing is that he summons his horse back, and sometimes it's almost like instantaneously, especially after you get a critical on him. So this is a fight we will be seeing many more times. I think Knight's Cavalry is one of the most repeated mini-bosses in the game. Right down the road is the ruins with the Mad Pumpkinhead. He's probably the closest we'll get to having Onion Knight Helm in the game. Oh well. We have our own version of Onion Knight, Alexander the Iron Fist, but he's a little different. I was probably a bit over-leveled for this fight, and that's just because... Oh, nice. Because I actually forgot to, like, scour these ruins until a little bit later after I'd explored Limgrave a bit more. The old classic hidden wall when there's not actually a hidden wall. But there is hidden walls in this game. Crazy, I know, right? So, down in here we got another set of caves. And, which one was this again? Is this the one with the 2 demi-humans? Yeah. So there's a lovely character by the name of Bok the Seamster, and he will direct you to check out these caves because he was trying to get his tailoring kit back, but these demi-humans stole them from him. So it is a gang fight with 2 of these sort of stronger enemies, and then a whole bunch of little mini ones. But, I mean, again, maybe I was a little overpowered having a magic Zweihander, too bad. I don't know, I thought it was supposed to be if you kill the chief that these guys back off, but it seems like they still attack you. And I don't know if I just got lucky or not, but I somehow managed to not aggro like half the enemies in this room, or the other demi-human chief. Yeah, there they are. So it's definitely a trend we'll be seeing later, but a lot of these boss fights are, hey, what if we took this one guy, but we made it so that there was two of them? Ooh, wouldn't that be crazy? Thankfully, most of those are relegated to the optional catacombs and side dungeons. But as someone like me, who's, trying to go through and fight all of these things to get the footage for it, can be a little bit annoying. So in this one catacombs, I was kind of like wandering around for a while. Like, I went through a fog wall, where's the boss? And I opened up a treasure chest and, oh, what could it be? Good old classic, lovable, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Patches. It wouldn't be a Souls game without Patches, right? He's in all of them in some capacity. And now he has rotten breath. Yeah, I had heard that he was in the game. I was like, no way, that's crazy. I thought they were trolling, but nope, he's here. He can survive anything, right? Patches is unbreakable. I like this. He actually, surrenders to you. And if you don't kill him, you just wait around, and then... ta-da! Yeah, he's got a whole big quest, and I didn't even record all of it, because it's just been patched as of late. Patch. But basically, if you do a big quest for him, involving the Volcano Manor, eventually you can come back here and have the exact same encounter. But what's funny is he recognizes you, wait, it's you, you're back. And then he'll once again surrender, and if you let him live, you can get the Patches squad as a gesture. Also, you can summon him later to help you fight General Radahn, and he basically shows up and then instantly nopes out, which is probably the most Patches thing that there ever was, right? Patches the Untethered. Well, at least he's not a weird head on a spider anymore. That's a bit of an improvement, I guess. But yeah, so I know it's not a Dark Souls game, it's Elden Ring, and it's different, but I mean, we've got Patches, we've got door does not open from this side. Yeah, it's a Dark Souls game, let's be real about it, right? And he said the line, wheel and deal. Oh, Gavlan, is that you? Gavlan wheel, Gavlan deal. Further down from those caves where we found Patches is the Grave Warden Duelist. For this fight, I was wanting to try out the guard counter feature, because I had heard okay, there's a thing where you can do a retaliation after you block a strike, as long as your posture doesn't get broken. So that's primarily what my goal was in this fight, was to try out the guard counters, and I was like, oh, okay. It's a fun timed thing where after you get an attack, you can do a retaliation. And it's kind of a nice feature. I like that it makes shields more viable rather than just a thing to hide behind. You can do a bit of an offensive thing with it. But, I mean, it is a bit slow to wind up your guard counter, especially later on when enemies have so many crazy length combos. And I didn't really use shields that much, so the guard counter thing wasn't really for me in this playthrough. Oh well. And then even further down this river, little stream, you can find another set of a cave, and this one has a guardian golem in it. So these guys are all around the lands between, and they're like a very tough, typically mini-boss encounter, right? Like there's the one that guards the Divine Bridge with the healing regen talisman. You can get teleported there early. Thing about these guys, though, is that if you can stagger their ankles, you can get a critical that will do massive damage. And in a way, they're kind of like those big robots from Castle in the Sky, you know, fell out of the sky because Crumbling Farm Azula is basically Laputa from Castle in the Sky. It's pretty cool. Next up, we have the Everjails, right? The Everjails are basically just, you enter this little world and you fight some kind of boss in them. And, I mean, lore-wise, I guess the idea is, like, these are all, you know, misbehaviors or bad wrongdoers who are now imprisoned. And so we decide, well, rather than imprisoning them, let's just get on in there and get it over with. This guy is Bloodhound Knight Darrowell, who is a boss you have to fight for the quest for Wolf Daddy himself, Blythe, who is obviously one of the coolest guys there ever was in the game. But I didn't summon him for this fight, and I think my build using a great sword here was definitely a bit of a tricky thing, because this guy is definitely an indicator of those quick, fast fights that are coming up later, right? Definitely died to him a lot in early game, trying to get the hang of the moveset, and he moves fast, he recovers fast, and he's got the Bloodhound Step ability, which is every invader's favorite ability, because you just zoom fast and you get more iframes. I didn't really use it that much in the game because I was using weapons where I couldn't put the, spirit ashes or ashes of war, on them. So you can only do it for regular weapons, and I switched to the special weapons like Moonveil later on. There we go. Oh man, big wolf guy, Blythe, he's just such a cool guy. Oh, of course his quest has a sad ending though, right? And this is where he gives you helpful tips on stuff that I'm not gonna remember, because it's gonna be like 20 hours later in the playthrough, like this Raya Lucaria EG. Like, oh, something about Giant Blacksmith. Well, Giant Blacksmith is always a good boy. So then we have another set of catacombs, and this is in the Weeping Peninsula, which is just this sort of separate lower section of the Limgrave area. And it's definitely a segment that's worth checking out early in your playthrough, because everything's like, I think, a good enough level where it'll still be a mild challenge to figure it out. But you'll get enough souls and stuff, runes, to, get good and figure things out. And of course, this is the other sort of indicator of how things are gonna go. That, hey, here's a regular boss, but we've just put a bunch of regular enemies in the boss, right? Yep, that's definitely gonna be a trend. And oh hey, it's a reskin boss. Again, not so bad because they're just optional side bosses, right? Like, think of it this way, if you're going out of your way to find all of these, like, yes, you will see lots of reskins. But if you're not, like, there is a chance you might not have found the first Erdtree Burial Watchdog, and so now this is the only one. If anything, it makes me kind of, understanding, like, yeah, of course you'd reskin stuff. Like, on one hand, there's so much of this game that is optional that most players might not find. Like, it's kind of crazy how much content of the game is mandatory. It's like there's so little that's mandatory, so much that's optional. So in this case, I can understand them not wanting to go too all out on the side content. So I think it's alright. It's not too bad. Though it is annoying that so many of the reused enemies are these watchdog guys who I just have terrible, terrible timing with dodging the slam attack, which gets even more annoying when it's the overpowered magic versions later on, and just the way they move, like, yeah, it's statue-like, but oh, it's so creepy. And the idea behind them is that they're guarding the roots to the Erd tree, which is where all of these spirits are going to go, so they can become part of the tree. Because the tree is like feeding off of life energy, like it's a celestial egg or something. It's like not necessarily parasitic, more symbiotic, but still a weird, creepy alien thing, nonetheless. So here we have the Knights Cavalry. Again, this one's got a flail, though. This was actually the first one that I found, and it was very spooky too, because I had just sat down at a grace, I'd rested, and then I look in the distance and see the Black Rider coming across the hills, you know? Black Riders. As I say what you want about these guys being repeated, but it does mean that essentially you get to fight all of the ring wraiths, so I'd say that's pretty cool and worth it. And they are fun fights, like, I mean, you gotta do horse jousting, right? I never really fought them just on foot. It was always a battle of horses, battle of jousting for me. And all we need to do now is throw on some like Bachman Turner Overdrive or some Thin Lizzy Queen or something like that, and there we go. We've got ourselves A Knight's Tale, which is such a fun movie with Heath Ledger. You know, it's a good time, right? And I love the use of soundtrack in that movie, because the idea was, yes, all the songs were going to be anachronistic, however you say it. I'm bad with words, aren't I? The idea was that, yes, the songs didn't fit the era, but it was to help the modern audience feel what the music in that time would have made people feel. So, like, you know, a song like We Will Rock You as like the big pump-up song before the sports match, right? That's what that song was for, and so that's what they used it. Or, you know, such a great party dance song like Golden Years by David Bowie in the dance scene to kind of get the big party going and happening, right? I love that, and I'm ranting a lot about A Knight's Tale to pad out the fact that this was a very lengthy fight, because I hadn't really grasped the intricacies of horseback battle yet. I also didn't realize for the longest time that, like, when you heal yourself with a flask of Crimson Tears, it heals Torrent as well for you. I was just thinking you got to use the berries that you find, which, to be fair, is nice, because sometimes you might not want to, like, you want to heal Torrent, but you haven't taken enough damage to justify using a flask of Crimson Tears, and so therefore might be best for you to just use the berries to help them out, right? And I think also at this point I hadn't even upgraded my sword, so I was still using like not even +1 or +2, and I hadn't been to the round table hold yet, so I couldn't access anything higher than that. I was just like plinking away with my little weak short sword. So yeah, again, sorry, very long fight, but I am committed to the idea that we're gonna show everything and all, right? No cuts, except the cuts that I'm delivering to this guy's heart. As I think the lore-wise idea was that the Knights Cavalry are like, they fight for the Omen. And look at that, he's already resummoned the horse. Oh, isn't that lovely? I was also still kind of getting the hang of the pouch system and the way they've changed the switch weapons and the triangle and everything. But I actually ended up really liking it. Like, yes, changing a weapon to two-handed was perhaps a little more inconvenient because you have to do triangle L1 or triangle R1. But now it's a lot easier to choose which of your weapons you'll two-hand. And I like that in a way you can have even more quick items ready to go rather than just the single one. So like I would have like my lantern and torrents and the telescope all mapped out in the pouch so I could easily like look to the distance or get on torrent without having to tab through the quick items select, right? And then your crimson flasks were always there, nice and ready to go. So I really like the pouch feature. Very great, and it's going to be difficult to play any other Dark Souls game that doesn't utilize that feature. Here I was kind of thinking, like, am I going to actually do it this time? Like, is this guy so tough? What am I doing wrong? I mean, maybe I was underleveled here. I'm not sure, like, what's underleveled and what's overleveled in these games. Like, later on, I think when I was in Altus Plateau, I was definitely overleveled. But then at the end of the game, I was like nearly level 180, and I did not feel overleveled at all. Like, and I know there's people out there that have like beat this game with like, you know, soul level, rune level 1, and they've, you know, done it all perfectly without getting hit, anything like that. But the thing is I'm not that person. Like, this game made me realize, you know what, maybe I'm not that good at Souls games as I thought I was. So yeah, I struggled with it a lot in the end, and I used the Spirit Ashes. But again, I ain't apologizing. Not really. And come on, I can do it. This was a very close fight, a very lengthy duel. I'm like, come on, just one critical, and yeah, there we go. Very nice. That fight was probably more difficult, you know, than what it actually was. But that's how it is. Yay, nice epic duel. So then we've got another series of caves, and there's also these mines where you can find all these miners, like minerals and stones and upgrade materials. And at the bottom of this one is a scaly misbegotten, who's basically just a large demi-human guy. So, not too bad of a fight. He's definitely got some of the longest wind-ups, though. Like, sometimes you can get like a good 2 or 3 attacks in before you actually, like, there you go, see me panic rolling, like, rolls about 4 times before he actually attacks. And this is also where I realized the power of jump attacks, which is such a fun feature in this game. Like, you could do jump attacks before, but not real jump attacks. And this guy gives us the Rusted Anchor, which would eventually become my weapon of choice for a while. Because the Rusted Anchor is just a big strength weapon, and I was like, you know, what's more metal than just bashing a whole bunch of enemies around with a big, giant anchor, right? And this boss here is, oh no, Rune Bear. So this Rune Bear fight is not so bad, but like, the Rune Bear fights later on in the game are like crazy. Like, these guys should have been the real Elden Lord or the real final boss. Like, with them is like just their damage output is crazy, and they can just hit you so fast with so many attacks. Like, these guys really make you feel like you're Leonardo DiCaprio in The Revenant. So we're not including all those other bear fights on here because they're like just either regular enemies or mini bosses. But yeah, the closing speed of this is crazy. They got a giant strong grab attack, ground pound smash, just everything about them is just meant to be as crazy as possible for the player. But yeah, my Rusted Anchor, my tribute to Mastodon's Pain with an Anchor off their new album. And of course to Ailstorm, you know, that one song, you know, shall we say, messed up with an anchor, right? You know, screw you, you're a bloody wanker, we're gonna kick you right in the balls, screw you with a freaking anchor. Yeah, such a fun song, so that was my tribute to them. Then up top here we have a minor Erd tree. The first time you find one, it's probably in Misty Woods, Misting Woods, whatever it is, in, oh wow, great start, champ. Misty Woods in, Limgrave. Nice dodge as well, you've been doing so well, so great for your YouTube channel. But then you get to the second one, the first one's unguarded, it's just you walk up and hey, here's some cool items, these little extra tiers, and I'm like, well, I want to go explore the next one. And then that's where you realize, oh yeah, they actually are guarded by these Erd Tree avatars, which I kind of realized after a bit, like, oh wait a minute, this is a stray demon, Asylum Demon, from Dark Souls 1, and he was in Dark Souls 3, and he's also really just a reskin of the, what is it, Vanguard Demon, from Demon's Souls. But for the first bit I was kind of having trouble reading the attacks, especially when they do the attack where they slam the staff into the ground and summon a whole bunch of little magic bolts, because those home in on you very fast. Like, yeah, this attack here, it does an AoE, and then there's all these bits, and then you just run, and if you thought that was a crazy amount of homing holy arrows at you, well, just wait till we get to the final boss. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know some people fight these guys on torrent, but I never really did, because I found I just get one shot right off of him if I was anywhere near close to him. Yep, that's an AoE, so let's panic roll like a boss. Come on, let me win. Let me win. It's the other thing with these guys is they have a very annoying tendency to, like, do one attack, and then sometimes they follow that up with another combo, and sometimes they don't. And it seems purely dependent on, did I back off to heal thinking I was safe or not? Which, I guess to be fair, would make sense for this type of game to have that sort of thing. So there's another catacombs nearby, and it's got the Cemetery Shade. And this fight against him is not too bad, but later on we're gonna fight him where he's accompanied by a whole bunch of skellies. I'm sure if I had a shield, I could probably parry this guy alright. But as you can see, no match for the base cannon. Yeah, I knew as soon as I had the base cannon in this game I was going to use it. But then I found that just strength at a point wasn't cutting it for me. You know, I know there's some people who are like, oh, you know, never level up Dex, don't tell anyone you leveled that up. But it's interesting to see as how I further went in the series that I just seem to prefer that style of weaponry and playthrough, you know. So we got another Everjail here. and this is the ancient hero of Zamor. I'm not exactly sure on the lore for these guys because we find a whole bunch of them later in the Zamor ruins, which is in the mountaintops of giants. Again, I'm not too against the whole, regular bosses becoming mini bosses or regular enemies later. If it kind of works and makes sense, and it's kind of nice here because it means they can throw a normal enemy from the end game, and yeah, it's difficult enough for us at this point to count as a boss. But yeah, ancient hero of Zamor, and there's these Zamor ruins in the mountaintops of giants, and there's a whole bunch of them hanging out here, so clearly they're some kind of a group or race of people that are associated with the giants, and they've either been perhaps imprisoned for their allegiance with the giants. Okay, there's a buff. Yep, that's a buff, alright. Here we go, Frost Sword. Visions of Sister Freed. Oh man, that was a tough fight, wasn't it? Yeah, so perhaps these guys, this guy in particular, was imprisoned for being in league with the giants, or at least somehow associated with them. Because I know that was the whole thing, was that Queen Marika fought the giants to kind of overthrow them and, replace who was, the alpha species, the Predator X, right? And the giants all had their god cut out from them, or they're not really giants, they're trolls that we see throughout, but then at the end we have the real last giant, the fire giant. He's got the fell god within him. So then we also got a cave nearby with the Miranda the Blighted Bloom, which is this poison flower enemy that also has this magical star rain attack. And yeah, not too bad of a fight. I find these things just annoying, really, because they are so tanky, and they either spew poison everywhere or they hit you from a distance with the big magical star rain. So yeah, oh well, let's just get that one out of the way, shall we now? It's just a big flower. Yeah, weak foe indeed. We don't have to worry about poison too much. It's scarlet rot later that we have to worry about. So this was another night boss which I had found accidentally too and got promptly wrecked. That's the Death Bird. I was like, oh wow, this is a cool fight, but then I realized, oh, he's not a unique fight. And he's got a much more annoying version of him later on in the form of the Deathrite Bird. Which, yeah, we'll get to that one later, unfortunately. So yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with Death Birds. They're kind of well, they've definitely got the power of death and how many times their later versions will kill you. But also they have a scream that causes death buildup. And there's some kind of deity that these death birds worship. And then there's also those little snail skull things, which I don't know if those are just death birds beginning to evolve, because we find them around in places where death birds will spawn. But whatever the case, yeah, I'm not a fan of these fights. The regular ones I don't mind. It's the Deathrite birds I hate. But again, we'll get to those later. I do like the nighttime exclusive bosses. It's a fun addition to the open world, Gives you a reward for exploring areas at certain times of the day. Only annoying thing is that if you die to it, you'll probably have to reset the bonfire, the grace, to the correct time. So then you can get back there, So yeah, at this point we've moved further south in the Weeping Peninsula towards Castle Morn. which is probably the first legacy dungeon most players will do if they're not going to go to Stormvale, which I didn't go to Stormvale right away. Like, I had heard that Margit was a very difficult fight, one of the most difficult in terms of proper, real first bosses. So I tried to avoid him until as late as possible, right? Like, not going to every area and, like, getting to level 50 first. Not like that, but just, you know, being a little more prepared than just running in having never leveled up. I'm sure some people do that, of course, but again, I'm sort of in it for the challenge, but not entirely. And again, come on, let me win. Let me win. Thank you. Another fight that was a little more closer than I'd like to call on that one. And of course, the good old rain gesture, you know, the praise, the sun of this game. And so finally, at the bottom of the Weeping Peninsula, we get through Castle Morn to find the Leonine Misbegotten. So these guys are like some form of a demi-human, and I think their whole deal is that they like to steal big fancy swords and weapons, because this guy is guarding the Grafted Greatsword, which is the Game of Thrones Iron Throne sword. And there's another one that guards the Golden Order sword, which is Radagon's sword, and another that drops the Ruins Greatsword, which was like formed from the falling pieces of Farum Azula. So that's kind of their whole shtick, is I think they want to just take all the cool weapons away from the people that have wronged them, you know, because they're a demi-human, and we all know the demi-humans get discriminated against for being unclean or unpure. And while we do fight this guy again a lot, this was such a fun spectacle. Like, definitely a great area, Castle Morn, this whole backside to it being at the very bottom of the world, in terms of southern geography, and being out behind this big castle, such a fun legacy dungeon that was such a classic Demon's Souls throwback. Yeah, this guy was a great fight, even if he was repeated. Everything about it is just visual spectacle. I think Elden Ring might easily have the best boss fight arenas in a Souls game. I mean, it's definitely up there, that's for sure. So, that gives us all of the bosses in the Limgrave Weeping Peninsula area, but there's one more that we need to take care of. So back in the starting area, there was this sealed door, you know, a sealed door. And there's this big chariot you gotta get past, and like I remember trying to get past it, and I hadn't looked up anything, I didn't know it was down here. And it's like difficult to do because the chariot keeps following you and you gotta dodge into these little alcoves, but there's enemies there you gotta fight, and it just keeps going further down, and there's so many hidden spots to it, like a dragon communion seal, and this game's equivalent of the Ring of Favor and Protection, you know, the Fap Ring. And then there's a mini boss of 2 grafted scions, which I didn't bother fighting at that time. Then you get all the way down to the bottom, and what are you rewarded with? A boss fight. And I walked through the door thinking, well, how bad could it be? And I saw whatever the hell this thing was. It was just like, oh my lord, how am I supposed to defeat that? This thing's like, is it a bloodborne monster? What is this thing? Ulcerated tree spirit. And this fight is definitely a tricky one. Like, keep in mind, I'd gone through a good chunk of Weeping Peninsula and Limgrave and leveled up quite a lot with a pretty decently damaging Zweihander. the base cannon. And yet you still see, I feel like I'm barely tickling his health bar. And oh, that's an AoE. And he can also pretty much two-shot me, right? But I found the best thing to do was to stick to his side, and you can pretty much panic dodge roll most of his attacks, because they've got pretty decent wind-ups. He just has the one attack where he like is swiping all around and stuff, and you gotta watch out, because he does a grab attack that'll probably one-shot you no matter where you're at. And a big tail swipe. I mean, the thing with this fight is it's hard to judge, because at first it seems like a really cool, difficult, unique boss, which apparently has some leftover elements of Bloodborne in it, right? According to Zuli the Witch, that is. And yet also this boss is repeated tons of times as both a actual boss and as a mini-boss encounter. So I'm only going to show the boss fight encounters where there's like a proper health bar, but there are even more mini-boss versions of it, like in Lindell, and the Halig Tree, and there's even a part where you can fight 3 of them in the Capital of Ash to get the +2 version of the Erd Tree's favor, the Ring of Favor and Protection. So yeah, I don't know when's a good time to go down in this fight, because as you can see, I'm getting hit out pretty hard by this guy. But again, maybe for those masochistic people, like, this is how you'd want to do it. Like, I remember in my New Game Plus playthrough, I did just run down here right away as soon as I opened the door. But, you know, would not recommend on a new character. I was just absolutely determined to beat him, because I went all this way down through that chariot, and, you know, I wasn't going to have to do it again, because at that time, I didn't know you could actually destroy that chariot in the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. You have to, like, do a jumping down puzzle, and then you'll eventually be able to climb back up. And while you're there, there's these big cauldrons or pots above, and you can shoot it with a bow and arrow, and then that'll drop down onto the chariot and explode it. But it's totally worth doing this boss, because you get one of the best spirit ashes, Banished Knight Olg, and a gold seed, which you can use for upgrading your flasks. So now we're moving on into the Stormhill area of Limgrave, which is you have to go through the gatefront area. This fight I didn't actually find until I was probably well past the Stormvale Castle, Stormvale, whatever. And this is the Crucible Knight fight. So this guy starts off as a unique boss, but becomes a mini-boss encounter for many points later in the game, and is basically the equivalent of the Black Knights or the Silver Knight fights. And you know what? As annoying and tanky as these guys can be, they're also really fun to fight. Like, the annoying thing is they don't stagger well, and the little shield charge they do has an annoying delay to it. But they got a lot of fun moves. If you're someone who uses a shield and parries, they're fun to parry. And they've got these cool, like, almost angelic powers, the aspects of the Crucible, as they are called. And I think that's because these knights were part of some kind of an order before the Erd Tree was a thing, called the Crucible. And I'm not sure exactly what the Crucible is. It's like some kind of a will or power or order again, but separate from the Golden Order, because these Crucible Knights all have horns, like the Omen. But once the Golden Order came around, the horns were considered to be unholy, and hence, even though the Omens were in the image of the Crucible, they now became considered unholy. Stormvale, whatever, is the War Master's shack. And there's an NPC that sells you spirit ashes here. But once you have a bell bearing in your inventory, which will unlock new items at the Finger Maiden shop in the Round Table Hold, this guy, the bell bearing hunter, will invade your world. Basically, if you teleport to certain areas, and he's a tough guy, alright. Like, he's got this, like, uses the force to swing his lightsaber around. I did a pretty good job wrecking him here. But there's other fights later on we'll see where he's a lot more difficult, especially when we get to Dragon Barrow. Don't worry, we'll get to that later. So here's a fun fight. Here I am, just chilling, just exploring. I'm like, let's fight some giants, let's fight some bats, just have ourselves a grand old time. And in the back of my mind I forgot, wait a minute, didn't I watch a video telling you where certain bosses would show up at night? And should I be worried about this place? And so I'm already on the run from this giant. I got knocked off my horse. And who should show up? But that's right, good old Deathbird. I'm like, can we schedule this later, please? A later date when we're not so involved. But they de-aggroed, so that's good. Not today, Satan. Not today, Satan. I don't know, some people say you can fight Deathbirds on torrents, and I never really figured out how, because with his sweep attacks and his lunges, it just seems like prime candidate target to get stunned off the horse. So again, we already talked about this guy earlier. This is just the Limgrave Stormhill version of the fight, and apparently this lovely goat decided to get involved. He wanted to take matters into his own hands. Not much new, I can say. Just that it's this trend I have, and that is I put points into magic, and then I end up not bothering about half my magic spells throughout boss fights. And I think later on, if we're not counting me melting a boss with Common Azure, right off the top, but I think the only spell I was really using frequently in the end game was Rock Sling, because that one fires 3 homing projectiles, and they don't have a draw-off distance, right? That's the annoying thing about sorceries, is it just feels like there's nothing really good for long range. They all stop after a bit. It's only Rock Sling that'll give you infinite distance, which is why that's the one you use if you want to use a spell for farming the bird, the Sudoku bird in the Mogwin Palace Dynasty Mausoleum thing. But yeah, again, I'm not against them reusing bosses like this as mini bosses, because the idea is that you might not go to Weeping Peninsula, you might not find that Deathbird there. So if you don't, then, you might not encounter it, and, they want you to enjoy these fun mini-bosses they made, so they've put more of them around the world. So there's more chance you'll find them. And it's always fun when you finish off a boss with a critical hit, right? Further up the hill, we have a set of catacombs, and it's where you can find the Uchi Katana, which is the main standard katana, and I completely missed it because I was running through the skeletons, because I didn't realize that the skeletons, you have to hit them on the ground. I thought it was like Dark Souls 1, where you have to kill a necromancer guy or use a special weapon, but no, you can just hit him on the ground. So this is a Black Knife Assassin, who I didn't really pay much mind to because she already starts off weakened. And I think I'd co-opted a person with this fight, so it was just a matter of, get the hit in and poise boys and good old base cannon. But we'll probably have more time to talk about these Black Knife Assassins later, because there's a couple more fights, and we're gonna fight their leader, Electo or something like that, I think. Yeah. This will give you a death root, which is an important item you'll need for doing an NPC quest, the Beast Clergyman Garang. And he will give us a Beast Eye that quivers when near Deathroot. And the Deathroot is usually either found in catacombs, or you get it from defeating a boss that is part of the whole those who live in death, which is just some fancy George R.R. Martin way of saying undead, The Skellies, right? Undead Bone Shard, Undead Bones Hard. Don't give up, skeleton. And so, yeah, we use the Beast Eye. It tells us that Deathroot is near. And apparently, you can also find D, the hunter of those who live in death, who is he voiced by the same guy that voices the guy who tells you to hunt vermin in Bloodborne. It sounds like it, and he'd be a similar thing, seek vermin in the hearts of men and crush all the vermin you see. But he's actually hanging outside the village, and he tells you not to go near here because there's a mariner. And for some reason, D is scared of mariners and thinks they're like a super OP boss you have to fight. But they're not. They're probably one of the easiest mini-boss fights in the game. Like, they barely attack you at all. All they can do is summon a bunch of skellies. You can just really ride around them and attack them, and all of their attacks will kill the skeletons for you. I was just getting, nervous, because this was the first to be a mariner that I'd fought, so I didn't know, what's going on, is he gonna, pull out some surprise move, and, oh, maybe I need to kill all the skeletons first. But no, you can really just run in and hammer away. He's not that bad of a fight. It's just a matter of me being more cautious on the first playthrough, and when using a colossal weapon, I liked using the heavy attack because you can just drag it on the ground and run through enemies, but it's not necessarily the best way to get in consistent damage. But I like it, especially if you get the final swing with the good old base cannon. Then that means you gotta thrust the enemy up into the air. But yeah, this dude, he just seems like he wants to chill and summon skellies. Even if his attacks kill his skellies that he specifically summoned. But still cool fight. And it's cool how you can see there's all these trees around the ground, and it's taking the shape of a Deathroot. So I'm not sure I fully comprehend the idea behind it, but I think what it is, again, might be wrong, that the Beast Clergyman who wants you to gather all the Deathroot for him, he's actually Malekith the Black Blade, who is the shadow half-brother of Queen America. Because every Empyrean is granted a shadow who acts as both envoy and vassal of the Two Fingers, but also is a servant and guardian of the person that they shadow. So Ranni is an Empyrean, and her shadow is Wolf Daddy Blythe. Which is why he eventually goes insane and we have to kill him, because he is torn between his service to the Two Fingers and his service for Mistress Ranni. Because Ranni is going against the will of the Two Fingers and the Greater Will and all that. So, if I correctly the idea with Deathroot is it's like maybe perhaps fragments of the Rune of Death, which we know was stolen and used to fashion the Black Knife Assassins, or at least their weapons. So perhaps the Deathroot is the shards that have caused the undead to rise, and they're undead, they don't die. So there's a great elevator that leads us into the Siofra River. And, I mean, pretty much anyone who comes across this elevator knows how great it is. You don't need me to say it, but I'll say it anyways. Definitely one of the best elevators in all of Soulsborne. It's always a great thing that they do. It's you having a perfectly calculated entrance to a place to give you that gorgeous view ahead message. And so you find this little elevator and you think, oh, it's just this tiny little thing. Well, let's just go down this little bit, and the elevator just keeps going and going. And then you get this gorgeous view of this city, and you just descend all to the bottom of it, and it's like the night sky, but you're underground, and that's the Siofra River, which then leads to Nokron and Nokstella, the Eternal Cities. And up here through a waygate we can find this Dragonkin soldier, who is a mini-boss that will fight a couple more times. And I don't really know if horseback is the best option for these guys. I mean, at least in this playthrough I found the horseback easier than fighting them regularly, and I remember when I did have to fight them without Torrent, I was very like, oh no, how am I gonna do this, right? But it actually wasn't that bad. Especially because, again, heavy attacks can just, like, knock you off in one hit. Especially when they have those fun little delayed bits. But, I have seen it where you basically just get, like, right underneath him and, tickle his, rump, good old Soul's booty slapping. And then he just seems to not care, right? So, perhaps I was playing a little too passively, too cautiously to, properly fight this boss. But yeah, Siofra River is a great place. I love it. Everyone complains about the ancestral archers in there. Like how there's SEAL Team 6 just like sniping you from miles away. But I personally didn't have too much of an issue with the archers. Like, they were annoying, but I never was sitting there with 7 arrows sticking out of me like I was a guy from Skyrim. But yeah, so this is a fun little fight you can find by going through some of the waygates. The idea behind this place is that Ronnie is seeking the sacred treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. And I think the idea is that these cities were ancient cities that were either punished by the gods for heresy, or perhaps they were plunged into darkness by the arrival of Astel. But then I also think maybe Astel was the big comet meteor that came down when Radahn stopped blocking the stars, perhaps. I'm not sure the timeline on that. But basically these are ancient punished cities, like that City of Poison in Dark Souls 2, or the Ringed City in Dark Souls 3 is the idea, right? Lost cities that we're uncovering. It's a great place. I really love it. But the thing is you can't get too far in here, because as Blythe puts it, he tries all the waygates, but nothing seems to lead through up to Nokron. So that's why we need to defeat Radahn, so that he can stop holding back the stars, and that'll properly open the way to Nokron and the hidden treasure of the Eternal City. As for these Dragonkin guys, I'm not really sure what they are, but they're fun to fight. They're pretty cool. agency off a river where you can light these torches around the map. And once you've lit all of them, there's this ancestral remains which we can touch, and it leads us to a fight with the ancestor spirit. Now, I've always liked to make, references to, like Princess Mononoke or other Hayao Miyazaki movies, the Studio Ghibli type stuff. And I like to compare it to Dark Souls in that way, because there is a decent bit of a similarity in some of the elements. But, and especially in Sekiro, right? Like that whole divine dragon that just screams Spirited Away to me. But yeah, this guy, this like elk, reindeer, ancestral spirit, such Princess Mononoke vibes, makes me think of like the forest spirit when it's in like that deer form, only it doesn't have a weird face, right? And yeah, this is a great fight. The soundtrack and the arena feels very Sekiro, kind of like a place where you would fight the Shichiman warrior, only it's not as annoying as those fights. And it's not a difficult fight at all. I mean, like any Souls fight, if you do mess it up and not play right, you can die. That's how it is, but it's not, this animal is no Melania, right? And yeah, it definitely is kind of a tragic story. I don't really know what the concept behind the ancestor spirit or the regal ancestor spirit are, but there's all these remains and these bones around, and there's these like ancestor spirits, the archers and the soldiers. So I don't know if like this thing's dead and it's some like ancient forest spirit they're trying to resurrect, perhaps, or preserve the memory of. Your guess is as good as mine. I haven't really looked into it, right? But yeah, again, it's a cool fight. I like how it's a hidden optional thing. It's just an enjoyable experience. And it's, I don't know if relaxing is the right word, but it is kind of chill. Like, most of his attacks are quite easy to dodge. Like, I don't know. It's atmosphere, right? And also it's just fun to fight like a reindeer type boss that isn't an infinitely spawning lightning one in the middle of a blizzard, if you know what I mean. Throwback to good old frigid outskirts in Dark Souls 2. Oh man, talk about worst area ever. And thankfully they made a relatively good version of that area in this game, the Consecrated Snowfield, which is obviously an area we will see many hours later. But I don't hate that area. Some people do. It's mostly good. I just don't like the first part of it where you can't see anything because, who thought, a game where you can't see 5 feet in front of your face that's all about reading enemy tells and dodging appropriately would be a good idea. It is a little, disappointing that we do fight this guy again. It does take away from the uniqueness of it, because, I guess it was the similar mindset to, the Deathbirds and Knights of Cavalry, where you might miss one, and so there's more chance you'll come across all this optional content we put all this effort into. But, I don't know, I think this could have been better if there was just one of these fights. But it does get you the Ancestral Follower Ashes, which is a pretty good spirit summon. So now, we've done everything in Limgrave, everything in Stormhill, everything in Weeping Peninsula, and it's finally time to get to the first proper story boss. So we're entering castle. And here we come across this lovely fellow known as Margit the Fell. And he's a guy who I heard many a story about leading up to me playing this game, because he was all over the network test, the advertising, the trailers, and everyone was touting the fact that, like, this is the intro boss. He's the first story boss, and he's incredibly difficult, which is why I waited to do as much content as possible first. And you know what? Yeah, they were right. This guy's very tough as far as entry bosses go. So Margit the Fell Omen, his whole shtick is that this is not actually the real Margit. He does so many delayed attacks. It's very annoying, but you know, it works very well. It's like they specifically knew how to time it so they could punish panic rolling, but also you can throw it out real quick. And they also knew to give him a dodge so he could dodge charge attacks, which is what I was trying to do with the stagger, right? And he has a punish for if you use flasks with his quick swords of revealing light daggers, right? Which again, those make me think of aspects of the Crucible. Because he's an Omen, and the Omen are like the cursed children. And most Omen have their horns cut off when they're born, and we see lots of those in the subterranean shunning grounds. But since Margit is actually Morgott, the Omen King, he's the current, like, Lord of Lindell, the current ruler. So what he's doing here is this is just a projection of him, and he's defending Godrick the Grafted, the main ruler of Stormvale Castle, because Godrick is kind of a joke amongst great rune bearers. As the great Kenneth Haidt says, you know, that Godrick, he hid amongst the womenfolk, probably using the mimic veil, to run away from the fight. And then he, like, insulted Melania, and then she showed up to promptly kick his ass, as no doubt she would, her being the badass she is. And then he begged for mercy. So everyone's just kind of like, you know what, let him hang out in his castle thinking he's doing what's right. So Margit has taken it upon himself to defend him from any would-be tarnished in search of the Elden Ring. Because he doesn't think the tarnished should rule. He's devout to the Golden Order, and we'll go into more detail on that when we get to his proper fight as Morgott. But despite the fact that he was Omen and was considered to be unholy because of the Greater Will and the Golden Order and all that, he still remained loyal to it, you know. Despite that he wasn't wanted because he felt it was what's right, which is why he doesn't have his horns cut off. And he was one of the children of America and Godfrey, I believe, who is then, he's also a brother to Moog, Lord of Blood. So yeah, really great, fun fight. It's very intense. It, like, lures you into a full sense of security with the slow moves, but then there's quick bits. And he has all of those combos where he just, like, really wants you dead. Like, such a great fight, man. I didn't struggle on it too much, but again, I was a lot higher level coming here than most players probably would be. So we go through Stormvale Castle, which is such a great castle. It's a legacy dungeon, so it's like got all of these hidden paths and multiple ways you can approach the dungeon, and it's like, you know, taking a Demon's Souls castle but on steroids. There's so much to it, and even in my second playthrough I was still missing details. And there's a great encounter where underneath the castle you can find an ulcerated tree So now we get to Godrick the Grafted, who is such a great fight. Like, he does his best General Zod impersonation. Kneel before Zod. Like, oh man, this is a fun fight. So great. Like, this guy is, again, so Godrick, he is, I believe, son of Godwyn, is it? Like, let me think about this. Godwyn was son of Marika and Godfrey. And then I think then Godwyn has kids who are Godrick and then Godfrey, who it's spelled Godfrey. It's a little weird. Or maybe they're brothers, I forget on that part. But they're all related, hence the God names. Godfrey, Godrick, Godwyn, Godfrey. But yeah, so he's weak. He's actually weak, I know, we're struggling, but he's weak. Which is why Margit's taken it upon himself to protect the castle for him. And basically he's gotten into the whole idea of grafting. Like, he's putting all these limbs on him and taking parts from Tarnished that have approached the castle, in hopes of making himself stronger. And there's so many creepy bits to the castle where you fight those grafted scions, which I thought might be a regular enemy, but no, they're a crazy mini-boss, and a very spooky one, as is. So yeah, I mean, I've always said it before, the voice acting in FromSoft games is top-notch, but this is, I mean, they're all great. Like, look at this guy. Halfway through the fight, it's like he's fighting as normal, and rather than pulling a Ludwig or a Slave Knight Gale and regaining his humanity, he's just like, nope, let's just get even more crazy, more animalistic. So he's just like, you know what, let's just cut off my arm and then just shove it down a dragon's throat to take its head as part of its power. Like, I don't know who thought of this, but like, oh man. Like, look at this, man. This is horrifically gorgeous and disgusting, and I love it so much. And his line, "Bear witness." Oh man, so fantastic. And now he's fighting you with fire attacks, and he's got a dragon breath walking around. Oh man. So yeah, I mean, obviously, I can tell you that I do love this game. Is it my favorite FromSoft game? Ooh, that's a tough one. Like, I don't just want to reiterate what other YouTubers have said. I want to do, have my own opinion and speak my own mind, but to me, Donkey did really sum it up right, that there's this late game spike in difficulty, specifically once you get to the mountaintops of giants, that's just like kind of insane. And you'll see when we get there, it was like, I think I've said it before, I was at 60 vigor, the soft cap for health, using the defense talismans. It still felt like regular mobs and mini-bosses could wreck me. As for this fight, I think this was my first fight against him, and I don't know if I was good at it or not, or perhaps I just got lucky in terms of out-DPSing him. Especially with how many times I thought I was totally dead from this, right? Like, I thought, oh, that's it. But wait, I still have health. And that wasn't even the closest encounter I had with certain fights in this game. And I never really got good at dodging the fire tornado attack, unfortunately. It's also, what else? No, save that for later. I was going to talk about Gostic, but, or Gostok, but I show that later in the video, never mind. I still love it though that this guy who probably messed up a lot of players in the early game is also considered a pushover by everybody else. That's kind of hilarious. And it's even more crazy when you realize that, in a way, this boss is optional. You can go around the side to completely skip Stormveil Castle, and you only need 2 Runebearer shards to get into Leyndell, so you could just do Rennala and Radahn, or maybe Rykard instead. Or maybe Moog as well. I mean, if you're really masochistic, you know. I'm not sure what he means by that. Like, to our home bathed in golden. Perhaps he's talking about, like, maybe him and Godfrey and Godwyn reclaiming the capital. Because they attacked it, but then he came and he took over Stormveil after the Stormlord was defeated by Godfrey. So, now over here we have Gostic, and, you know, I guess you're technically not supposed to kill him here, because if you do his quest later on, he will get you a +10 upgrade stone, or +25. But this guy steals your runes throughout Stormveil. You'll notice that you don't get all of your runes back if you die in Stormveil, because he's actually following you around waiting to loot your corpse. So I promptly decided to kill his ass, because, you know, that's how I am. I spared Patches, but I didn't spare Gostic, because this guy hasn't been in other Souls games. But then, yeah, if you keep him alive later on, him, Kenneth Height, and Nefelilu take over Stormveil Castle, and then they give you super upgrade stones. Also, by defeating Godrick, we have unlocked a Great Rune. So the Great Runes in this game is, it's basically like you can pick a Great Rune to have on you, and when it's activated, it will give you a special buff of sorts depending on which Great Rune you have equipped. To use a Great Rune, you need to do 2 things. First, you gotta kill this guy, because he stole our souls. What am I doing? I want my souls back. That's what you get. You didn't even sell good merch anyways. I am the lord of all that is golden. So yeah, that was probably a no-no. But, you know, too bad. So, you have to go to a divine tower to activate the Great Rune, and then you need to use a Rune Arc, which is this game's equivalent of humanity and embers. You get it from helping people co-op bosses or invading. So now we arrive in Liurnia of the Lakes, which is such a great area. Like, Limgrave was already cool and open and expansive, and then you get to Liurnia, and it just gets even crazier. And, you know, it's a thing that happens. The map, like, expands over time, and you kind of realize the map's a lot bigger than what you thought. And I was getting to Liurnia, and I was thinking, oh, so I'm like 1/3 of the way through the game, and Liurnia is like the second third, right? I'm like, bro, I don't think Liurnia is even like the quarter-way point of this game, right? It's crazy how big this game is, the biggest game that there ever was. So, first up is an Everjail with Adon, Thief of Fire. He kind of looks like he's doing his best Smo cosplay, you know. Good old Snorlax. But where is Pikachu, we wonder. Oh, and he can chug Estus too, I see how it is. And he's a poise boy. You would want to fight him because you can get that Flame of the Fell God, whatever it is, the big slow explodey ball of fire, which is a pretty good incantation, but it's just like a crazy legendary one that's very high level. this part of the game, though dodging this will give you good preparation for a certain giant of a certain element later on, if you know what I mean. I realized, yeah, I got hit by the fire there as I was going down, but not so bad. Visions of plump sort, but also didn't expect weak foe. So yeah, another Everjail boss down, and one legendary incantation unlocked. And then, just below the entrance to Lichdragon, we can find a cave, which will lead us to a Cleanrot Knight. And Cleanrot Knights are the Knights of Malenia, her most trusted, loyal warriors, and these guys are also total badasses. Like, the whole thing with the Cleanrot Knights is they knew that they were going to be consumed by Scarlet Rot eventually, yet they followed Malenia anyways because they were so loyal to her. And you can get a Cleanrot Knight as a Spirit Ash summon, Knight Finlay, and she is also a total badass. Like, lore-wise, she managed to carry an unconscious Malenia back from Caelid all the way to the Halig Tree, fighting off a whole manner of beasts and creatures along the way. So yeah, we love the Cleanrot Knights. They're great to fight, though they're definitely not as tough as Crucible Knights because they stagger a lot more easily. And Finlay is great. One of my favorite Spirit Ash characters. And then there's a set of catacombs. These ones are off to the sort of east side of the map. There's a Erd Tree Burial Watchdog again. Only this one is a magic one, and it hits a lot harder. And these are the ones that really annoyed me because they can fire off spells that home in on you, and they have like this magic AoE to the slam, and I already told you the slam was annoying enough for me to dodge already, let alone the fact that now it does even more damage with a bigger AoE. So yeah, I did not like these things at all. Like, I just never felt I got good at these ones. I just got lucky. I killed them before they killed me. Especially because they teleport directly above you. It just messes with the camera if you're locked on. So, pretty much anytime I fight these things later, I'm just like, you know what? Spirit Ashes. I ain't even mad, bro. Again, there's enough variations on those bosses that I'm okay with them showing up again. I just, oh yeah, try rump. Lol. That's the thing that tells you you can spirit summon in the area. Further down the road, we have another Knights Cavalry. So, I may have mentioned it with the other Knights Cavalry fights, but it's worth mentioning now that we've fought Margit. So we talk about he's Margit of the Fell Omen. And we already established that the Omen were like these, creatures born misshapen with horns, and how the Omen have their horns cut off at birth and they're tossed underground because they're considered like unholy, like they're basically the lepers of Elden Ring. And so the Knights Cavalry are, I guess, the hands of the Fell Omen. These guys like are the ones that fight for the Fell Omen. Not sure exactly like how this came to be, because maybe they do look like omens underneath that helmet and stuff. That's why Margit says that the hands of the Fell Omen are like coming after you. And we can find this out from the Knights Cavalry set, which we won't get until much later after we've fought much more of these guys. And you put your staff away and use that anchor, you dingus. Again, good old rusty anchor. It's something I might want to try in a New Game Plus playthrough, but part of me wants to see what it would be like dual wielding those. Because if you get the Dung Eater set, you put the Octopus head on, and you wield 2 of those anchors, then that would be like a real great Lovecraftian build. Out in the middle of the lake, I saw all these notes about, like, you know, be wary of night, you know, try night. I'm like, oh, it's nighttime, boss, what's it gonna be? Well, what else could it be? It's another death bird. Oh well. Again, you know, I don't mind the regular death birds, it's the death right birds, which we still haven't seen. And I cannot stand, those things are just so dang annoying. And I guess it was refreshing to see that everyone else hated them equally on Reddit. Anytime there's a thread about, like, how, what boss did you hate the most? What boss was most annoying? What boss did you struggle with the most? Yeah, the one that always came up consistently was Death Right Bird. You know, fair enough. It's just, again, maybe if I was using ranged, they are easier. It was just another boss where I was finding, like, you know, the big Oonga Boonga strength just wasn't cutting it. And, you know, you've seen me buffing the sword with magic, and I gotta admit, I don't really know how the buffs work, in that maybe I was actually making myself weaker. Cause, like, when you do that, when you buff your weapon, does it make it so that you're still doing the physical damage, but in addition to that, you're doing extra magic? Or does it negate all your physical and only do magic? And so therefore, if the enemy is, like, got good magic resistance, you're actually making it more difficult. I don't know. And I also never really, like, look up what bosses' weaknesses are, unless I'm really having a tough time. And then I kind of get confused, like, what do frost attacks count as in terms of damage negation? Like, the Deathrite birds, they do, like, what looks like a black flame. That would seem like it's fire, but it causes frost, so would more fire damage negation, like, stop that? Again, I know that there's people that know these things, and they, like, know the rules, and they dive all into it and stuff, but it's not something that I know off the top of my head. I'm too simple for that, you know. We're doing strength right now. Big hammer, then go smash, smashy enemy. And as we see here once again, the beast eye quivers to let us know that Death Root is near. And once again, the Death Root here is held by a Tibia Mariner. And now I was kind of realizing, like, oh, you can kind of just, like, get up in his face and spam attacks away. And his skellies don't really do much to stop you. And then the other thing is, like, obviously those who live in death are weak to holy attacks and holy damage. It was why there was a good chunk of time where I had, like, Sacred Blade as my Ash of War on the Rusted Anchor, so that I could just transform it into a holy weapon at will, and then I would allow that, let me destroy skeletons without having to hit them while they were down. But I'm wondering, is there any kind of weapon you can have that just will kill the skeletons as is, that doesn't need you to buff it? And I stunned him here and realized, oh, he doesn't actually really give you a critical opportunity, at least not to my knowledge. So then I was like, where'd you go? Come back here so I can give you big bonk with hammer. And eventually I realized, like, oh, he, like, went, like, outside the boss arena, like, back where we came from. Oh, okay then. He's just coasting across dry land then, well, alright. It's kind of funny to watch how many sorceries I try to use, but then later on in the game I'm just like, Rock Sling, and maybe Glintstone Pebble, Connoisseur, if I want to melt a boss in one hit, and that's it, I've never really done a true mage build in that way because, I just don't know what spells to select, and I'm not good at, quickly switching, because if you want to do a proper mage, you gotta, be able to, fire a spell, and while that one's going, you gotta switch to a different one, and then fire that off in succession, like you do PvP, and you get the mage builds, and they'll just, rattle off, Stars of the Rain, Flame of the Fell Gods, this, that, just spam, spam, spam. That's how you gotta do it, and it's not how I roll. I really just like having the sorceries as a bit of a ranged option, because otherwise the game gets monumentally more difficult when it's thrown sections at you where enemies are out of range, but you have no opportunity to deal with that, right? So yay, got ourselves another death root. We'll be taking that back to Beast Clergyman. So, over on the west side of the map, we can find the village of the Albinorix. And Nefelilu is here. She's here to help because the Albinorix here have all been slaughtered by somebody. Who could that be? Well, it's our good old friend the Capra Demon, but now he's called the Omen Killer, and he has a triple slam rather than a single one. And he did remember to bring his doggos, but he forgot to fight us in a cancerously small, tiny-ass arena. So we do have a bit of an edge here in that way. I already killed some of his dogs before, it's like Sekiro. You gotta sneak by the main boss and kill all of his little minions first to give yourselves a fighting chance. Village of Albinorix is a great place. It's just very spooky, and what it is someone was looking for half of the secret medallion to access the Grand Lift of Rold's secret path to Mikala's Halig tree. And who could that be? Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll find out. So, in that village, there's an NPC disguised as a big pot, which I think is hilarious. FromSoft knew, we'll hide him as a pot because all the players will be, absolutely, compelled to go, ooh, big pot, me smash big pot. And so he gives you the half of the medallion, entrusts it to you, and asks that you seek out Loretta, who is first generation Albinoric, and they're I don't know if they're a specially created race of people. Oh yeah, by the way, here's another Bloodhound Knight. He dead now. And the first generation Albinorics look human, but their legs don't work. So we find Loretta. She entrusts us with her spirit ashes and the medallion. But when we come back to the Round Table of Old, it's oh hey, you remember the Edge Lord Ensha, the one who looks like a skelly and doesn't talk, and just stands there going, what do you want? Well, now he attacks us, and it's a fun little encounter. You're wondering, okay, what's going on? It's also pretty hilarious that Gideon basically is oh yeah, oh, that silly old Ensha, he was just trying to kill you for the medallion. Anyway, we're still bros, right? Gideon Ofnir was the one who set the Omen Killer and Ensha on the village of the Albinorix, and they murdered all of them in an attempt to find half of the Halig Tree medallion, because basically Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing, he wants to become Elden Lord, but he's basically playing it from the sidelines, recruiting Tarnished to fight for him. so that he can just sneak in with the win at the end. So he is a bro in that he'll tell you useful information, like where to go and where to find enemies and all that sort of stuff. But he's also not a bro, because he's only doing this so he can backstab you later, you know, be wary of stabbing in the back. So, yeah, it's definitely a cool area with a fun little story to it, and I like it. And Letenna's such a cool character. She's not in the game much, but she's got a sad story, you know. She had a cool wolf bro, Lobo, her other half, in that she can't walk, so she rides the wolf to get around. And Ensha and Gideon murdered Lobo in an attempt to get information on the medallion. So she turns herself into a spirit ash so we may take her to the Halig tree. And it's such a rewarding moment when you finally get to bring her there to the apostate district. Because you've had her for so long in the game. It's gone on such a great journey. And she ended up being one of my favorite spirit ashes because while she can't move, you can set her down as a sniper turret and you can aggro the enemy, and then she can snipe them from a distance. It's actually crazy how long of a range she has. And even though there's not many areas in the game where you can do it, if it's possible, you can actually tame wild dire wolves and then ride them, just like the other Albanoric archers can do. So that's pretty cool. Also, here's another Erdtree avatar. He's like Stray Demon from Dark Souls 1. We killed him. Rusted Anchor to the face. This one's for you, Ailstorm. I win. Yeah, not much else I have to say there, you know. Yeah, weak foe ahead. Well, for now. There's another catacombs hidden there, and I walk in and I'm like, oh, okay. I wanted to try out Banished Knight Olg, because I heard he was good. But what I failed to realize was, you can upgrade Spirit Ashes by talking to Roderica, the Spirit Tuner. You know, are you here for Spirit Tuning? That's a little too much, you know. Are you here for Spirit Tuning? Tune is tune. So, Olg kind of got wrecked. Made me wonder what the point of him was. And I'm fighting this Crucible Knight thinking, oh, please don't kill me. He's a spear Crucible Knight. And that attack's got range. I didn't realize that. That's better dodge, good job. I was thinking, wait a minute, Spirit Caller Sail. Why is this guy's health bar not going down? And I had seen a note outside, Seek Light or something, and I realized, oh, I see. It's a Witches of Hemwick fight. That makes sense. The Spirit Caller Snail, he doesn't actually fight you. He summons in enemies to fight for him. Though he actually does have a grab attack. I've seen someone die to it. It's very unfortunate. I don't know if you have to kill this Ghost Crucible Knight first before the Stale shows up. Come on, turn around. He's right there. Look for the big glowy light. I think I get it eventually. Maybe. Who knows these days? So yeah, I'm not sure if you could just rush to the Snail. But in any case, I killed the Crucible Knight first. And there we go. Gets you another set of nice, fun Spirit Ashes. Further past the Erdtree area, there's an NPC invader, Edgar the Revenger, part of Ayetta's quest. Features some lovely Shabriri grapes. And there's also another Everjail with Bowls Carrion Knight. So this guy is basically just a boss version of some big enemies you can fight right down the road, in the Carrion Manor, and the 4 belfries. I guess the idea is that this guy, fought for the Carrions. They were royal members of the House of Caria who rebelled against Raya, and so Raya went to war with Caria, and Manor was never breached because it had special magical defenses. So I'm wondering if the idea is that this guy, he's a Carrion knight, obviously, and he was imprisoned here by the Raya knights and the students during the war. Because Raya is weird. They, turned against Rennala because she's kinda lost her mind, and they locked her in the Grand Library, I think. I'm not sure on the timeline of all these things. You'll have to forgive me for that. But in any case, there's another Everjail down. So I find this note about there's a key to get into the academy. I'm like, oh, where's the key? And oh, it's not actually a key, it's a dragon. Oh, well, let's just walk slowly and take one step forward, and nope, it's dragon fighting time. So this guy's he's Glintstone Dragon Smog, or Samurog. It's like a very similar Lord of the Rings name. Come on, buddy. Yeah, Smarag. Yeah. Glintstone Dragon Smog. Smaug. I like to say the name wrong intentionally because it's an odd name with odd pronunciation, and nerds will get mad over anything. So we got another dragon fight, only this one does magic instead of fire. But basically, all of his moves are still the same. Though there's one thing, is that I don't know if he can heal or not, because there's all of these, the scarabs floating around, and they're the kind that drop the flask of cerulean tears, the tears you need for your FP, your mana, so to speak. And I've noticed it sometimes he heals himself, and I'm wondering, is that because he killed one of the scarabs? And perhaps that would make sense as to why there's so many of them floating around, is like a thing you gotta be aware of, that he's gonna heal himself. Or maybe it was just a glitch when I was fighting him. I mean, wouldn't surprise me. There are many glitches in this game. Oh, that's a bit of a new move. He's got a fast laser thing. He's kind of like a downgraded version of the magic dragon Adula, is it? Adula has frost magic, and he's got that frost sword that always one-shots you the first time you fight him. But again, not too bad of a fight. I always found that the big, sort of, what do you call it? When he does the charge thing, and, sort of sprays along the side, firebombing it with magic. That one can be a little difficult, perhaps. And, same thing with dodging the slam down. It's you can't do the Prometheus school of running away from things. You got to, be going to the side, and while you don't have iframes, a slight speed up at the very end can give you an advantage to dodging attacks on Torrent. But then I'm not sure also, because everyone says oh, use Torrent for the fire giant, and I never did, because anytime I did, I just got hit, no matter whether I was in the air, jumping around. I look at attacks like that where you can just simply instantly jump in the air and turn the floor into magic lava. How would you exactly do that on foot? Because all of these types of dragon fights you can do on horseback, and you're not restricted to it. So I just decide well, that's how I'm gonna do it. It's perhaps a bit long, a bit tedious. Not necessarily the most entertaining thing to watch, but, I don't know, it's fun. Again, I'm not against the idea of putting in a bunch of dragons, because the idea was to guarantee that hopefully the player would at some point somehow run into at least one of these dragon fights. Like, if we put enough dragons in the game, there's gotta be one of them the player finds. And it's also finally nice just to get some, like, a lot of true, proper dragon fights, because that was the thing, is you got, like, fights against drakes or little things in Dark Souls 1, and you had a couple occasional dragons, like Black Dragon Calamite, and Gaping Dragon sort of counts, right? But that was the idea, is that the dragons were usually all dead, except not really, because there were still dragons that would pass you by on a bridge. But now we just get dragons everywhere, dragons up the Wazoodox, dragons for days, and a lot of dragons, so I dig it. And we got one of the best dragon fights in the game with Dragonlord Placidusax, or Placidusax, however you say it. And Shepherd, I'm running out of banter here, help me out. I don't know, it was definitely one of my favorite moments, thinking, oh, I figured out where the meeting place is, let's go get the key, and realizing, oh, there's a big old magic dragon there, that's bad news bears, Bilbo Baggins, you know. So yeah, I don't mind it. And Liurnia is a great place. Like, I like how the places all have big centerpieces to help you navigate. Like, you've obviously got the Erd tree for everything, but here you've got the Academy, which is, you know, basically Hogwarts, only it's a lot cooler than Hogwarts, because it doesn't endorse slavery. At least I hope it doesn't. Oh, there's the Mausoleum soldiers. I don't know if that counts. Though they built those things, it's a little different. Off to the side is a set of catacombs that have two, I don't know if it's Crystallians or just Crystallians. Crystallians. And Crystallians are a bit of an annoying enemy to fight, but they're not so bad if you're using a strength build, because the idea is that you can backstab them, and you can stagger them eventually. So if you do like strong attacks or jump attacks, any kind of heavy attack will break their posture. Then you can riposte them. And now that they've lost their posture and the crystals are cracked, they just take immense damage. So, not so bad if you're using a strength weapon like I was here, but a little more challenging when I switched over to dex weapons. Probably the one fight in the game where me respecking I felt made more difficult, because, you know, you can't really do big smack with Katana's little sharp little blades as opposed to big axe. And I used good old jellyfish here. You always remember your first. And that's because, again, my logic was, if the game's gonna throw multiple of a boss at me in a tiny room, I'm gonna throw me and my friends back at them. And when there's two bosses, the Spirit Summon is a very nice way to just break the boss aggro for a little bit and give yourself some breathing room. So now here's a bit of a fun thing. There was one boss that I didn't find until I had beaten the game and then respec'd my character. So, spoiler alert, we're jumping quite far ahead in the timeline. And this is the Deathrite bird that I've talked about. Yeah, I hate these things. So, if there was one boss that I had to come back in while being overpowered, I'm okay that it was this one. As you can see, what I did is I became Melania, Blade of Megala, Only I changed my name to Blade of Melania because she's just so cool and I wanted to play through the game as her. So, anyway, yeah, that was quite the far ahead timeline we jumped to. Let's go back to the normal order of things, shall we? And, why is that tree on fire? That's odd. So, with the Glintstone key, we've gotten inside the Academy of Rykard, and we come across the Red Wolf of Radagon, who's basically like Magic Sif, right? He's a good boy. So, the whole thing is that Radagon was married to Rennala and then divorced to return to the Erd Tree and become one with Queen Margit. But I think Rennala won in that divorce because she got to keep the dog. And I think the dog's actually the teacher. Like, you get Magic Sif as your teacher, that's great. Though, it is kind of annoying that this guy gets repeated as a mini-boss. But oh well. And yeah, that was totally not me realizing that the Terra Magica, it actually only works if you're standing in it. I thought it was like some buff you can put down and then it lasts for a certain bit of time, but that ain't it, Chief. That's not how it works. So once we progress through the Academy, which is another great legacy dungeon, a very cool area with a lot of other hidden bits and bobs to it, we get to Rennala of the Full Moon. So, since she kind of lost her mind after the divorce, the Academy decided to pursue its own interests, and they locked her away in the library here. And I don't know, it gives me a very Bloodborne type area, and oh yeah, that's a fun sight. These are all underage girls, so don't tell me that the Deacons of the Deep got hot, because these are all like newborns essentially, but they're like not born properly because they're like albinorics or something, and Rennala's powers of rebirth don't seem to work on anyone except us, because we are the protagonist. And yeah, this is Rennala, right? So she was like the head of Rykard and all the scholars and everything, and she had married to Radagon, and they had the children Ranni, Rykard, and Radahn. Keeping with all that R themes names, right? So all the names are confusing. But I mean, if I can memorize the names of all my extended family members, I'm sure memorizing the names of video game characters shouldn't be too hard. So, it's a Deacons of the Deep type puzzle fight, where you gotta find the three students that are got the gold magic around them, because they're the ones generating the shield. And it's funny, because in co-op, at least when I tried it, the fight was glitched, so that anytime we ran in, just the special shield people wouldn't actually spawn in. And yep, that's an AoE that I'm gonna tank to the face. So, this is not really anything special, pretty straightforward. And here she's like taking these sweetings to Reborn, and they're turning into like tombstones or like fingerprint shields. And like, what's all that about? Is this like based off the fact that like they died? I don't know, but whatever they turned into, they hit pretty hard. So thankfully there's lots of cover around in this area. And again, I remember like helping co-op in this fight and like looking back here, like, is there another hidden area? Like, what are we doing wrong? And no, it's just that in co-op sometimes the singing students here don't properly spawn in. A lot more simple of a solution than I gave it credit for. So yeah, this part, it's nothing special, but again, this is all just the appetizer, and I think I got hit by a chandelier there that like just didn't properly display. sometimes the shield people can just show up in weird areas, but there you are. Come here, you. And there we go. Let's just tank some more damage, why not? So yeah, this is nothing special, but it's phase 2, where the real fight happens. Because we wanted the Great Rune from Rennala, which is not really one that she has that she's using, per se. It's like it's in an egg. Or I guess she uses it to, like, reborn people, I don't know. But I'm kind of looking at her like, aw, she looks so sad and innocent. Do I really have to fight her? You know? It's like, I don't know what it was, but in Elden Ring, I think I had the most number of bosses or fights or scenarios where I legit, like, didn't want to fight the boss. I'm like, do I have to? Can we not be friends, please? Everyone talks about that with Sif in Dark Souls 1. You know, do you really want to fight Sif? Well, you have no choice. And so what this is like some kind of alarm protection system that Ronnie set up. So it's basically like a magic spell that summons like an image of Rennala at her full strength and her full prime capacity. So you talk about like, oh, I wish we got to fight this boss at their prime. Well, in a way, we do get to fight Rennala at her prime, and oh, gorgeous view ahead, right? Like, they knew what they were doing, making it like the Rom the Vacuous Spider fight by bringing us to a lake with a full moon. And I love how she just opens the fight with the Common Azure, you know, really punishing you if you weren't paying attention. And yeah, mage spamming, just wonderful, wonderful. And then she just Kamehameha-ing at you, and oh, I can't wait to unlock that. Yeah, there's so many fights in this area where they have you fight, like, in water. Ow. And she throws her scepter at you. Yeah, so many cool magic attacks. But of course, that's what you gotta do with mage builds. Just don't dodge to the side. You gotta get in close, and you can't be afraid. You gotta go for it. Just get in there, right? Because you can stagger her, because she's squishy. She's weak. So many fights where we're fighting like on like a thin layer of water with a moon. And then just to get even more crazy, she literally throws a moon at you. Although those ones are moving quite more slowly than how they normally are. You know, you throw another moon at me, and I'm gonna be upset. And then it gets even more crazy, because she starts, like, spirit summoning against you. And, man, I heard she could summon a dragon and a giant, and thankfully they don't stick around too much, because I got horrible RNG, and then she summoned both of them before I could get her down. I was like, no. You don't want to summon a dragon, let's just get you down first. But I guess she only summons like one at a time, or they only hang around for a bit. So I'm like, yay, victory, ow. Don't you ruin my victory screen. So yeah, we didn't really kill Rennala there, we just defeated the spectral image of her that Ronnie summoned to defend her mother. So when we go back, we can actually talk with her, and she lets you respec your build in exchange for larva tears. And now that we're through that, it's a good time to finally get back to the tutorial area. Of course, once he lets me attack. So, remember this guy, right? Well, we can get to the 4 belfries, which is like, lets you teleport to different areas using imbued stone sword keys. So one of them will let you teleport back to the starting area, so you can have a go at good old revenge against grafted scions. And yeah, That felt good to put that thing out of its misery. And there you go. Be wary of Edge Lord. And yeah, that's that. So yeah, if you have Larviteers, you can respec your build. And then there's another hidden well that leads to a hidden underground area, and this one is the Astel River. And at the end of this, we get to go beneath the other hidden eternal city, Astel, which leads us to another Dragonkin soldier. Only I found this one more difficult because we couldn't use Torrent. So I wanted to see how the fight would go if I used the Spirit Jellyfish, because this guy has a phase 2 where he buffs himself with frost, and he grows wings, and he flies all around the arena, and it's just absolute crazy. Like, definitely a very tricky fight for what is potentially still early game. I think I got down here pretty early. And the Astel River is also a very cool place because you start off seeing these ants. They look exactly like ants, but they're giant. And then you go through a narrow tunnel and there's some dead bodies, and then you're just finding like corpse after corpse of just bodies and flesh, and it's so disturbing and grotesque. I love it. It's creepy and dark and oppressive in all the right ways. And there's basilisks. I got really lucky here because somehow I had the DPS to be able to take this guy down before he could properly do a phase 2, you know. I still got a bit of that like crazy frost spear lightning, but yeah, not nearly as intense of a phase 2 as it could have been. That's the trick, you know. Strength build, big anchor, DPS. Hey, that's a loading screen. So then, over in the Church of Vows, we have the goodest boy there ever was, the good old dog, Mariel, Turtle Pope, basically, you know. We love Turtle Pope, he's great. Like, you bring him, like, spells and stuff, and he doesn't care if it's heresy. He just, like, helps you out because heresy is not native to this world. Let us, you know, indulge in learning together. And there's also a bell-bearing hunter. And again, he wasn't so bad here, but later on he'll get more difficult. Don't you worry, we've got plenty more of that to find out all about. And then further up ahead there's another cave system, and this one leads us to a single Crystallian. This is the one with the discus rings. So, y'all know your tricked Crystallians right now, right? Just heavy attacks, jump attacks, strong attacks, and you can also just run up and backstab them as well. No need to do anything fancy. And this guy's so much easier than the other ones because there's only one of him. Like, they specifically seem to make the Crystallians in a way that you get ganked by them in boss fights. And we haven't even gotten to the triple Scarlet Rod fight. Oh dear, that was a nightmare. And it was so fun they repeated it twice in the Halig tree. Oh, FromSoft never change. And then further up north from Liurnia is another Erdtree avatar, though this is the part where you want to start being careful which bosses you're killing. Well, at least not until the most recent update, thankfully, but for me when I played this game, it was an issue, and that is that there were certain NPC invasions that you could lock yourself out of by killing bosses in the area where those NPCs would invade. So the big one that most people had issue with was, well, there was two. There was Edgar the Revenger, who is actually that Commander Knight Edgar from Castle Morn. You remember we went to the Weeping Peninsula, and there was the daughter, Irina. And, you know, she wanted us to deliver a letter to her father, Edgar, who was helping protect the castle, and she died before he could finish his duty and come and save her. So then we find that Irina's body is somehow possessed by this Hyena person who wants Shabriri grapes for eyesight. And one of them we need to get by killing Edgar when he invades us at the Revenger's Shack, and the other is from Festering Fingerprint Vike up in the Frenzied Flame Village. But those guys, at least until the latest patch, didn't spawn until, if you'd killed the boss. And, oh, by the way, there's another tree avatar. Yay. So that was something you used to have to be careful about, but they just patched it, of course, after I finished the game, and I have it so I didn't get Festering Fingerprint Vike to invade me, so I couldn't get his Madness Spear, which is the one that all of the invaders use, because it's hard to dodge the weapon art, and it builds up madness, which just stuns you forever. So, yeah, this is another catacomb where I decide, you know what? If you're gonna gank me with like a whole bunch of regular enemies, I'm gonna summon help. So I summoned my good old wolf boys, and again, I still had not figured out that you could upgrade the spirit ashes. So they died quite fast. Yeah, this fight, a very annoying one, because again, like, multiple skellies, which are always a tough enemy to fight in Dark Souls, because they move very fast, they can jump across the way quickly, and have lots of poise, and so they throw you in a room with a teleporting enemy, and a whole bunch of skellies. So, I summoned help for just a little help with the crowd control there, but yeah, quite an annoying fight. And then there's a hidden path that leads us to another boss fight in this temple, and it's the Black Knife Assassin. So I didn't get to talk about these guys, these women actually, these girls, as much earlier, but basically, I'm not sure what their allegiance is, because they seem to work for some people, yet against some people. I know they are of the same race, the Newman, as Queen Marika, and Ronnie, employed their help to initiate the Night of the Black Knives, which was where they had stolen part of the Rune of Death and imbued it into their daggers, so that they could kill a demigod. They could kill Godwyn the Golden, who was also the beloved one, so his death was quite a big shock across the community of the Lands Between. And then that also led to Queen Marika shattering the Elden Ring, but was it planned? Was it out of grief? That's still, I think, something that's in debate amongst the community. And tracking this Black Knife Assassin down will give us the Black Knife print, which Sorcerer Roger will use to deduce that Ranni was the one orchestrating the Night of the Black Knives. So yeah, it's a fun fight. Black Knife Assassins, they're pretty cool. And then further up the road, getting towards the Grand Lift of Dictus, I think, is another Knight's Cavalry, another Black Rider. I remember somebody did the stats for it. They did the spreadsheet of most repeated bosses, and I can't remember exactly which one is the most, because it's hard when you have to take into account the mini bosses where they don't have a health bar at the bottom of the screen and they don't come back after respawning, because I did not include those ones. So there's plenty of Erd Tree avatar fights we won't be seeing, like the Putrid avatars in the Hillig Tree, and I didn't include the Ulcerated Tree Spirit mini-bosses like in the Capital of Ash. But with Knight's Cavalry, every time you fight a Knight's Cavalry, it's a mini-boss, or like a boss, right? So I think, according to my stats, Knight's Cavalry is the most repeated boss fight, because he doesn't appear as any mini-bosses. Whereas, you know, a lot of those other ones where they repeat a lot, you know, they're mini-bosses, so they don't count. At least in terms of my thing with the video, and I mean, what, this video is going to be like 8 hours long or something like that. Anyways, do we need to pad it out more by including every mini-boss? It's just kind of the point. They're just there for extra challenge, and most of them are, again, completely optional. Like, if you do just run through this game, it's not nearly as repetitive to an extent. It's just a way to kind of pad out the world a bit, and I think they did a pretty alright job with it. By the way, get used to this crown that I'm using, the like twin sorcerer glintstone crown, because this is going to be my Elden bling for pretty much the remainder of the video. I liked it. It gave me 6 extra points in intelligence, and sure, it reduced your stamina and health a bit, but like a minuscule amount once you get up to a certain level, right? So this is my Elden bling. I love the Burger King crowns. Speaking of royalty, we have the Royal Revenant, and I absolutely hate these guys, and everyone can agree with me on that. Though, because they're Bloodborne spammy bosses, right? The trick is you really need to dodge to the side or into them, not backwards. And I got very lucky there. But the big trick is that if you use healing spells, incantations, it stuns the Revenant, and it doesn't heal them. It subtracts their health instead, and it stuns them, so you can do a critical on them. So basically, just whatever you do, give yourself enough faith to do a heal spell, and give yourself a seal, a communion seal, and use a healing spell on it, and they become so much easier. And of course, I used magic, sorceries, not incantations for my entire playthrough, so I did not have that easy strat unlocked. Anyways, yeah, I'm using the double Burger King helmet because I think it looks great, and it's silly, and it's fun, and we all know from my Bloodborne video, I love the silly helmets, like the Mikalosh Cage helmet, right? Anyway, this is Royal Knight Loretta, the boss of Carrion Manor, which is the manor of Carrions to the north of Rykard. And it's where Ronnie lives in the Three Sisters place. But this isn't the real Loretta. It's, again, a spectral image of her made to guard a certain location. The real Loretta we'll find later in the Halig tree. And then right away after Loretta is Glintstone Dragon Adula, who is like Glintstone Dragon Samurag or Smog or whatever it is. Only this one uses frost magic attacks, which are much more deadly and much more stronger. And it's funny because this boss actually flees at half health. And so, like, I had got it down, and, you know, I didn't get hit by the big blade. But then all of a sudden, he decides to do, like, a big magic breath thing with, like, a homing comet or something. And so I got hit by it. And I was like, oh, okay, let's go. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Let's go. Round 2. But, nope. That dragon noped out of there. So, we'll see you later. And then further up the path behind Carrion Manor is the Royal Grave Everjail. And this one, it's, not the ancient hero of Samor, though they kind of look similar at least. It's like these lord guys that use gravity magic, which is pretty cool. The gravity magic's pretty fun. What is it? of course, that's the thing, I always prep the glintstone blades, and then they always fire off at a random enemy, or before it can actually do damage. The Alabaster Lord, who has his Meteor Strike, which is definitely a fun spell. And this is also where I was realizing, oh yeah, sorcery and strength don't really mix, because dexterity increases your casting speed. Like, I kept on trying to use this great bow because I had just unlocked it, and it's a fun spell. I basically used it as my sniper rifle spell, just to, you know, prep it at a distance where I was safe. But dexterity increases your casting speed, so, you know, it's not really viable to use strength and intelligence because you don't get that added casting speed benefit. But also, this was all played before they buffed the hell out of like every sorcery possible. So here now, we've gone through the ruin-strewn precipice. It's an alternate path you can use to get up to Altus Plateau if you aren't able to find the Dictus medallions in the forts across Limgrave and Caelid. But if you do that, you have to fight the Magma Wyrm, Makar, something. So Magma Wyrm is also a boss that gets repeated a lot. And I don't hate the fight, it's just a little annoying that he falls victim to the classic Dark Souls camera issues later on in the fight. Like, this guy's nice because you fight him in a pretty big arena, but once he buffs himself in phase 2 and then stands up, it gets very annoying to read his attacks, so a lot of times I just end up, you know, panic rolling, and I realize, you know what, maybe going for the critical ain't the best idea if there's lava in the way, you know. So yeah, he's definitely a bit of a lesser tier fight in the game, you know, just one that's not really too crazy fun, nothing too fancy. But hey, that whole bit about how he like just breathes his lava on his sword is pretty cool. Though, it also would have been nice if there was like a tail cut thing for him. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the whole tail cut mechanic from Dark Souls 1. I know a lot of people really liked it, but I didn't, because it meant I had to fight the boss in a certain way, like a challenge mode to get like a big item. And I found that frustrating, because then, you know, what if you don't kill the tail? Do you just quit out before you kill the boss? Like, I didn't like restricting certain items to that way. And I also have never been a fan of the Covenant systems in these games, so the fact that it's like minimal at best in this game, very similar to how Bloodborne was very minimal on the Covenants, I'm personally okay with that. I don't take much issue with that. So now, I'm going to show you another thing here, and this is basically a hard boss to fit in terms of chronology and location. It's the Abductor Virgin duo fight. Basically, our good old friend Trusty Patches the Untethered, he gives us advice that these things, the Iron Virgins, as they're called, are old teleporter machines, and that there's one at the bottom of Rykard, which will apparently spit you out at the base of the Erd tree, which is, of course, not the case. If you get caught in it, it transports you to Volcano Manor, which is just kind of like a I want to go home sort of moment, because you're stuck in a big lava mountain. But if you go through there, you can fight this duo fight of these Abductor Virgins, which is quite an annoying fight, because these things are pretty tanky, and they have a grab attack that's slightly delayed that'll track you pretty well. but with the good old power of Spirit Jellyfish, I can successfully have a boss aggroed away from me. And if you are able to damage the boss when it's doing the grab attack, you do a lot more damage to it. So yeah, I don't like these things. They're annoying, but like, that's the point, you know? It's not like I want them out of the game. Like, they do the job they were intended to do, which is be terrifying and tanky and annoying. The staff I'm using is the Meteorite staff, which is a good starting staff, because you get it just from exploring Caelid, and it has S scaling. But the only problem is that you can't upgrade it, so later on in the game, it's best to switch to a different staff, and I don't know if it's Lutzat's staff or whatever, but I switched to the one that, like, increases casting speed, but uses more FP, I think. Whichever that one is, you'll see it eventually. So, now, you know, let's go to Caelid. I think Caelid will be fun, said no one ever. So here, in your local Australian scene, is Caelid. And, Caelid is, it's a place, alright. I mean, like, I hated it when I first went to it. I enjoy it a lot more now. Like, I recognize it for being the really creepy, oppressive place. Like, that's what it's meant to be, and it does that job very well. But yeah, I did not like this place the first time, because most of you probably get to Caelid by being teleported by the chest beneath the Agil Lake ruins, right? And then you realize, oh, I'm, like, not nearly the level I should be for this area. And then I thought, oh, I'll fight an Erdtree Avatar, these guys aren't too bad. And then he starts doing Scarlet Rot AoEs to his ground pound slam. What is Scarlet Rot? Well, it's basically this game's version of Toxic, only it is far more prevalent. Like, I remember Toxic, it's not really that much in Dark Souls 1. Like, it's not like there's multiple toxic lakes in a Dark Souls game. There's poison, which is manageable, but not toxic. And so, yeah, Scarlet Rot, it's like the power or essence of another outer god. One that was sealed away by a blind swordsman from a faraway land. And that swordsman is the one who trained Malenia, because she was born with the curse of the Scarlet Rot in her body, which is why Mikola, her brother, cursed with eternal youth, helped create prosthetic limbs for her so she could still learn to fight. And so she learned to fight from this blind swordsman, according to, like, the Blue Dancer Talisman, whichever one it is. So yeah, she was trying to control the rot within her, but eventually, because she refused to lose to Radahn, she, like, let loose the Scarlet Rot from within her, destroyed the needle that helped keep it at bay for her to control, and thus unleashed it upon the realm of Caelid. So, you know, she basically, like, used a bioweapon nuke on Caelid, and now we all joke that it's Australia, because it's a place where everything's red, and it's desert, and there's giant mutant dogs, and giant mutant birds, and all lovely sorts of manner of fun creatures. And then this Erdtree Avatar decided to be annoying and kept spamming that damn slam pound, where it does, like, all the big magical projectiles that track you, and it's annoying to get away from. The thing I also didn't realize until after I beat the game was the Scarlet Rot ground pound slam attacks if you go behind the Erdtree avatar, it actually doesn't like spread there. It's primarily a forward attack. So that would have been good to know, so I wasn't constantly stuck running away from it. But oh well, that's just how these things are, right? It's just most of my Dark Souls experience is not knowing the easy way to do it and figuring it out, and then realizing, oh, there was an easy way or an obvious thing I missed. Like how I was struggling with Martyr Ligarius in Bloodborne, not realizing, like, oh, when he shoves that sword into the ground, you can just shoot it so it stops, like, spamming a Devil May Cry attack against you. Also in the background, you can see big, giant jar boy, big pot boy. He's at the Great Jar, and he's got like a little dueling fight club he's set up called with the Knights of the Great Jar. And so since that's not a boss fight, I didn't include it. But basically, it creates 3 random NPC duelists based on previous players who fought the Great Knights of the Jar. Knights of the Great Jar, whatever. And if you beat all 3 of them, you get the Great Jar's Arsenal, which is basically this game's version of Havel's Ring, only on steroids. So that's like pretty much a must-have if you're wanting to wear heavy armor. So you gotta beat the Knights of the Great Jar, and of course, when you go to do that, they will all be Moonveil or Rivers of Blood spammers. And I know, because at that point I was a Moonveil spammer, so I'm probably in there in some capacity, right? You could definitely tell that I was pretty underleveled. Again, this isn't in order of when I fought them, it's in order of general area, so we're not going from Limgrave to Caelid to Weeping Peninsula to Liurnia to Moog to this to that. But this was a fight where I wandered into Caelid early. I was like, let's go to Caelid, they said. It'll be fun, they said. And you jump over that wall, and the screen gives you the Mexico filter. I'm like, come on, let me win. Let me win. Let me win. And I was out of healing there, so I probably made that fight a little longer than it needed to be, but, such is the nature of things. And you get more tears for your wondrous physic from beating those Erdtree avatars. So then, if we're following the path, there is a catacombs there. And this catacombs houses not 1, but 2 Erdtree burial watchdogs. Oh, of course. The age-old question, what if there were 2? What if there were 2? What if there were 2? And of course these guys decide they're not going to let me get any of my sorceries off in time. That's just fun. Because again, strength intelligence, not necessarily the best way to go. This is a fight actually where, I came in here right after I beat that Erdtree avatar. But then I noped out for quite a long time because I was like, I don't know if I want to deal with 2 of these guys right now. And then also it was a fight where I was considering using Spirit Ashes. I did it without. I brought in my good old gank evasion Dark Souls 2 boss tactics. Separate 1, primarily focus on punishing that one, and the sorceries help so you can punish from ranged, and you always want to have some form of ranged attack. At least in my books, that's the idea. But it still wasn't easy. That's just kind of the one where I realized, like, this is going to be a trend for the whole game. This is not the last time this is going to happen. This is going to keep happening. They're going to keep throwing redone bosses, but 2 of them, aren't they? And, oh yeah, I was very correct about that. And then I realized, oh, I'm out of magic. This is bad. I need to get hits in. I need to DPS. I guess if you can get one down, then it's just fighting one. It's not so bad. But this is the fight where I also realized, like, you know what? Maybe you're supposed to use Spirit Ashes, which is why I started doing it more often. And again, I know that not everyone hates on people for using it. I know that majority of the players don't care, but there will be someone out there, which is why I say it, just in case. Most people don't care though. You know, they just, like, whatever you're doing, having fun, just do what you want. I just want to make it clear though that Spirit Ashes are not cheese, right? It's a legitimate mechanic in the game that they've definitely based a fair amount of the combat and balancing around. Let me win. Come on, you're dead already. You just need to step on a piece of Lego and you'll die. But yeah, pretty proud of that fight, personally. I think it was a pretty good one. And yeah, behold, I did it. Well done, well done. So now we're gonna keep going further into Caelid. Now we've got a series of underground ruins where, again, what if there were two? Remember Pumpkinhead from earlier? What if there were two? So yeah, another fight where I'm very glad to have magic abilities and ranged capabilities. Again, I know that there's probably someone who can do this fight with, like, fists only, and they're not allowed to, you know, block, or they're not allowed to dodge, or they're not allowed to run, or they're not allowed to just consume stamina at all. And I'm sure there's somebody who's like, oh, you know, I beat the game without even inserting the disc, and I was blindfolded, and I was underwater. Oh, oh no, let me out, let me out, let me win, let me out. But that's not the kind of person I am. I want a challenge to an extent. And again, funny how Elden Ring somehow manages to be the easiest Souls game and also the most difficult Souls game. It really is all depending on your build and how many of the tools you have at your disposal that you decide to use, which I think is great. You know, you can make this game as easy or as difficult as you want, whereas in past Souls games it was more of, do you decide to intentionally farm until you're 50 levels above the area, or do you summon in other players who know how to beat the boss for you? You know, like the equivalent of let me solo her, but for other bosses. Yeah, so I think it's a nice balance. It's just a little crazy that it seems you take so much more damage in the late game. Like, again, you can get away with like 30 vigor in any other FromSoft game, but in this one it seems like they're really pushing that you gotta have at least 50 vigor. I went all the way to 60 plus Morgott's Great Rune, and I was still feeling too squishy. I think that's also because strength is the only thing that gives you damage resistance to physical damage once you get to a certain level, and I was not playing with a strength build. So here we have, what is this, the jail tunnel. It's Gale, Old English version of it. In this area is a Magma Wyrm, and Magma Wyrm, again, another fun boss. This one's a little more annoying because it's such a tiny area that you fight it in, but at least this one, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have that buffed phase 2 where he stands on 2 legs. So there's a bit of a balance in that regard. But when he does his big enraged attack, it can be annoying for him to cover literally the entire arena in the lava. Right? But this fight is absolutely worth it because get one of the most overpowered, best weapons in the game. That's the good old Moonveil. So, after this point, you're probably going to start seeing some more Moonveil action, and then at a point, that's where I respected so I could do dual-wield katanas. But again, I want to iterate. Not that it matters, because I still did it, but I didn't know Moonveil was considered like the noob overpowered katana right next to Rivers of Blood. I wanted to keep the intelligence, but I wanted to switch to Dex. And I saw there was this Moonveil sword that scaled with intelligence and Dex. And then I also had this other thing called the Meteoric Blade, or the Meteoric Ore Blade, whatever it is, that similarly scaled with Dex and intelligence. And so I thought, let's just give this a try. Not realizing that I was buying into one of the most overpowered metas, apart from Rivers of Blood, you know. That's what at least I can say. I'm not a Rivers of Blood user. So here you go, the dual-wield katanas now. First fight where I'm trying it out. And the Frenzied Duelist. And this is where I was kind of like, you know, I like this. I really like this. I do so much damage, and I can get bleed in on the boss, and I can do giant chunks of health. I think I'm gonna keep this. This is quite nice. And it was all downhill from there, so we're gonna soon start saying goodbye to strength build and hello Dex build, right? All those people be like, oh, imagine leveling up Dex. Well, yeah, that's what I did, right? So, sorry to all you Giant Dad fans, but I did put points into dexterity. I'm telling people that I did level that up. So here we have a dragon fight that is probably one of the most annoying ones out of the regular dragon fights. This is Decaying Ixyx, I think. And hey, no, come back, I wasn't done with you. He's annoying because his breath attack is Scarlet Rot, which, of course, is very deadly. It's like toxic, but even more deadly. And every time he does his foot stomp, he leaves Scarlet Rot over the arena. And he has an attack where he just covers, like, literally the entire place in Scarlet Rot. I have no idea how you would do this without being on horseback. And I didn't know if lightning was a good choice because there's also, like, Dragon Wound Grease, which, you know, it's meant to be strong on dragons, right? I don't think I had anything for that. So, he's frustrating that he leaves Scarlet Rot everywhere. Frustrating that his heavy breath attacks can cover literally the entire arena in Scarlet Rot. And also frustrating that the items that you use to cure Scarlet Rot is, in a way, it's a finite amount. Because it's made from Sacramental Bud, which is a crafting material that doesn't respawn in the overworld like Mekala's Lily or St. Trina's Lily. And there's no vendor that sells infinite amounts of them. See, there you go, there's the whole cover the arena in Scarlet Rot, right? That's a fair move. So yeah, there is a incantation, Flame Cleanse Me, that cures Scarlet Rot. But, oh, that was a nice jump, good job, me. But I'm not sure if there's any kind of sorcery you could use to cure Scarlet Rot. I don't think so. And so again, magic user here, not a faith build. We don't do faith Faith builds around here. And what do you know, the one thing you need to cure Scarlet Rot is either a non-replenishing item, or it's an incantation that I don't have the skill points to use. Yeah, in my New Game Plus playthrough, I switched to Faith over Intelligence, so I was Dex and Faith. That just felt a lot better. Like, most of the sorceries, they are cool, but they're kind of all just variations on shoot a blue ball of magic at an enemy. Whereas the incantations, you have like so many cool and interesting ones, and there's such a large variety. I just feel that like they went more all out with the incantations in this game, perhaps because the classic meme had been, you know, like, who actually makes a miracle build in Dark Souls? Does anyone? And I know there are people who, but you know what I mean, like, you've got like lightning spears and that's it. And yes, you know what I mean, it's like, again, maybe I was under-leveled for the Caelid area, but it's like with no warning whatsoever, this dragon can just cover literally the entire arena in Scarlet Rot. And it's not just building up Scarlet Rot, it's like doing a tick damage to you as well. So I don't know how you would do this without being on a horse. And I find that to be like a more annoying move. Like, yeah, I'll talk about Melania's waterfowl dance, but I don't know, in a way it's kind of equally annoying that he can just, in seconds with no wind-up, cover the entire place with a status effect that will drain your health drastically. And it can only be cured by an incantation or an item that you can't really get more of in this game. Like, again, I love Dark Souls, I love Elden Ring. It's also difficult to critique because a lot of times the annoying decisions do make sense from lore perspective, right? Like, does it make sense that Scarlet Rot would be a difficult thing to cure? Well, yeah, of course. Does it make it work well for the gameplay? I don't know exactly. This is a bit of a tough question. Right? Like, you want it to properly convey the oppressive, difficult, dire situation, but you need a balance. And it's funny because, like, I stopped using Glintstone Pebble for a while once I unlocked other sorceries, and then I didn't realize, like, oh, Glintstone Pebble is actually a pretty powerful sorcery. At least maybe the balancing is different, because again, there have been patches come out between me recording this and me, like, talking about it, right? But I know the thing with Glintstone Pebble is it just scales very well, and you can spam it fast, so you get a good staff at the end, and it's like very easy to just spam away to your heart's content. So right a little further, right down the road, we've got more nighttime exclusive bosses. So we have another Knight's Cavalry, and I had trouble finding this guy because, you know, when I was cleaning up the area, looking on the map where I had missed, it was not where he said he was, but you can kind of encounter him like all along down the road. And I know it's hard for me to decide which ones are the most difficult. I think it's the flail ones, because they like will do a long charge where they're constantly swinging the flail, and it's just multitude of opportunities for you to, you know, get hit, which is not good, right? But yeah, as repetitive as these guys are, it's a fun fight. You know, good old horseback battle, Knight's Tale references, but right around here, this this is where I was maybe getting a little over-leveled for Caelid, because I knew it was going to be difficult. And I'd heard horror stories about fighting General Radahn, so I intentionally did as much of Liurnia as possible before going to Caelid, especially because I got teleported here earlier and I saw how intimidating and scary of a place this was. And then of course, just so happened to be my luck that the day before I went and fought Radahn, they nerfed him, and then I fought him, and then just a little bit after, then they buffed him back a bit again. So, I fought him at the worst possible time, but I used the summons anyway, so it probably wasn't going to be that bad. Yeah, so here we have a Deathrite bird. This was the actual first one I fought, because that one we saw in Liurnia was one that I didn't fight until after I'd beaten the game. And this is where I was kind of realizing, oh, this guy's actually a little more difficult than I was anticipating, because these guys, they do a kind of, I don't know exactly what it is. It's like a black flame sort of thing, but it's not the black flame of the Godskin Apostle or the Godskin Noble, but it does frostbite damage, so it's like a ice fire thing. I'm not sure exactly what damage it would be considered and what would be good in terms of damage negation. But yeah, these things hit like a truck. They got so many attacks, and it just becomes so annoying to deal with when they're spewing this frost flame thing all over the arena, because you take stun damage from it. So this one, again, not too bad, because it's, oh, that's an AoE, because it's earlier in the game. But once we get to those final ones in the mountaintops of giants and the consecrated snowfield, then it's, time to die. Yeah, I hate these things so much, and that was some luck. I didn't ever level up Arcane, but, that was luck alright. Yeah, definitely one of my most hated bosses in the game, because of oh, I don't know if I deserve to survive that. But I know that this weapon that you get from him, the Death's Poker, is a very good, very powerful one. So, you can get here nice and early and get that overpowered weapon. And then, further down, there's another set of catacombs that has another cemetery shade. Though I find it odd that the one in Caelid, which is supposedly more high level, is just here by himself, when I had the one with all the skellies in it before that was giving me so much trouble. And definitely a very Bloodborne style boss, in that he's a R1 spammer, and he moves very fast, and he doesn't give me a chance to heal. And he has a brain sucker type parasitic grab. And of course he just knew that as soon as I was going to use spells, that's when he does the alien parasite brain suck, But it's not as fun as Cthulhu and Demon Souls giving you the good suck, right? Yeah, I was playing very cautiously, and then I was just oh wait, I can just spam Glintstone Pebble, because that spell is actually kind of crazy overpowered in that, it does no FP consumption, and it's just very easy to spam with it because it fires so fast. So then down here we've got another set of caves. Gotta get all nice and buffed up, and this one is we fight a Clean Rot Knight duo fight. There's a spear one, and he's got some good tracking. That was bad. And of course I got hit by the Scarlet Rot right in the middle of the fight. And this is where I was kind of remembering, oh yeah, maybe I should keep the preserving boluses on my hotkey items, right? And it seems to me that the sickle one, the winged scythe one, that he was seemingly not aggroing at first, and I totally missed my opportunity to get in damage on the spear one. So, but then again, I'm pretty powerful, and big rusted iron anchor goes bonk, right? And again, like these guys, they're basically just a regular enemy later on at the Halig tree. But it makes sense that some surviving ones would be left over in Caelid after having fought against Radahn for millennia. And this is why I use the glintstone dual crown, because when you do the iridation gesture, it gives you, like, it all lights up and stuff, and I think that's hilarious. Like, it's just fun, right? This is my fashion souls. So there's another Everjail, which is further up along the way to the Dragon Barrow, and this is Battle Mage, huge. He's huge, but weak. And again, you fight a regular version of him as enemies in the Halig tree, and you get him as a Spirit Ash, so that's pretty nice. Weak foe ahead. Moving into the Swamp of Aeonia is a, not a mandatory boss, but probably a pretty important one to fight, which is Commander O'Neill. So, I'm not sure exactly what his deal is, if he's like somehow aligned with Malenia, because the reason you fight him is you're tasked from a sage named Gowry to find the unalloyed gold needle, and you need that to cure the scarlet rot from Millicent, who is his adopted daughter. And we're not going to see much of Millicent because I'm not putting in NPC quest lines here, but needless to say, her quest is probably my favorite in the game, and one of my favorite FromSoft quests, because it just gets you in the feels, and so Commander O'Neill is the boss that is holding the unalloyed gold needle, which, I mean, it would make sense that this needle is the one that Malenia had. And then when she unleashed the power of her scarlet rot in Caelid against General Radahn, she, I don't know if she, took the needle out or if it was part of her arm that was accidentally fell out, but basically it was a way to ward off the meddling of the outer gods, because Malenia's rot is that of a outer god that was sealed away by the blind swordsman, right, the one who trained her. So the unalloyed gold needle allowed her to resist the call of the scarlet rot and made it so that she wasn't going to be destroyed by it. So the needle is removed from her during the fight with Radahn, and now we find it here. And Millicent is a daughter of rot. She's born out of it. There's some kind of, genetic memory thing of sorts. And then she also has several sisters, so she's going on a quest basically to, discover her life and relive, Malenia's journey back to the Halig tree. And hence that's why we gotta take down Commander O'Neill so we can get the unalloyed gold needle and give it to Millicent so she won't just simply die from the rot. But yeah, I'll probably talk more about her when we get to some of the relevant bosses for her quest. But she's great. Love her so much. I made a point of specifically summoning her for every boss fight that I could in the second playthrough, because I was playing through as Malenia. But yeah, that's why you use ranged magic, so you can just get the boss there at the end, and I learned to eventually keep throwing daggers specifically for that purpose, and yay, unalloyed gold needle unlocked. So now, once we talk to Gowry, he will tell us the secret of the town of Celia, which is that you need to light these 3 torches on the tops of the roofs, and then that will let you unlock the next area to Millicent, and also allow you to fight a boss in the area, the Nox Swordstress and Nox Priest, which I believe these guys are somehow related to the Eternal Cities, because you can find these guys in Eternal Cities. As to what they're doing here, I'm not sure exactly, but in any case, weak foe ahead, right? So long as you don't get greedy. Yeah, Celia is not one of my favorite areas. There's just so many mobs that just spawn in out of nowhere because they're invisible, and you just gotta do a bunch of parkour on the rooftops. It's not necessarily appealing to me. So then, if you were the unlucky person to get teleported into the Kaled mines, you might have decided to go through the dungeon, like me, and encounter the Falling Star Beast. So I tried fighting this guy back when I got teleported into the mines, and I got wrecked so hard, and I could barely get a chance to breathe. So I made a point of not coming back here until far later in the game. I already have mimicked here. And then I realized, maybe I waited too long to go and fight this guy, because now it's a little too much of a cakewalk. So, oh well, there'll be a couple more fights with this guy later. We can give ourselves a bit more of a challenge, but it's worth it because you get some very nice upgrade materials. And here we go, more dual-wield katana action. Brace yourself, it's coming. And then further up the way, past the Church of the Plague, where Millicent is the Crystallian Trio with Scarlet Rot. This is again, I talked about the Crystallians fights earlier, and the Erdtree Watchdog fights make me go, maybe if the game's gonna throw multiple of a boss at me in one room, maybe I'm gonna throw Spirit Ashes at them. This was also the one that kind of made me realize, you know what? All those jokes about, oh, it's Dark Souls 2, because there's power stancing. No, it's Dark Souls 2, because there's so many repeated bosses, and so many bosses that's just, what if this boss, but 2 of them? And this is the one, the most annoying fight of those, the triple Crystallian gank fight. And the one that they knew everyone was going to love so much that they repeated it twice in different encounters. And you see, this is where I realized, oh, I don't have the Scarlet Rot gear, the Preserving Boluses, on my hotkey items, so I had to do some panic inventory there to get it back. And yeah, again, I still had not realized you could upgrade Spirit Ashes. So my guys were getting just killed off right away. Don't worry, I got it eventually once I figured out, oh, you gotta talk to Roderica so she can be all like, are you here for spirit tuning? But again, it's a fight that does get easier as it goes on because you're, getting rid of the fact that there's 3 of them. But also, it would help if I remembered, oh yeah, maybe I should, keep the Scarlet Rot gear on the hotkey for when it just all of a sudden shows up and I'm not expecting it. So the Crystallians, they're like creatures that are carved out of the crystal, but they also have a lord of their own. I don't know if it's necessarily the Scarlet Rot Lord, but I do know that this is why I hadn't completely abandoned having the base cannon, because dual katanas is not a good choice for this fight, but big strength bonk weapon is good choice. And yay, someone appraised my message. That was nice of them, so I could get a free heal out of it. And now it's just a single one, so this shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, trick with the Crystallians is lots of DPS, and oh, are you kidding me? Not again. Lots of DPS and lots of strong attacks, lots of jump attacks, lots of heavy attacks, all manner of that sort of thing. Just anything that'll break through the crystal and the poise so that they go down. And there you have it. One of the most annoying fights in the game. Didn't take me too many tries, but again, I might be overleveled. And yeah, trio, dastard, that's putting it lightly, alright. So now we're going to take the jump into Grail's Dragon Barrow. Ooh. So this place is basically just another extension of Caelid, but the difficulty is a lot more insane in this area. I don't know exactly what the deal is behind it. Like, I don't know if they were planning that you could maybe get to Crumbling Farm Azula through the Dragon Barrow and the Bestial Sanctum, but it's weird that you just simply go up a spirit spring that is very easy to access and would make sense to go through because it's just right there along your path, and all of a sudden you're in like endgame territory for difficulty. Like, you can get here so early through a waygate behind the church, and then there's that giant gargoyle that'll just one-shot you until you're level 180, and there's all these dragons around here, and, you know, oh, that's bad. You're supposed to go to the Divine Towers to activate the Great Runes, but that Divine Tower of Caelid is also housing a whole extra area with a very difficult boss. So, yeah, I'm not sure when they were wanting you to go to this area, seeing as there's so many ways to get here early, but everything does endgame damage difficulty, and you get endgame level upgrade equipments. There's like +7 and +8 smithing stones here. So, yeah, a very odd choice. I don't know exactly what it is. In any case, what we're doing right now is, this is not really a boss, but there's this big, giant, dying dragon, and she's like the mother of all of these dragons, and I think her name's Grail, hence why it's Grail's Dragon Barrow. And you can get her roar as a power, and it like gives you a debuff, so you do less damage. That's why my character's kind of glowing red right now. And so what I wanted to do is, basically this dragon is the thing everybody uses to get a bunch of souls in the early game, because it just sits there and lets you fight it, and, you know, doesn't really do anything, just makes you a little weak. But if you've got bleed, it'll procure, right? Proc, that's what it stands for, I think, if my knowledge is correct. Proc the bleed and do a whole ton of damage. But I wanted to see if I could do it the legit way, which is to kill all these dragons around it first. And I wasn't realizing until later on in this fight, but every time you kill one of these dragons, it actually takes a big chunk of Grail's health away. So, you know, that's one way you could do it, is killing all these dragons, and that is how I did it. But most people will probably just grab a bleed weapon like the Morning Star or a katana, and, you know, just do the whole tail thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Again, it's kind of like a thing you could do if you're an evil person, but, you know, do we want to do that? I don't know. I'm going to, for the video's sake. And yeah, there it is. That roar is like some kind of an attack debuff, I think, because you can get that roar, and that's what it does. And all of these dragons, they'll just die automatically when you kill Grail, which is why you can get so many souls from doing this, because you'll get the souls from killing her, and the souls from all the dragons you defeated. Though thankfully they're pretty weak, and they they start with very little health, so not much to worry about there. That's when I noticed, like, there, she's almost dead. So I'm like, alright, well, Grail, your time has come to face the true dragon master. This is where I was just getting the gold pickle foot ready to get more souls. Yeah. Oh, you didn't see that. I killed her in one hit. First try. So now let's see how many souls we get out of this. And I've also got that boost from, like, being in the groups and stuff, the Earth Tree Blessing, and, oh damn, yeah. We got, like, what, at least 80,000 there. Pretty nice amount. So yeah, there we go. Very well done. Again, I wouldn't necessarily recommend this area earlier in the game. I think, like, I teleported to Garang, and then I went exploring around and was like, oh, I'm doing, like, the most minuscule amount of damage to these enemies and these bosses, and they are two-shotting me, so maybe it's, like, not a good thing for me to be fighting these guys right now, you know? And you see there, I was using Common Azure, because at this point I think I'd gone up to Mount Gilmore and found that spell, but I hadn't unlocked the infinite FP. So, I was just trying to whittle them down with as much spells as possible, because that's what you get the spells for, right? It's for ranged attack. Though I don't know if I'd ever do full mage build. I think I said that already. It's just not my style, because, bosses don't give you as many openings, and, thanks for the free heals, but also, of course, as I go to attack, you do your big laser spam. Haha, you can't get me up. Oh, no, you can, never mind. Yeah, once again, these are the putrid avatars, the Scarlet Rot version. There's so much Scarlet Rot in this game, more Scarlet Rot than any Toxic before, and then there's so much more basilisks in this game. Like, there's probably more basilisks in a single area of this game than there are in the entirety of every other Dark Souls game put together. I don't know if I've said this yet, but it was something I was saying, kind of, as I was, like, playing this game and talking with people about it, but I don't know if Elden Ring is Dark Souls at its best, but it is definitely Dark Souls at its most. Also, pro tip, if didn't realize until I beat the game, but the Scarlet Rot Ground Pound Slam the putrid avatars do. It's actually better if you run behind them, because the spread of the Scarlet Rot goes entirely out front. But I didn't realize that. There's me just running away again. That's all I do, just like Shinji, making him proud. But yeah, it's Dark Souls at its most in terms of, oh wow, good one, Hudson. In terms of repeating bosses and, crazy difficulty. Like, just think, what's an element of Dark Souls 2 or 3, and now electrify it and amplify it for its most. That is Elden Ring. In some cases it's for the better, and in some cases it's for the worst. Oh well. But yeah, there we go. Got ourselves some more tears for the wondrous physic flask. There's also a cave down in here, which I didn't find until much later, and it's got two of these beastmen of Farum Azula, and again, I think it's funny that they're taking a regular enemy from such a late game area and throwing it in as a special boss, but you don't know if it's going to be a regular late game enemy. So here I was, just trying to, figure out something and get a bit of a stun lock on a guy. And, again, this is where I'd upgraded the Spirit Ashes a bit. And this is where I decided again, if the game is going to throw 2 of a boss at me, and it's going to give me a complete easy way to throw 2 of a boss back at it, then that's what I'm going to do. Also, let's be real, the real boss of this cave is that giant rune bear on the way in. And it's funny because I was trying to defeat it, but if you get grabbed by the attack, it like clips through the floor afterwards. It's very odd. So I didn't show that because it's not a boss, but it's the real boss of this cave. Let's be real. And again, if you get good Spirit Ashes and you summon them up, it's very easy to get a nice AI break stun lock. And yeah, good job. You're a worthy investment. Banished Knight Oleg. Well done indeed. So again, you're seeing the dual katanas, because this is officially where I had respected over into Dex over Strength, and oh, you guys didn't see that. You know, it's I swear this works. Just yeah, give me a second to try again. You know, you just gotta stand right here and Kamehameha. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, well, okay, the second time's not the charm, maybe third time's the charm. Kamehameha. Aha. All of that for me to, like, tickle his face in something that probably wasn't even as much damage as if I had just hit him with my swords. Well done, me. And you still got hit by an attack that drained half your health anyways. So yeah, obviously I hadn't really gotten the hang of Comet Azuring people yet. And again, even when I started doing it, I wasn't going like really as all out as I could. Like, I know with some people it's like they specifically use the staff that boosts like the primeval comet sorceries, and they wear the specific helmet, and then they do the whole like red tier stone ring equivalent by dropping their health down real low. The side question is, how exactly would you do that? Like, I know in other games you could like put on the mimic helmet, and it would drain your health, but is there a way you can do that besides having to poison or seppuku yourself? I didn't really bother with that strat, so I don't know. But in any case, this is Flying Dragon Grail, not to be confused with Grail. And he's just another fire-breathing dragon, kind of like a super version of Agil. But this one, it's a little different because you fight him on a bridge, right? That was a thing that always happens in every Dark Souls game, is you fight a dragon on a bridge. Yeah, what is it? The Red Dragon in Demon's Souls. You had the Hellkite Dragon in Dark Souls 1. Sin, the Slumbering Dragon, attacks you on a bridge in Dark Souls 2. And Dark Souls 3, you had Dark Eater Meteor. And then, I don't know, I wasn't really flying dragons in Bloodborne. In Sekiro, they broke new ground by making it a giant snake that attacked you on a bridge. But here we went back to giant dragon on the bridge, only this time it's a full-on proper boss fight, so yeah, that's pretty cool. I like it. And of course, what would an area in Elden Ring be without a Knights Cavalry fight? So here I was trying to get a little better at the Common Azure, and you know, there you go, it wasn't that bad. But again, I think I was only having the stats for it by having the Glintstone Crown to give me +6, and Godrick's Great Rune giving me +5. So if I haven't explained the Great Runes too much, they all have special abilities, and you have to use a rune arc to enable them. And it's kind of funny how Godrick's Great Rune, the first one you get, is probably one of the best ones. And then you get a couple others that come pretty close to being as good and having their own uses. But then the ones you get at the end of the game are of either very niche or useless. So Godrick's Great Rune gives you +5 to every stat, which is very great because it can give you that boost in endurance for carry weight, or in any of the stat requirements for certain gear. Just all around a good thing to have. Then you got Radahn's Great Rune, which gives you bonus health, FP, and stamina. And that one can be better in late game because it's based on a flat percentage, whereas, 5 extra levels of vigor late game is not going to be nearly as much of an investment because, you're already so high of a level. Then you got Morgott's Great Rune, which is basically just like an Emperor from Dark Souls 3, and then it gives you a massive health boost. So that one's pretty good, if you just want big health bar. Rykard's Great Rune makes you regain health after you kill enemies, and that would stack nicely with the Taker's cameo, so it's pretty good. Then you have Mohg's Great Rune, and it's something to do with like phantoms or summons or something, and you kidding me, really? Funny, I hadn't meant to use that spell, but it worked. And then you got Malenia's Great Rune, which is cool that it's like a discount Bloodborne mode, but it also makes it so your flasks don't heal nearly as much, so it's quite the big trade-off, and I don't think it's really worth it. Plus, you probably won't get Malenia's Great Rune until the end of the game, when you would normally fight her, and the Great Runes unfortunately don't carry over to New Game Plus, which is pretty lame. So, again, as you see here, I had unlocked the Infinite Common Azure, Infinite FP, and I didn't mean to use it there, because I'm dumb. Yeah, I unlocked it by this point. And again, I just liked using it as a way to just burn off a chunk of health at the start of a fight, especially with fights that I knew were going to be very difficult. Because again, I'm not sure when you're supposed to come to this area. There's so many ways to easily access it, but everything is going to absolutely wreck your face in. I remember trying this guy when I first got here, and it was a legit one-shot. And even now it's still quite a lot of damage. Right? But I think I don't know when you're supposed to come here. It's a very odd place. It's why I don't like it that much, and how are you supposed to deal with the big rage attack? I don't know. I don't know if I actually got good at this fight as it was. I just survived long enough to make sure his health bar ran out before mine, because I can heal and he can't. Yeah, there's Mohg's Great Rune, and that one's to do with it grants a blessing of blood to phantoms, so it's something to do with helping out your spirit ashes or your NPC summons. It's an odd one, I've never used it. And Rennala's Great Rune is not one you use, it's just what you have to unlock the fact that you can use larva tears for respec, right? Now, coming up, there is a little bit of cheese involved in this fight, but it wasn't intentional, I swear. It's just, I was fighting him and he just yeeted off the cliff. Did I win? Did I win? Oh no, he's just down there. Okay, well, can you come back now, please? Can we continue this fight? And no, great, he's out of range. And so I'm just wasting my spells right now. Oh no, there we go. And this was before I figured out that Rock Sling is the best ranged one. Loretta's Great Bow is good, even if it's slow firing. And then you get that one late in the game where it gives you 4 Great Bows, but I didn't get as many opportunities to use that one. So again, I don't know if this counts as cheese, but I did it, guys. I beat him, I win, yay. And this is also my hint as to what is max level in this game, because this random mini-boss gave me like 90k souls. That's a lot. And we can't forget, of course, about the amazingly horrible bell-bearing hunter. So, I've mentioned these guys before and you've seen them already, but this guy, this one, is like, I don't know what it is, but he's like so overtuned. And again, another boss that everyone kind of agrees on. Something about this guy is it's like, I don't know what it is, it's like he was an endgame boss, but he accidentally ended up in a pretty easily accessible area. Like, keep in mind at this point, I think I've got like at least 50 or 60 vigor. I might not be wearing the heaviest of armor, and somehow he's taking out half my health bar with one hit. So the best trick I found for these guys is you actually want to stay very close, because he gets locked into a cycle of only really doing the shield bash or the grab. You want to do anything in your power to prevent him from doing one of his like ranged blade attacks where he swings the sword around, because it's so annoying the timing. He like swings it so fast so you can't roll through the second one, and you're guaranteed to get hit, and he can throw it out like so far. But that's how I beat this one, and never want to do that again, you know. So we're pretty much wrapping up things in Caelid now, and it's time to get into the big legacy dungeon area, which is Castle Redmane. Redmane Castle. It's a small legacy dungeon. There's not too much to it. And if you come here before the Radahn festival has started, you're gonna fight this duo fight of a Misbegotten warrior and a Crucible Knight. And the festival starts when you've either like progressed Ronnie's quest or you've gotten to Altus Plateau with the Grand Lift of Dictus, right? And again, that shield charge, man, he like delays it just in time to annoy you. And always anticipate that the combo is never over with these guys, right? So it is an annoying fight because of its duo nature, but again, I came here late, so gotta delay that roll. So I was already pretty good at DPSing with, you know, dual wield, dex, intelligence, katanas, right? Moonveil OP. I actually missed this fight when I first came here, because if the Radahn festival has started, then you'll see when you come in here there's going to be a whole bunch of NPCs hanging around waiting for their chance to fight Radahn. So if you do miss your opportunity, all you have to do is, after you beat Radahn, you can talk to the guy organizing the festival, Jaren, I think it is. And then he leaves, and then Castle Redmane resets to how it was before. Oh man, the length on those tail swipes. It's crazy. So I was like, you know what, let's just get you down while you're in a corner. I think, or what did you go up there? How did you? I don't know, I think somehow he glitched himself out of the map, so then the game reset him to where he's supposed to spawn in. And oh, that's great. Yeah, just my luck that every time I try to use the flashy meteorite spell, it's always at a bad time. But yeah, once we got that down, that's it. And you get a legendary ornament out of that, the Ruins Great Sword. Ooh, big bonk, big strength, big smash. So now, when we come back here during the festival, this is our chance to fight Starscourge Radahn. And there's a whole manner of other spirits around here, including Alexander the Warrior Jar, Blythe, Wolf Daddy, was it Great Horned, Targoth, or the Goat Guy, right? Or no, This is the go guy, he's a big bonk guy, big hammer bonk. And Lionel, the Lionhearted. And there's the one maiden spellcaster girl who just does nothing but bow to you. And Okina, who is the guy who uses Rivers of Blood, because he's a noob, right? And this is Jaren, who's also a witch hunter. And he can join us for the fight as well, so you can just get this whole army of people fighting for you. And I love this, like you talk to him and he's got to do a big cutscene, you know. Before we begin, allow me to paint you the full picture. It's such a cool build-up. I like how they wanted to have the intro cutscene for Radahn, but they didn't want to break the flow of you getting all summoned in and ready for when he starts going crazy with the arrows. So they had his intro cutscene play by talking to the NPC before the fight. It was a nice change of pace. So yeah, General Radahn fought with Melania the Severed, and she used her Scarlet Rod blood to infect Radahn and basically, you know, destroy all of Caelid. So Radahn is not really what he used to be. He's past his prime. All he does is he just defeats everyone who comes near him. So this whole festival, it's like a fun way of all of his friends to like help put him out of his misery, but like in a honorable warrior's death sort of way. It's such a cool thing. The revels begin. A celebration of war. The Radahn Festival. Ah, what a great intro. So now we just have to go down behind the church, and the elevator will take us down. So again, I was very nervous for this fight, because I'd heard the horror stories of how, like, oh, this guy is the toughest boss in FromSoft history. But to be fair, it was also people soloing him with, like, 20 vigor. And of course, as soon as I go to fight him, having prepared myself by being pretty high level for the area, and, like, doing all my training, that's when they decide to nerf him a bit, which, you know, I'm okay with. I think the big issue was that the areas that Radahn was blocking access to were too much of a cakewalk for people, because they had to get very high level for Radahn. At least, I don't know, that's how it was. You know, they wanted him to be tough, but not too tough, because then after this, everything else until late game became, you know, too easy for the players that were over level. And so again, I am going to use the NPC summons for this fight, and this fight in particular, because the way the fight is set up is that there's a whole bunch of NPCs. You can summon basically everyone we saw in the waiting room, and you can keep summoning them in multiple times. So basically the game is treating Radahn like he's a raid boss, you know, big giant guy who we need to summon in all of our help for, right? And like, okay, quick, summon him. No, wait, no, triangle. Triangle is summon. Okay, triangle, summon. Spam triangle. Just summon in everybody. Get everybody in there. Come on, everyone. We're all fighting. Yeah, casual greeting. That's great. Did I summon you? Let's go. Ow, that hurt. Also, I don't know if I was able to do it, but you can summon Patches for this fight, but he basically takes like 3 steps in, and then he runs away, and it just says Patches returned to his home world. I love it so much. It's such a great detail. It's hilarious. So once you get past the arrows, he now brings out the big swords. And yeah, we're just gonna gank him. That's what we do. Because again, if the game is going to go out of its way to design the fight that you're allowed to summon multiple NPCs and have a big battle with him, then yeah, I'm gonna take full advantage of that. And you know what? If that's too bad of a thing, well, in New Game Plus, I soloed him as Malenia and specifically used the Scarlet Rod attack for lore purposes. But yeah, he's such a fun fight. I love him so much. And if you're worried about his poor little horse that he's riding around on, well, his horse named Leonard, Radahn specifically learned gravity magic when he was young, so that he wouldn't be too big for his horse, because he's such a Chad. And this is where I was like, oh, he just dips out, and then, wait, what's that in the distance? Oh, damn. Gotta be one of the coolest Phase 2 transitions a boss has had. He just, is like, alright, horse, I'm gonna leap into the sky, and we're gonna come firing down to the earth like a meteorite. It's such a great attack, and I love seeing people's reaction, just getting totally one-shot by it. It's so hilarious. And now he's got these magic rocks around him that he's summoned with his gravity magic, and he's waiting for the chance to unleash them. Yeah, this fight is fun. And again, I never had that much of the crushing difficulty experience because in the first playthrough, I was overleveled and they nerfed him. And then in the second playthrough, while they had slightly buffed him back up a bit again, ow, they had also, well, I was in New Game Plus, and I was Malenia, so, pretty difficult to lose that fight. Ow, again. Oh, so many great moments. I'm like, let's go. Get him down. Get him down. Yeah, and again, I know that I'm probably sounding like more of a Malenia fan than a Starscourge Radahn fan. I do like Malenia more as a character, but let's be real, Radahn's a total badass, and he's great. Though strangely enough, it doesn't give us a victory message when we beat him or Malenia. I'm not really sure what's up with that. Is he not dead? Exactly, I don't know. And then here's the crazy thing is Radahn somehow had set in place gravity magic to prevent the movement of the stars. And that's why for Ronnie's quest we need to defeat him so that the stars can be once again set in motion. And we get to see a shooting star crash down. So I guess we'll have to go investigate that and figure out what that was all about. Ooh, spooky. And that's how much of a badass he was, even with his brain eaten away. He had set up magic to hold back the stars. You have to earn the title Conqueror of the Stars. How crazy is that? And of course, they didn't just build a big giant open area for nothing. Of course, there was a hidden set of catacombs at the end of it. The War Dead catacombs, where you find all these ghosts of both the Redmane and Cleanrot Knights fighting in endless war because their spirits haven't been properly returned to the Erd-Tree roots. And at the bottom of the catacombs is a putrid tree spirit. So again, it's like a ulcerated tree spirit, but it does scarlet rot. And again, I don't hate these things, despite how abundant they are. I think they're an interesting fight. I don't like fighting them in enclosed, cramped spaces, which, again, is unfortunately most of the fights, which is why most people probably hate them. And the Scarlet Rot ones are annoying because if you get hit by that grab attack, it's probably going to be a one-shot, because it will grab you, damage you, and infect you with Scarlet Rot, so that by the time you've gotten back up, your health has been drained from the grab attack. Especially that putrid tree spirit in Halic Tree, which you need to kill to finish Millicent's quest. I mean, I don't show that one because that one's not a proper boss, it's a mini boss, but yeah, that one in particular, it's in the middle of a Scarlet Rot lake. Though it just seems on that one in particular, it'll either wreck me or I'll just win with ease. also, these guys are weak to fire. There's not really many fire spells. The fire is in the incantations, but I found I liked using the Black Flame incantation because not only does it damage them, but it also will do damage over time for a little bit. So yeah, it's a bit of a difficult set of catacombs with all of the knights and very tanky enemies and the crazy camera beast at the end of it, but again, it seems to be that that's FromSoft's thing. They always gotta throw one good old camera beast in there, right? And I don't think these guys are as annoying as, like, Dark Beast Parl or the Laron Dark Beast from Bloodborne. That was a very most case of being an annoying camera, you know. But yeah, this will almost wrap us up for Caelid. We've also got to go activate Radahn's Great Rune in the Divine Tower, and I find it odd that the Caelid Divine Tower is the only one that has kind of a bit of a level to it. Like, you have to scale the tower and then descend it, and then there's a boss. You don't have to do any of that for the Great Rune, but, you know, it's there. But every other Divine Tower is just kind of show up, ride the elevator to the top, and that's it. Would have been cool maybe to see more puzzle bits in those Divine Towers, though. Hopefully not platforming ones, because we all know the most annoying part of FromSoft games is the platforming in a game that wasn't designed for platforming. So, here's the Divine Tower of Caelid. Again, if you want to activate Radahn's Great Rune, you have to go to the top. But for our purposes, we've gone down to the very bottom to fight the Godskin Apostle. And I think he's definitely a hated boss because of his input read Black Flame Fireball. Basically, it just seems whenever you decide to heal is when he decides to throw a Black Flame at you. And it's always that the timing of you healing is the time that it takes him to throw the fireball. So here I was like, alright, do the fireball. I know you want to do it, come on. Okay, I'll drink from my flask. Ha ha, I gotcha. You weren't expecting that, were you? So yeah, this fight also a very difficult one because it's part of Grail's Dragon Barrow, and I don't know what, again, when you're supposed to come here, like what level you're supposed to be. Like if you're supposed to fight Radahn at like level 70, you know, what level you're supposed to be for this, because I was probably higher than that, and I still found this to be a tough fight, and he was very tanky, and hit very hard. And I mean, so many people have made jokes about, you know, oh, Godskin, more like foreskin. And when he does stuff like this, like turning into like Mr. Elastic, Mr. Fantastic, it does not help me to stop thinking of that comparison. But in some ways I find the second phase kind of easier because he has more attacks that you can punish. Like when he does the big whirlwind attack, at least when he's stretching out his body. So, I don't know exactly the Godskin lore. Something like they served, I think, the Gloam-Eyed Queen, and they were, you know, literally slaying gods with a god-slaying black flame and wearing their skin. But then Malekith defeated them and took their power away, and, you know, the flame was part of the rune sealed away, I think. So, the next step we can do in the game is Ronnie's quest, involving us going into the hidden city of Nokron, the Eternal City. And, so what I was doing here was fighting the next boss, which is either the strongest fight or the weakest fight. And it's the Mimic tier fight. So it's like this little slime that just automatically impersonates whatever your build is. And yes, I did actually die to it once, because you can cheese this fight by basically unequipping everything and walking into the fight, because then your Mimic will have nothing. And I love how my Mimic is was spamming Moonveil back at me. Like, I was kind of like, oh, so that's how it feels. But I wanted to do this legit. And I'm like, no, you can't spam that at me. That's my move. But, yeah, I was impressed. This guy actually put up a half-decent fight. Like, look at him, he's such a badass. And then, later on, when I started using Mimic Tier, like, it was, for me at least, it was the game's hidden easy mode, besides using magic, was using Mimic Tier. Because, yeah, how's that feel? Oh, right, you have Estes. I know everyone talks about how they nerfed Mimic Tier, and I never got to experience the Mimic Tier pre-nerf, and I saw lots of people discussing like, oh, my Mimic Tier's useless now, Black Knife Tish all the way. But in my opinion, no, my Mimic Tier is still a badass. Like, he just runs in with Katana as he's like using throwing darts, buffing himself, spamming Moonveil. Like, this dude is great. So, you know, it was a fun fight. But then I realized, wait a minute, weak foe. Didn't expect weak foe. Time for introspection. All the notes around the ground are so hilarious on this. Yeah, why is it always weak foe? Wait a minute, what do you mean? So yeah, it's a very fun fight, a very fun concept, and it'll eventually lead you to one of the best Spirit Ashes if you explore the city a little more. So, next up we have the Regal Ancestor Spirit, who is, you know, a reskin, beefed up version of the regular Ancestor Spirit, and I do find it odd that this is a redone boss, because it's like you find another forest area in Nokron, very much like Siofra River. Where'd you go? Oh, okay, you're over there now. Alright then, fine. And you've got to do like the exact same thing where you light the torches to be able to interact with the corpse. It just feels very odd, and I can only guess that they put this in just to make it so that there was more chance that players would encounter an Ancestor Spirit. But yeah, it makes the other fight kind of redundant, because this is a little more challenging, and the boss has more moves, and he's also got like a healing ability, which there's these spirits around the arena. Depending on how many he is close to, when he does that attack will determine how much he heals. So, again, very great fight to get out your inner Miyazaki. As it was like, wait, where's my staff again? I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to do here. I was like, oh, I'm gonna use Common Azure. And then by the time I was ready to actually, you know, do the magic spell spam, it worn off, so kind of useless at this point. But we got some good damage with the meteor there. That was fun. You can get the Astel's meteor later on. That's a pretty fun one. It's like a much more stronger version of that. Again, this is why I don't normally rely on magic in boss fights, because I'm very bad at like selecting the wrong spell or not paying attention to anything like what it is I'm actually doing. But yeah, good fight. It's just odd that it's repeated. God, of all the fights to repeat, a bit of a strange one. This is like the true fight though, because you get the remembrance from this fight, which is the boss soul. And yeah, there's all the other spirits on the ground. Maybe it's like a Moog Margit sort of thing, where, you know, you just fought a fake version and now you fight the real one. So this here is the Godskin Noble, you know, the Snorlax of this game, the Ornstein and Smo, whatever it is. And this one, as you can see, does not have a boss health bar. it is just a mini boss, but I figured I would include it because my other fight with the singular Godskin Noble, well, you'll see how that goes. So he's such a strange guy, such a strange fight. He just goes all roly-poly. It's kind of hilarious, and then I realized, oh, I've got the wrong thing out. Let's go. Heal, please. Mercy, heal. And yep, gotta dodge the input read Black Flame. See how when he enrages, he has like this belly thrust and a belly slam that even hits you when you're not near it. It's such a strange fight. Like, normally with the big guys you'd think they're slow, but this guy's actually faster than the Godskin Apostle. And when he does the big repeated slashes, it's just like crazy damage. But he's no match for the power of bleed. And yeah, this one is guarding the Divine Tower of Liurnia, which we need to do to get both the Curse Mark of Death, or the Death Rune from Ronnie's real body. I don't think you actually need to go through it for Ronnie's quest, though. Like, she gives you the carrying inverted statue, and then when you come back, she's gone on to the next area and transformed herself into a doll. But you need to do it for Fia's quest. And so, this is where I was like, oh, gargoyles. Is this going to be another dual gargoyle fight? Well, wouldn't be a Dark Souls game without a gargoyle duo. And thankfully much better than those god-awful belfry gargoyles in Dark Souls 2. Though these guys are annoying in their own ways, because they're very tanky, and they're very high resistance to pretty much all forms of damage. And then I was realizing, oh, I just used a flask, not the one I wanted. So yeah, much like the other gargoyles and the man-eater fights from Demon Souls, a second one shows up at 50% health. And I think I had upgraded my Mimic tier like a little bit, but not that much. And this is where I was realizing, like, oh, he's actually not doing as well as I hoped. Because my whole thing is I wanted you, Mimic tier, to handle one while I handled the other. And instead you ran over and you got, like, stun locked into just getting knocked over. And the other annoying thing about these gargoyles is they have like an added poison attack. And the poison attack, it like not only is hard to see and spreads poison over the ground, but it also does like a tick damage. You know, that was the annoying thing about like the status effects in this game, like the Scarlet Rot and the poison. Like, they made it so that not only does it build up a status effect, but it also slowly does damage over time. I found that very annoying to deal with, and, you know, just a little more frustrating, and I don't want to say unfair, but, like, you know, it was kind of getting into that realm, especially with, like, the Ghost Flame Frostbite stuff that those Deathray birds use. Like, how is it, like, fair or, like, you know, not total crazy annoying to do a AoE damage over time on the ground that does a status effect to you and is slowly damaging you, and it's just constantly stunning you, so you're trying to do anything in your character's taking a step and going, tss, 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 tss. But thankfully, that's why we carry magic with us, so that we can, you know, deal with guys at ranged once they're separated. See, that felt like the Mimic tier fights that people have told me about. So now, this is where we've got the proper sort of setup. We've got the Common Azure, Infinite, FP, Wondrous Physic tier. And so I was like, you know what? Let's just see how well this works. Can I actually pull this off with this mini-boss Erdtree avatar? And you know what? Yeah, I can. So that one's, again, it's a mini boss, not a proper boss fight. But I was like, can I melt him with Common Azure? I can. That's fun. I want to do that more often. So this area is the Deep Root Depths, which is a disgustingly dark area, but I love it for its oppressive atmosphere. And you've got that cave area with all the giant ants. It's just like so creepy, but like in a good way. And there's so many basilisks, like, yeah. So here's a Crucible Knight. This is one of the leaders of them, and yep, there you go. Get Common Azured. I figured there's enough Crucible Knight fights in the game. Do we really need one more lengthy one? Like, yeah, well done. So now we progress through the Deep Root Depths, and we get to this terrifying looking area where I'm like, oh no, this is a boss fight arena, isn't it? I'm like, what? What is that thing? Bewary of Despair, no kidding. What is that? It's like a fish thing, but like an orphan of Kos, like this. That's like Kos's, the Kos parasite, like orphan of Kos's mom. Some giant thing. What is that? Well, that is Godwyn the Golden. That's his body. And yeah, I didn't expect monstrosity. No kidding. So then there's a bit of a jump scare coming up here that like rattled me, because I was like, I know there's a boss fight here. Like, oh, it's Fia's champions. So Fia, oh, wow, that was easy. Fia's champions are, you know, her subs for her OnlyFans, right? Nothing wrong with that, by the way. I support people on OnlyFans. You know, they're making a living. What's wrong with that? And that's Roger, because he is, you know, slept with Fia, like, laid with her, not laid with her, you know. So Fia's like your waifu in the Round Table Hold, who gives you hugs, and it debuffs your health, but gives you a Baldachin's Blessing, which increases poise for a little bit. I forgot, oh right, NPCs have just like perfect dodge read, yay, that's fun. So, after you do a quest for Fia, she murders D because he was going to murder her, because she is like living in death. She's an undead person who wants to resurrect the soul of Godwyn the Golden. He was the first of the demigods to die, murdered in the Night of the Black Knives with the Black Knife Assassins in the Rune of Death. And so his soul is dead, but his body is not. So his body is like gone and infested the roots of the Erd Tree with a death blight, and that gave birth to the basilisks, and that's why there's another weird head of his growing in Stormvale Castle. So Fia is basically, as a deathbed companion, absorbs vigor from those who lay with her, so that she may one day use this stored energy to produce a new mending rune, which will basically end the persecution of those who live in death. And in a way, it's like her surrogate child of sorts. But to do that, we have to enter the deathbed dream, where we uncover the memory of Lichdragon Fortissax. Oh man, this fight is not the most difficult, crazy fight in the game, but it is certainly one of the most of a spectacle fight, and so creative. Like, he's a dragon who has fire, and he has red lightning, and he has death blight. And if you're near him, you're like slowly building up like a static electricity discharge. This guy is so cool. One of my favorite dragon fights in the series, if it weren't for another one coming up much later in the video. And yeah, so this was, I think, the main friend of Godwyn, the dragon he befriended, and the dragon tried to save his soul, but in the end he was just corrupted with the power of death. And how badass badass is it that this guy just out of thin air summons 2 spears of Longinus, the Lance of Longinus from Evangelion. And then he just has this sweeping electricity glaive attack, like, oh man, this dude is so cool. I cannot get over it. And if you haven't noticed the skybox right now, it's like this creepy skybox, which is the same as the ending to the Dung Eater's quest, the Blessing of Despair. So, I guess, I don't know, it's not cheesing to use spells, but I definitely took a lot of his health down with magic. Because he kind of just stood there and, like, let me go at it for a while. And, oh, look at that, just throwing down the Lance of Longinus, so great. But yeah, once we do this, Fia is able to produce the, the Mending Rune of Death, like one of the mending runes for a special ending that will, that will basically make it so that the undead are allowed to live in undead and aren't, like, violating the Golden Order by refusing the call back to the Erd Tree or something like that. Basically, you know, she's like, hey, zombies are okay, right? And, you know, death is just a natural part of life. Like, or no, I'm saying it wrong. It's like, because the whole thing is that, you know, you weren't supposed to die. Like, death was a bad thing. But she's like, hey, death is a part of life. We have to accept it. So now we go further into Ranni's quest, which gets us to the Lake of Rot, which is the big poison swamp area in this game, but it's a Scarlet Rot swamp. This one's more annoying because you can't use Torrent, so it does suck. But thankfully there's platforms you can raise, and it is very quick to run through it all, so it's not too bad. Also, I'd never pointed out before, but the Dragonkin soldiers totally look like Evangelions. They look like the mass production Eva units from the end of Evangelion. And once we get further through the Lake of Rot, we ride a coffin down to Astel, Naturalborn of the Void. I really didn't like this fight. Like, he looks cool. The closest we've got to a Lovecraftian Bloodborne monster in Elden Ring. But I found him just annoying because, like, when you're under him and trying to attack him, he can just instantly on a dime do a slam down attack that does like 3 very large AoE waves. And then he has so many grab attacks, and if he hits you with the one grab attack where he just teleported, it's pretty much a one-shot. And he's always running away and teleporting away, and he's like just out of range where you have to do like jump attacks, I think. Like, yeah, I was not a fan of this boss. I never felt like I got good at him. I feel like I just spammed spells and stuff and hoped that he didn't use the grab attack, because if he did, I was gonna die from it. I don't know if I've ever successfully dodged that grab attack of his. It's basically like, does he use it? No, then I win. Does he use it? Yes, then I lose. But the Lake of Rot is interesting because, again, that's where the supposed spirit of an outer god was sealed, one whose essence became the Lake of Rot. And that's why we find the Grand Cloister, where there's all these kindreds of rots, like worshipping a temple, where supposedly this outer god is sealed. And thus, Melania, she's not the origin of Scarlet Rot, she's just like part of a tool in a greater plan by a outer god. So, you know, very Bloodborne style. Like, you know, the outer gods are interfering in our world, but through indirect methods and, you know, the birth of children and stuff. also Astel has that meteor attack, which can be very annoying to dodge. See, like, here's what I mean. He does that slam down, and you can't dodge roll it because it hits you no matter what. But yeah, that's Astel again. Really cool design, but I've just kind of found him annoying to fight in all my playthroughs. I'm not the biggest fan of him, and I don't get how people say he's easy. He's just annoying for me. But now this gets us up to, like, what is it? The Moonlight Altar, Moonlight Plateau sort of thing. It's this area above Liurnia that we couldn't get to before. And in here there's an Everjail, which houses the Alecto Black Knife Ringleader. So Alecto, I guess, well, you know, leader of the Black Knife Assassins. And, you know, she's imprisoned here for orchestrating the, well, you know, the ringleader of the Knights Assassins who were led to orchestrate the Knight of the Long Knives, no, Knight of the Black Knives, whatever, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, she's a Black Knife Assassin, but she's like a more beefed up version of her with like a Destined Death Malekith Black Flame attack. And she's not easy. Definitely a fight that I struggled a lot with and was getting pretty frustrated at. She's so fast, dodges away quickly, so many attacks. If you get hit with the Death Flame, it starts draining your health. And she never really gives you good moments to heal because of how quickly she's jumping right back up at you. But it's totally worth it to fight her because she drops the Spirit Summon Black Knife Tish, who I think I've talked a bit about already. And Tish, she is a total badass. Tish is queen. Like, oh, we love my tall assassin lady. She's tall. We like that. Because, well, just basically what you're seeing now imagine that, but she's on your side, and she can, like, do damage over time to bosses. Like, I've seen people where it's like a total, oh, beautiful moon veil on me, well done, past me. Like, I've seen people turn bosses into absolute jokes when it's them with a good build and Black Knife Tish. Now, I never used her in my first playthrough because despite being a sorcerer with magic, I barely leveled up Mind, and you have to put a decent amount of skill points into Mind to summon her because she is the summon with the highest spirit FP cost. Ouch, that's a bad grab attack. And so I was like, nope, you die now. I don't need to heal. Although, if you don't meet the requirements for a Spirit Ash's FP cost, you can use the Infinite Tier, and that'll count. So then, up towards the Moonlight Altar, hey, I think I remember you from a couple hours ago. It's Clintstone Dragon Nadula. And again, I still had not realized that, oh yeah, that seal only works if you're, like, standing really close to it. Otherwise, you're just wasting your time. And, okay, you hit pretty hard then. Yeah, Adula's weird because, like, I don't know, like, some of his attacks aren't that bad, but when he does the Frost Sword attack, it, like, legit one-shots you. So basically it's, can you dodge the Frost Blade? Yes. Alright, then you're good. And don't give me anything about, like, oh, you were using the Source Seal and that was the wrong way to dodge, you dingus. Went to the Prometheus School of running away from things. It's sort of like, oh, okay, here it comes. Nope. Well, I guess I don't have Torrent for this. Torrent's a good horse. Good horse, not as good as Aggro from Shadow of the Colossus, or as hilarious as Roach from Witcher, but Torrent's a good horse. He gets to go up there with the classic horses in video game history. This is saying, yeah, I didn't use the, Radagon Source Seal or Radagon Scar Seal or any of those because I know some people like doing it, but I'm just like, oh, more damage for 5 extra levels. I don't think that's worth it for me. Again, I feel Elden Ring kind of humbled me into realizing, you know, I don't think I'm that good at Souls games, perhaps. Because I did struggle a lot with some of these fights, and I did use the easy mode with the spirit summons. Yeah, not to take away from anyone using that. I think it's fine, but I think you understand what I'm saying, right? Like, there's some people who just absolutely refuse to do those sorts of things because they think it's wrong, or they want the biggest challenge that there is. And, oh dear. But you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't really know what level you're supposed to do Ronnie's quest at, because you can pretty much do the entirety of it before you even get to Altus Plateau. Yet, when you come across these final few bosses in the area, they will be quite the challenge. Like, I was feeling like these guys were endgame level difficulty, or at least like semi-endgame. And that was pretty lucky dodge on me, I say. I did not mean to dodge that the Moonlight Greatsword, but I did. So yeah, this is the last boss in the way of Ronnie's questline, after which you find her body, like, I guess not her real body, but her doll body, and she's used the Finger Slayer blade you got from Nokron to kill her 2 fingers, because it looks like if you're an Empyrean or a demigod, everyone's got their own 2 fingers. And Ronnie is the Empyrean because she's been chosen to be the next vassal of the Greater Will, like Queen Marika. But Ronnie doesn't want to follow the 2 fingers in the Greater Will, so she uses the Finger Slayer blade to kill her 2 fingers envoy between her and the Greater Will. So the 2 fingers they communicate with the Greater Will, and the Finger Maidens interpret it. Oh, that was lucky. And she wants us to be her consort, right? You know, basically her person she's getting married to. And we put a ring on her, and she gives us the Dark Moon Greatsword. How great is that, right? That's true commitment right there, you know? Don't show wedding gifts with like, oh, I bought you some flowers, or I bought you a ring or something, or jewelry. No. Moonlight Greatsword. Also, that was a dragon. We're gonna fight him later, because he also dipped out. So now we've got a whole bunch of dungeons and catacombs in the Altus Plateau area. Of course, next main area of the game, up the Grand Lift of Dictus, or through the ruin-strewn precipice. And again, another, hey, what if there were 2 fight? A misbegotten warrior, but he has a perfumer enemy to buff him. But, not that I really gave her much option. Yeah, again, I just have a feeling these guys they love collecting swords and fancy items with how many legendary swords you get from defeating them. And again, this is probably the part where I'm very over-leveled for these fights, because again, I'm doing everything, and I'm the kind of person that doesn't like to lose souls. So this is Necromancer Garrus. We walk into his crib, and he says, "Can I wait for a bit? I'm in the middle of some calibrations." Because he's not one for mingling. The only mingling he likes is sniper rifles. Yeah, sorry Garrus, but this is the Liara playthrough. And then also also in this Catacombs is another Black Knife Assassin, but this is the invisible one. So I didn't have the torch that reveals the assassin, which is the sentry torch, which you get from a merchant in the capital outskirts. So I thought, well, you know what? If there's two of me, there's double the chance that we find this enemy. And I know you can look at like the water and see the footprints, but it's not very effective when they're dancing around so fast. So I thought, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna use my Mimic Tear as bait. Right? Look at that, Mimic Tear's got this. My Mimic Tear's a beast, I'm so proud of him. Or I guess it's a her because my character's female. I'm so proud of her, she's the best. Yeah, I'm probably over-leveled for this next series of fights because I don't like losing runes or souls. So if I'm like really, really close to a level, then I'm just gonna grind like a few enemies so I can level up. Again, here's a demi-human queen. She dead. Well done, me. Cause I don't want to be like 200 souls away from the next level and then rush into a boss and then die to that boss and then have to have all of my runes like stuck in the boss fight. And then I've just gotta like keep rushing in. Like I want to have that option to be able to run away, you know? I guess if you want, you could just run in and then quit out of the game. Here we have the Shaded Castle, which I think is a pretty cool area because it's got all these weeping angels, and I remember reading a note where somebody made a pretty hilarious weeping angel joke, something like, angel ahead, therefore no looking away, or something like that. So this guy is Elemer of the Briar, and he of course is like the real version of the Bell-Bearing Hunter. And there's a real cool story behind the Shaded Castle, because basically it's the family Marias that owns the castle, and they're all born like sickly, and so when they heard the story of Melania, they found the whole story of her like embracing her rot to be inspirational, so they turned into basically a Melania fan club, which I think is pretty cool, right? Only instead of rot, it's poison. And there's a ghost that confirms this by saying, like, you know, they embraced the will of that she-harpy, and, you know, and this guy came in and messed things up. I don't know, he holds the Marius Executioner's sword. I don't know exactly if he is Marius or not, but, if we look up ahead, we can see, hey, gorgeous view ahead. Oh, don't worry, we'll get to that lovely person later. The Shaded Castle is also where we find the prosthetic arm for Millicent on her quest. And, here we go. We have probably the biggest joke of the Everjail fights, and it's... is it Godfrey? Godfrey? Godfrey. I'm gonna say Godfrey, because it sounds more silly, and this guy is silly. So, it is in the lore that Godrick the Grafted, had a brother named Godfrey. But what's odd is that it's just literally Godrick. Like, there's no difference at all. Like, what, this guy was the exact same, and somehow when he was in the jail, he was grafting limbs onto himself. What? That's why people make the jokes like, oh, the next one it's gonna be Mallory, Blade of Michael, and it's just Melania. Yeah, very, very odd and lazy, and I mean, it makes sense that a Godfrey would be imprisoned in an Everjail here, because he failed his attack on the capital, but why is it just Godrick? I don't get it. So now, there's another Knight's Cavalry, outside Altus Plateau. And I think this was the first one where I had unlocked Comet Azure, but I didn't have the Infinite FP tier yet. So I just wanted to see, like, alright, let's try the Kamehameha. And yeah, it's a pretty fun spell, you know. I have no regrets about, oh, okay, yes, you have to aim a little still while you're doing this. I have no regrets about just melting some bosses' faces off with it. It's pretty hilarious. Also, if you're wondering about why you sometimes see messages, someone in the blank group defeated a shard bearer or became a lord, it's, there's a group password system you can do. And basically, it's like anyone who has the same password, they will get a little notification when someone either beats like a main shard bearer like Moog or Radahn, or when they finish the game and become the Elden Lord. And doing so gives everybody else in the group a little buff that will increase the amount of runes they get. So I'm in Vadividya's group, Seekers, because it was like, hey, it's a nice little community, it's a fun way to earn extra runes, and it also means you'll get prioritizing for their messages, which are typically of the little more helpful sort, shall we say, a little less, you know, try jumping next to a bottomless ledge. This guy over here is the Sanguine Noble. Obviously, as we can see, not too difficult for me at this level. And he is a servant of the Lord of Blood, and we saw one of him back in the Blood Rose Church in Liurnia, and we'll find him again later in the consecrated snowfields. Now further up into Altus Plateau, we have the Minor Erd Tree. It's a little different. It's guarded by a guy called Wormface. It's funny because my character's named Bookface, so Wormface versus Bookface. And this guy's tough because he just throws Death Blight everywhere. And yeah, Death Blight is messed up. Like, it's instant death, like cursed. But when you die from it, like a spike comes out of the ground and impales you. Like, it's one of the most metal death animations there ever was in the game. Like, he just walks around with those legs and, like, runs around fast, but then slow. He's definitely the creepy factor adds to this fight. Especially because you think you're going to, like, a regular or good old Erd Tree. And then you start hearing all these creepy cries from these worm-faced monsters. And then you see the big one, and ooh, it's very spooky, but again, in all the right ways. Like, I like the spookiness factor in Souls games. They're basically horror games, to an extent. So if there's ever anything with an oppressive atmosphere, as long as it's not too annoying, I'm usually down for it. So there's a Crystalline duo fight here, and this is where I was realizing, you know, dual katanas is not really good for taking out these guys. I kind of wish I had my base cannon back, or at least equipped, right? Because if I want to take these guys out instead, I've got to do a bunch of jump attacks, and then I just get stunned because my dodge timing is terrible when it comes to these guys, like just infinite pokes. And I think my other problem here is I was relying, at this point in the game, a little too much on jump attacks, because I found the Raptor's claws, right? Raptor Fest, whatever it is, the cape that boosts jump attacks. And I love jump attacks, especially with dual katanas. But what was funny was somehow, for a good chunk of the game, despite loving jump attacks, I actually missed the talisman that boosts jump attacks from Stormvale Castle. The other thing I somehow managed to go the entire game without was one of the memory stones, because it was the one you find near the Erd Tree in Liurnia, where you need to do the Irradiation gesture. once I got the gesture. And this area is Dominula, the Windmill Village, and I love this area. It's, again, as everyone has said, and I'll say it too, straight out of Midsommar or The Wicker Man. It's like a place where there's all these creepy women dancing around, and it turns out that they've taken all the men and they're rounding them up to skin them so they can sacrifice their skin to the Godskin Apostle here. Like, oh, such a very spectacular little area. But again, a boss that I was too over-leveled for, so this little Midsommar Wicker Man village is great. And it's also the site of another summon area for Millicent's quest. Because Millicent is great, you know, she's bae. But look who it is, look who should return. Ancient Dragon Lanciax. I'm trying to remember, so I know Lichdragon Fortissax, he was the dragon whom Godwyn befriended. But Lanciax, I believe he was buddy-buddy with someone else, and perhaps it was Godfrey. I cannot currently remember off the top of my head, but I know it was kind of a similar thing that, like, if Fortissax was a bro and Lanciax was maybe it was Festering Fingerprint Vike, because we know that Roundtable Knight Vike, whatever you want to call him, that he was friends with the dragons because he has dragon attacks, so I want to say maybe it was Vike. And Vike is a guy who invades us in the Frenzied Flame Village, and his whole deal was that he was the prime candidate to become the Elden Lord, the Tarnish, who got the furthest. But after his maiden threw herself to the fire in an attempt to burn the Erd Tree, he kind of went mad and embraced chaos, because chaos reigns. And then just further down this area, in front of one of the heroes' graves, is a Black Knife Assassin, who, again, we've already fought before. She ain't so bad right now. It was fun to come back here in New Game Plus and make her fight Tish. It's a great fight. Oh, love these girls so much, they're great. Even if they're annoying how fast they move. And this gets us again to the hero's grave. The hero's graves. Well, basically, it's like, does the dungeon have hero's grave in the title? Yes. Then you know this dungeon is about to be a total pain. These are the dungeons where they either have enemies that you can only kill by bringing them into the light, or enemies the chariot enemies. You know, and we all love the chariots, right? And what's so great about the Executioner's Chariot from Dark Souls 2? Can you all move? I need some room here. I'm sorry, I don't think there's enough room here. That's very funny, but no time. I do not have the time. Also, hey, Bloodborne. Yeah, that was an ancient hero of Zamor. Not bad. And here's an Omen killer. And he's teamed up with a Miranda Blighted Bloom. So, they're creepy. Let's put them down, shall we? I don't care about your poison. I'll take it. You can't out DPS me. I am Pokeface. So yeah, there we go. Beautifully illustrated, right? Again, probably over-leveled for this area, but again, this is what happens when you go and you kill every single boss you can find, and you don't lose any of the runes. Like, not to say I didn't lose runes at any point, but like, you know, again, I'm the kind of person where if I'm really close to the next level and there's a tough fight coming up, I'm just gonna bank those runes into a level. Why would I risk losing them? I'm very cautious like that. So here we have a Falling Star Beast, and again, I believe the theory is that the falling star beasts are eventually going to evolve into a Astel-like creature, because you can find areas like Ainsel River, and there's another catacomb around here where you find like a weird inverted centipede thing that looks like a smaller version of Astel. So it's like the falling star beasts are like literally fallen stars, alien beasts that come down in meteorites, and then they eventually grow into the weird centipede demon things, but not the centipede demon from Dark Souls 1. And eventually they become a full-grown Astel. Which is why there's more than one Astel. I know people kind of get annoyed at that Astel is repeated in a random dungeon, but for me, even though I didn't want to fight him again, I think it made sense. And these guys are tough. Like, I don't know if that I really won this fight as it was. I just had enough healing flasks to have a health bar that lasted longer, because they're definitely tough. Like, I try fighting on Torrent, and he just does like the bull charge, and I try dodging all the attacks, and it's just not close enough. So, in the front of the main gate to get into Altus Plateau, there are 2 tree sentinels, right? Again, you know, a duo, right? What if there were 2? Ow. What's funny is I wasn't intentionally trying to only aggro one of them. I was just like gonna run in and see what happened, but somehow this one tree sentinel is such a terrible guard that he didn't notice his buddy in a life or death struggle right next to him. So I ain't complaining. It makes the fight easier, but that's just kind of how it worked out, you know. Yeah, these are like, well, they're ancient sentinels, ancient sentries of the Golden Order, and that's why there's the 2 of them guarding the entrance. So, yeah, again, that's the trick, I guess. Just go and kill the one, and the other one seems to be completely oblivious. And, yeah, that's all I got on them. Again, I think it was funny, though, that I remember struggling so much with original Tree Sentinel, because, you know, he's intentionally tuned quite a lot higher than a starting area boss to teach you a lesson. So I was so dreading having to fight 2 of them, and then it ended up being not that bad because I was in the zone, so my dodge timing was actually on point. And then I just got lucky that the other one never aggroed. So, hooray. Then, if we go to the right, once we get into the capital outskirts, we find another Onyx Lord. And I figured, hey, wouldn't it be fun to fight gravity magic with gravity magic? This guy's guarding the entrance to, is it the Divine Tower of West Altus? It's the one that you need to go through to activate Rykard's Great Rune. So, yeah, he's not bad. Beautifully illustrated again. Now we have a fun encounter in the capital outskirts where Margit shows up again. We all kind of thought, you know, I don't think that's the last we saw of Margit, and you'd be correct. Because again, that Margit we thought was just an illusion. And so once again, here he is, trying to stop us from getting to the Erd Tree. Because he doesn't believe that Tarnished should have a right to the throne. But as you can see, yeah, no match for my dual katanas with bleed. There we go. Again, I love the progression of fighting it multiple times because it shows how far you've come. It's like the Genichiro fights in Sekiro, where the first time he pummels you in, the second time it's a bit more of a challenge, and the third time he's just the appetizer, the opener, the opening act for the real boss, Ishin, the Sword Saint. And of course, we can't forget more bell-bearing hunters to fight. this one, he invades where there's a merchant up in just above the capital outskirts. And again, this is the annoying thing is, look at the reach on that sword. He also has an annoying habit of, he has that one attack where he, like, switches it, like, back at himself, and it seems he always does that right when I'm, oh, that's bullshit. I forgot you're supposed to dodge to the side with that one, because even if you've dodged behind, it still has range enough to get you. So this is where I'm like, right, if I want to heal safely, I gotta run a mile away, and even then it's still not enough. Like, oh, look at that. This guy's like a Sith Lord. A Sith Lord. I was kind of ignoring my own advice by not getting in close, but like, I needed to heal. I think the best thing is to also be very strict about attacking. You can't just spam attack. You gotta be like, one attack and then dodge. One attack and then dodge. That's how it is. And of course, wouldn't be an area in Elden Ring without a death bird. Though this one's a little more annoying, because he's got all these little death snails, are they, around him. And again, I guess, are they like the larva form of the death birds, like, because it's like a weird death snail slug thing in a skull head, and they're doing the whole Rolling Stone impersonation. So perhaps these will all eventually grow into death birds. Not sure. It's funny, I talked earlier about how I don't know how you fight death birds on Torrent, and I don't know, something about this fight, it just seemed to work out a lot better in terms of being the most successful fight I had with Torrent and fighting a death bird. Maybe because I'm overleveled, I don't know. And some people have pointed out, but I wish we could have ways to customize Torrent, you know, like maybe give him a little better poise, a little less chance to be staggered, or even just maybe cosmetics, right? Like, you could customize Roach in Witcher and have all these cool armors, and you had the one you got from Godric Dim, where you could, like, give him all red eyes like a demon. Like, I don't know, maybe it's a missed opportunity. And then down in the catacombs here, it was definitely a real fun one. I decided, you know what, I'm just using Mimic Tier, because why not? It's like it's a weird puzzle catacomb where, like, you have to use these chests to teleport around, but then one of them teleports you to what you think is just a higher ledge above, but it's actually like a perfect recreation of the same catacombs, but it's not, so you actually have to, like, jump down and go through another chest to get to the real area. It was a very cool, mind-blowing one, and not even the craziest of the repeating dungeons that we've seen. So now we get to the Azura's Hero's Grave. Probably the most annoying Hero's Grave, well, definitely one of the most annoying ones, because it's got like a bit with like 3 chariots going back and forth, and you have to go through a whole big puzzle to be able to summon it so that it makes another chariot go in and destroy them. And I knew there was an easy way where you could just use Margit's Shackle, which automatically like has an effect that causes it to interact with any interactable items, but I wanted to do it legit, and it was painful. So then we have another fight that lives in infamy, the Duo Crucible Knight fight. And I thought to myself, well, I'll try this solo. I'll try and see how it is. And, you know, I actually managed to get it first try, but again, being what might be considered too high level for this area, could have had something to do with it. But, you know, again, what is too high level in this game? Like, this is the game where, like, oh wow, that was a bad dodge. This is the game where, like, end bosses give you, like, over 400,000 runes. And when you think that it's not until, like, level 200 something where 400,000 runes is a single level up. Like, compare it this way. Endgame bosses in Dark Souls before would give you, like, maybe 70,000 runes, 70,000 souls. Like, you'd be lucky if a boss gave you over 100,000 souls. And here, there are multiple bosses that will give you 400,000. So, again, I don't know what's considered appropriate level for fights, but it seems to me like the game is telling you, hey, you can now go level up a bunch. There's that delayed shield attack again, gets me every time. So yeah, Crucible Knights, as annoying as they can be, and as crazy as that dungeon was, they are fun to fight. And it's a sad story that basically these guys were considered a holy inspiration for people, but then all of those that looked like them with the Omen horns became unclean based on what the Golden Order said. And then at last we get to the real entrance to Leyndell, because the main door is sealed, of course. You can never just waltz in the front gate in a Souls game. And of course, guarding it is the super version of the Tree Sentinel, the Draconic Tree Sentinel, which again I've heard if you want, you can just sneak behind him and use a poison mist. But that's not how we do things here, is it now? We're always going a little more crazy than that. So yeah, he's definitely a tough fight. He's a super beefed up version of a Tree Sentinel, and he has, well, his horse now does fireball attacks, which is perfect for doing the whole input reading to prevent you from healing. And also he has like that shield bit that it's like, he raises the shield to summon lightning from the sky, and it like perfectly homes in on you, so you've got to be able to dodge it, which can't really dodge well while you're on torrent. But yeah, somehow I was fine with this first fight again. Maybe it's an overleveled thing. I know that for a lot of people he's one of the most hated fights, especially when you fight him as a mini-boss in front of Malekith. That fight took me a couple tries because, you know, he's the overtuned endgame version. And with that, we can now enter the capital, and we arrive at the Erd Tree. So, funny enough, I didn't think I was about to walk into a boss fight because I could see a fog wall from the distance, so I thought the fog wall was the entrance, but nope. It was the same place, so here we are, and I'm not even ready, and I'm eating meat to cure poison, which we don't even need right now. I've just lost my mind. So this is Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, but it's not really Godfrey because, much like other fights in the game, we fight a fake, easy, spectral version of the fight before we fight the real version. And yeah, he's no pushover despite being a spectral form. Probably because he's, like, again, designed to heavily punish roll spamming, which is something I just do a lot, and I feel like I get lucky with my roll spams. Right? You gotta be controlled. Which is probably why I don't think I ever was good at Sekiro, because I wasn't actually, like, properly blocking. I was just spamming block button, which I know you can't do in New Game Plus, and if you have the No Kuro's Charm or whatever. I don't know, maybe I'll have to go back and play Sekiro again. Did I ever get good at it, or did I just get lucky? I think Elden Ring's making me question all these things. But I would assume that this spectral form of Godfrey is here as a defense mechanism, much like the spectral version of Loretta in Carrier Manor. And with that now, we can finally reach the throne, and we know that there's going to be a King Morgott, the unseen who rules from the shadows. And who could this Morgott character be? Well, in a big surprising twist that I think Screen Rant managed to finally unveil through very carefully hidden clues, but guess what? I'm just thinking that Margit might be Morgott. So, yeah, here it is. It was Morgott all along. And here he is looking at all the thrones, the demigods, Godrick, Mikola, and Melania. And of course, who could forget, all the other names? Ooh, feet. General Radahn, and of course, Praetor Rykard, he said calmly. And Lunar Princess Ronnie, because she's an Empyrean, destined to take the Elden Throne with a consort. And Morgott hates all of them because rather than try to uphold the Golden Order, they all fought for the shards of the Elden Ring to each become the strongest demigod. And again, old man with the stick turns out to be the badass. And Morgott's definitely one of those characters where you don't really understand his story right away, but then you read up on it and oh, that's what he was talking about. You see, Morgott, of course, is considered unclean by the Golden Order because he's an Omen, and Omen babies are thrown in the sewers and they're killed or they have their horns. And so I feel very bad for using Margit's shackle there, because that's just so mean of me. Also, how badass of the guy, he literally summons the Swords of Revealing Light to lock me down. This guy played OG Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm sorry, dude, I didn't realize it. I didn't know. It's just like Quelaag, I didn't realize she was trying to help her sister. And yeah, again, maybe an overleveled thing, or maybe it's just me having insane DPS with bleed and dual katanas. And yeah, what Morgott's going on about here is that the curse, it's his Omen blood, which is considered a curse, is now staining the throne, and he's furious about this. Wait, I still have health. Yeah, so despite the fact that he was shunned and hated and imprisoned, he wanted to uphold the Golden Order and the following of the Greater Will all to the end. So it's very sad in that way, He was so devoted to an ideology that essentially hated him because he didn't really know any better. And I didn't show it, but you can talk to his body there on the floor, and he just is telling you silly tarnished, you don't have the right, oh, you don't have the right. By the way, you don't have the right, oh, you don't have the right. So yeah, we finally got to the Erd Tree, and we can't go inside. And after doing this, a grace point appears, and who should finally decide to show her pretty face after all this time? Melina. I like Melina as a character, but it is a little disappointing that, an unobservant player rushing through the game could miss out on the majority of her dialogue, because to talk to her, you have to rest at the grace point and notice that you have a dialogue option to talk to her, which not everybody rests at every grace point, and not everybody that rests at every grace point is going to notice there's an option, Maybe if there was some kind of indication, like when you got near the grace, something would tell you, hey, Melina wants to talk to you, right? But maybe the open world nature of the game dashed those plans, but basically, yeah, you thought this was the end of the game. We made it to the Erd Tree, but nope, we got a whole other section of the game to go through. So now we're going all the way off to the snowy mountaintops of the giants to use the flame of the forge to burn down the Erd Tree. So, yep, but before we can do that, we're going off to Volcano Manor. So, Volcano Manor is right up the road in Mount Gelmir. So, this area, it's not necessarily one where you need to wait until you've completely done Altus Plateau and the catacombs and Lindell and all that stuff. But just for organizational purposes, I've put all of the boss fights from the Mount Gelmir area in this section of the video so that we weren't jumping back and forth between one place and another place. So first off, we've got another Tibia Mariner, only this one is a little more tricky because he summons good old Vaplord Wolnir to fight for him, right? And yeah, the Beast Eye Quivers, you saw that earlier, because that's a little item that you get from the Beast Clergyman Grang. So you know when Deathroot is near, and you get it from either killing these Tibia Mariners, or there's some catacombs where it's hidden, and it's in a chest past the boss. So, like most Tibia Mariners, again, not crazy difficult. Don't know why D was so scared of him, but again, this one, he can't put up more of a fight with him summoning Vaplord Wolnir. So yeah, Altus Plateau. Oh dear, there he is again. Altus Plateau leads to Mount Gelmir, but I really like this area. It's kind of crazy how there's so many ways to get to it, and also so much stuff you could end up missing depending on which path you take. Like, you can get teleported here with Raya, so then you get straight into the manor without ever going anywhere else in the mountain. You could take the long way running up, but then there's also two different paths you can take, one involving a ladder near some Iron Virgins, and the other with sort of a loop around path leading up near the Gelmir hero's grave. And this is where I was kind of finding out, maybe sorcery ain't the best thing, because you've got to be like facing straight on the horse, it's not necessarily convenient. And then he teleported. It's great. I liked using the Loretta's Great Bow spell as, again, kind of a sniper rifle, something you'd take the time to set up and do. And I hadn't, again, fully figured out the benefit of rock sling, which basically became the only one that I used. Right? Obviously, you can tell from my build that this fight was much earlier in the playthrough for me, because I was still using the strength build with the Rusty Anchor. Hadn't yet decided to sell out to the dual katana meta. Because I got here through patches, because that's another way you can get into Mount Gelmir and Altus Plateau, is by patches tricking you by getting in an Iron Virgin at the bottom of Raya Lucaria, and then that takes you into a part of Volcano Manor. In this ruins area is a set of catacombs, which has another Erd Tree burial watchdog. Only, as you can see, this one has lightning powers. I forget if I mentioned it in the dual Erd Tree fight, so I'll mention it here, even though it's not relevant. But these guys, if the dual fight is, you can use the crystal darts. The crystal darts actually cause the imps and the watchdogs to attack each other. So that's the hidden easy mode for that dual fight. But of course, I didn't know that at the time. There's also bewitching branches, which are some kind of element from Makar, but I never really bothered using those. So, yay, great enemy felt. Dog. I don't know. It looks like a cat, but it's a dog, but it's not a fox. Then if we go further up the mountain path, there's a little cave system with a dual Kindred of Rot fight. And these are definitely one of the most hated enemies in the game, because a lot of you probably got your faces melted off by them when you got teleported to that tunnel in Caelid very early on. But thankfully we're of quite a powerful level at this point, so they're not so bad, right? If we keep going up, there's a Magma Wyrm along the way, which, you know, makes sense. The whole path up to Volcano Manor is basically just one mini-boss after another. And to be fair, I'm pretty sure you could just run past all of them. There's no obligation to fight them. And of course, some lovely tree positioning. Thank you, trees. But, you know, it's kind of cool. It's just, you know, boss after boss. And again, you can choose to fight them. There was also a fort over there, where there's like all of those things that look like the Giant Dad mask, but they're tanks, and there's some kind of like fire monk type boss in there. Well, he's a regular enemy, but he's a mini boss, but he doesn't have a boss health bar, so I didn't include him. And he kind of looks like a fire up version of Smo. Right? Anything that's a plump sort is like Smo. But again, Magma Wyrm, no match for the power of dual bleed intelligence scaling katanas. You can also find Alexander the Iron Jar over here, and he's bathing in the lava to get stronger. It's pretty hilarious. And then further up the path again is this demi-human queen, Maggie. And it's interesting, so we fought a couple of those other demi-human queens, all with M names, of course. And it's like you've come across this demi-human village, but there's also Rylgaria's students here. And then this demi-human knows magic, so I don't know if this is like some area where all of these scholars are trying to like teach the demi-humans magic, because it didn't seem like they were like, you know, like holding her against her will. Perhaps it's all part of their crazed experiments to like get them on their side or something, you know, show them magic, or like maybe they think they need saving, you know, that they think they're unholy. I mean, perhaps this is some other form of the befriending the demi-humans, like the great Kenneth Haight tried to do. So, yeah, she's not so bad of a fight, though I do remember when I got teleported to Mount Gelmir, I was like running through fighting bosses, and then I tried to fight this one, and I was doing no damage, and I was getting nearly one shot, so I was like, you know, let's wait a while to do this fight, but then again, you don't get many runes from it, so again, I'm not sure what the proper leveling for this area is. Next, we had the Gelmir Hero's Grave, which again, it's a hero's grave, so you know there's going to be chariots and pain. And so, thankfully, the boss of the area is mercifully just a red wolf of the champion. And, you know, I was probably over-leveled here at this point, but if it means that I don't have to spend any more time in this dungeon, then good riddance. Though it is kind of fun that that's the one where you gotta ride the chariot all over the lava. It's pretty cool. And then there's another set of caves where there's demi-human queen Margit. And again, you know, nothing to see here. Moving along. Yeah, Volcano Manor and Mount Gilmer are weird because it's definitely very difficult if you come here early and, whoa, gorgeous view. And also there's some tough mini bosses like this full-grown Falling Star Beast. But also, I think the game expects you to be a high level because if you're trying to do the Volcano Manor quests, like, you know, where you have to go in and kill other tarnished and stuff to become a recusant, then you have to get through the capital and defeat Morgott, because one of your targets is in the Mountaintops of Giants, which you can't get to until you've finished the capital. So I found it very odd, you know, I like went through and I did as much as I could, but then I hit a roadblock there and I didn't want to fight Rykard until I'd also done all of the executions there. Then you have some bosses that are like total pushovers, like the Demi-Human Queens. But then you've also got full-grown Falling Star Beast, which is a very difficult one. I don't know exactly how he differs from the regular ones. It doesn't look like he's larger, but I know he does a laser beam attack, which I don't remember seeing the other ones do. And I also find this a bit of a better fight because you have much more open area to fight him in, unlike that tiny ass little cave that you fight him in. And he also has some attacks where I'm not really sure how you're supposed to dodge them. Like, he does the one where he does 3 little gravity bursts beneath you, like a 1, 2, 3 sort of thing, but then the third one is like another big AoE under your feet, and you can't roll out of it. And I tried just sprinting and that didn't work, so I'm just like, never really got the timing down for that third one. So yeah, it's a very fun fight, just tricky, especially because, you know, these guys, since they are, like, made of solid rock, you know, they don't really take much damage. He's pretty tanky, and, you know, when he enrages and buffs himself, he can do a lot of damage. I ended up using the Raptor Feathers outfit. I think I may have said this because it strengthens jump attacks. Oh yeah, here's the attack, so 3 little bursts, and then a big burst. And I'm just like, how do you get out of that one in time? Like, you can't sprint it. I don't know. And the funny thing is, though, is that I went through a huge chunk of the game using specifically the cape that would boost jump attacks, not realizing that there was a talisman that does that too, because I missed that in Stormveil. Like, Stormveil has so many areas I missed out on the first time. It's crazy. And yeah, he did his laser beam, so I got Kamehameha'd. And somehow I managed to roll out of the gravity attack. I didn't know you could do that. And this is where I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna try to tank it because he's almost dead. And I'm tired of this fight. And again, there you see I used all of my Flask of Crimson Tears there. And I just beat him in my New Game Plus playthrough, and still equally challenging, so yeah, those guys aren't to be reckoned with, but I know that a Falling Star Beast Jaw is a very powerful weapon that a lot of people like to use. So then up here we have the minor Erd tree of the area, and I decided, you know what, let's use good old Mimic Tier, because why not? Only this minor Erd tree is guarded by an ulcerated tree spirit, not an Erd tree avatar, so it's a nice switch up of things. And again, I don't hate these fights. I do find if you do things right, they are quite manageable. It's just annoying that the game keeps insisting on throwing them in areas where they're not really, you know, it's viable to fight them, like the Scarlet Rot Lake one in Alphael, down to your poor mimic. Yeah, he got. Thankfully, Mimic Tier is a total tank, though. That's what I love about Mimic Tier. It's like me, but it's a tank version of me. And he's just a beast. He just doesn't care. Like, look at him go. Look at him go. He's beautiful. And I give him fire bombs, and he uses fire bombs. He probably uses consumables more and better than me. Like, I love him. He's great. She's great. My character's female. Whatever. This boss is the one that gives you the infinite FP tier, the cerulean hidden tier, so very important. Next up, we've made it inside Volcano Manor, and it's also crazy how much of Volcano Manor is optional. So here again, I wanted to try the infinite FP trick, and I'm actually really surprised I managed to get it for the most part against Godskin Noble, because again, he likes to use the Black Flame Fireball input rating thing. But I'm like, oh, come on, he just needs to step on a thumbtack. There we go. So again, I fought that other Godskin Noble on the bridge legit. I was allowed to Kamehameha this one. I was impressed. Well done, me. Yeah, I think it's crazy how much of Volcano Manor is optional. We already talked about how much of Mount Gelmir is optional. And then again, the Volcano Manor, it's like you could just do all of the assassination requests and then talk to Lady Tanith here, the Lord of the Manor, right? Head of the house, Queen of the castle. And then she'll take you directly to Rykard, which means you could completely miss out on doing the Legacy Dungeon area in the Volcano Manor. And again, I gotta give FromSoft credit for that kind of, shall we say, courage to, put all this effort into areas knowing that there'll be a good chunk of people that will miss it. And it's quite easy to miss the Volcano Manor stuff because it's by a hidden wall that you might not find unless you knew about it already. And then you gotta go through this whole crazy area. So, yeah. Armament head. Oh, yeah, here we go. So, we're fighting Rykard, or at least that's what we think we're going to do, because, we're here to meet the Lord, right? And we're like, well, where's Rykard? There's just a serpent there. And oh, what's this? We've got the Serpent Hunter Spear. So this is this game's version of the Storm Ruler fight with the Storm King from Demon's Souls and the Storm Ruler fight with Wyrm the Giant from Dark Souls 3. So, other fun fact, you can upgrade this spear. So, I didn't know that, so I was doing this fight with a unupgraded spear. There you can see my stats now. I'm level 148, so again, if that counts as over-leveled, too bad. I never felt over-leveled in the last section of the game. For people that can do it at like 120 or 100 or even level 1, you have my respect, but that's not how I roll. So here we have the God-Devouring Serpent. Now the other fun fact is, I didn't know that you can just swing the weapon normally, and it does the special Pierce the Sky spear attack. I thought you had to use the weapon art, because that was what you had to do with the Storm Ruler in Dark Souls 3. So I thought that was just what you were supposed to do, and I guess I just accidentally unlocked the easy mode of this fight, because if you do it properly, you end up just interrupting every single move that the enemy pulls, and then it's just a total cakewalk. So I thought it was kind of hilarious, so I did it that way. You have to dodge a couple of attacks still, especially if the Serpent doesn't get fully staggered on some of his hits, but yeah. So if they were going to bring back a spectacle fight thing like the Storm Ruler, this was a very cool way to do it. And it's funny because people are asking, like, well, like, why can't you just actually join Rykard? And I'm like, well, you are going to join him, but you're going to be, well, you know, you're going to be turned into the thing you're about to see when we finish this phase of the fight. That's how you are joining together with them. You can't be, like, yourself. Like, that's not how it works. So you were thinking, oh, okay, that wasn't so bad. We killed the Serpent, but, where's Rykard? What happened to him? And, of course, you know, there's always a phase 2, right? Ever since, I don't know, I feel like starting with Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3, that's where all the bosses had a phase 2, right? You're like, wait a minute, this ain't the dead, what's turning his head around and, oh, there's a face on the snake, and, oh, that's Rykard. And, oh man, everyone has talked about it already, but we gotta give a huge shout out to Rykard's voice actor and just the voice design and just the design of everything. It's like a dude's face on the back of a snake's neck, and he reaches inside and pulls out a giant sword, and on the sword is the still kind of thriving bodies of all the other tarnished that have come here, that he's absorbed their powers. You join the Serpent King as family. Together we will devour the very gods. Beautiful, beautiful. It's like, he didn't do the whole stereotypical thing of like, oh, it's an S sound with snakes. And instead he just nopes out of the final syllable of gods. It just becomes God. It's beautiful. I love it so much. Like, I talk about this in every game when I do a FromSoft game, but they never miss with their voice actors. And even in Sekiro, where I played the Japanese version because that just seemed right, there's so many great English voices in that game. Like, of course, you know, my name is Kyobo Masataka Onewa. Also, he has this one attack that I hate, how he, like, tricks you out by, like, tossing the sword on the ground near your feet and then attacking. It always messes with me. But again, I'm just spamming the weapon art, and it seems to be stunning almost everything he does. But then as the fight goes on, we're getting teleported into, like, some old school classic Doom territory. And, like, everything's turning into, like, literal hell. I love it so much. Such a spectacle fight. Great music, great everything. So Rykard, the whole thing is, I guess, his thing of being the Lord of Blasphemy is that he intentionally fed himself to a serpent so that he and the serpent could join together. And then instead of, like, you know, wanting to be a ruler or follow the Golden Order or anything, he's just like, hey, what if I just eat everybody and we all become one big giant mess, right? That's why Morgott particularly hates him, you know, when he says his name, he's all like, pray to Rykard. But yeah, there we go. Again, I've probably made that much easier than it was for most people, because I just spammed the weapon art. But, great fight nonetheless. Just again, I'm not sure when you're supposed to do it, because you have to wait until after the capital to do it if you're following the quest. Or you could just run through the manor and get there yourself. But as he says, Serpent never dies, and we can find Lady Tanith feasting on his head later. So, is he coming back? I don't know, I'm not sure. So here, now, the sewers of Leyndell, the subterranean shutting grounds. And in here is there's the sewers and the Leyndell catacombs. And I was immediately panicking during this fight because this guy here, he's not too tough, but he's got 2 of those bleed dogs. And thankfully they fixed it now, but at the time the bleed dogs could legit one-shot you if they did the strong attack. But thankfully I didn't get hit by that attack, and they fixed it now. And that set of catacombs is real fun. That one, it's got like a big like maze sort of thing where it like loops back on itself, and it tricks you up by thinking that you've looped back around, but you haven't. It's a pretty fun set of catacombs. Definitely real mind twistiness. So this is Mohg the Omen, and much like, well, his brother Margit, Morgott, this is not the real Mohg. This is like some spectral apparition of him, and I'm wondering if perhaps this is like either some essence of his memory, because he would have been imprisoned down here for a while, like Morgott was, because he's an Omen. Only since he's a royal Omen, he didn't have his horns cut off. But then I also wonder, is this apparition of Mohg also some way to guard the entrance to the frenzied flame? Because that's the reason you go down to the sewers, is you go into a hidden area and then find a hidden area within the hidden area where all of the nomadic merchants are sealed away under the power and order of the king, Morgott. And this is because at the bottom lies the 3 fingers, which if you go in there naked and get grabbed by the 3 fingers, you are imbued with the flame of chaos, and you're locked out of doing all of the other endings unless you take Miquella's needle to the arena of Dragonlord Placidusax. So yeah, Mohg here, not so difficult. When we get to him later, he'll be a little tough. Just a little. So now, we finished the sewers, we finished Mount Gilmere, we finished the capital, so now we're moving on to the Forbidden Lands and the mountaintops of giants. And first thing in our way is, well, we want to get to the Divine Tower to activate Morgott's Great Rune. And along the way, we kind of get transported into this abyss, this Four Kings-like arena, where we fight 2 of these fell twins. Now, these guys are also omens, and I'm guessing the idea is that they're some kind of way to guard the entrance to the Divine Tower as a way to, maybe avenge someone who might have defeated Morgott. And of course, magic is great until you fight those enemies where they have the damn input reading dodges, but apparently if you use some of the night sorceries or the stealth sorceries, they actually don't dodge that. Or also if you do the one where it's like, it spawns in and then fires after a delay, that'll hit them as well. So there are ways around it, you just gotta use certain spells that I wasn't familiar with. And that gets you an Omen Killer Ash, Spirit Ash, very evil one. Because Omen Killers are very, very evil guys. So now we're in the Forbidden Lands, and it's a little transitory area leading up to the mountaintops of giants, and it definitely wasn't my favorite area in the game because I don't like that there's all the fog. I guess it makes the journey through there more mysterious, but I always like being able to see around the area, and you can see this area perfectly clear as day from the surrounding areas, yet when you get here it's all shrouded in fog, so it's a little annoying. And there's all of those little mini scurrying guys, little guys. And they have a beast claw attack that just hits like a freight train. It's definitely the first area where you're kind of thinking, oh, this is where the difficulty's about to go in a vertical line, isn't it? And then just to make matters even worse, we've got another Black Blade Kindred, and he's got the crazy Twin Blade spam attack. So this is a fight you can summon Millicent for, because again, every fight is one way where you're helping her along her journey, so I'd recommend that personally. I think you also don't need to fight this guy. I think you could probably just run past him if you so desired. Which I wouldn't blame you for it, because the Black Blade Kindreds are very tanky, and they don't really have any status effect weaknesses. Especially with these guys, because they'll switch between their two weapons. They're both very powerful weapons. If you can stay up close, though, you'll actually dodge underneath most of the attacks, so long as they aren't jumping back and forth too much, because if they are, you're going to get wrecked quite heavily. But once we get past the Black Blade Kindred, then we will get to the Grand Lift of Rolled, which gets you into the mountaintops of the giants. So, yeah, not a favorite area of mine, but, oh well, they can't all be bangers, right? And at least you could summon Millicent if you wanted. That's pretty cool. So now we finally have got to the mountaintops of the giants, and this insane, amazing new area is going to start off with another ulcerated tree spirit. Oh yay, that's wonderful, isn't it? So, yeah, there's gonna be lots of reskin bosses coming up, or reused ones. Which, I guess that's just how it is. If you're gonna include this many bosses, like, it's difficult to have that many unique ones. It's just the only thing that's annoying is, the ulcerated tree spirits. These guys drop golden seeds, which you use to upgrade the number of flask uses. And it's nice that there are more seeds than you can use in the game, so you don't have to go out of your way to find every one of them. But it is annoying that once you have all of them, now you just don't ever need to do these fights because the reward is not worth it. Why would you need a golden seed if you've got maximum flask uses? And it's even more annoying in New Game Plus when you've probably already masked out your flasks. And now, again, why would you bother getting golden seeds when you can't really do anything with them? Unless maybe you could sell them, I'm not sure. So then, there is another minor Erd tree, this one guarded by a Erd tree avatar, of course. Is this the most reused mini-boss in the game? Because there's so many that are just regular enemies, and here we go again, showing you why Comet Azure does not work all the time. Just because I've been doing it often doesn't mean I was actually good at it, or that they were all successful uses. Basically, I know if you really want to, you can just do a whole bunch of buffs and everything to max out its damage, and I definitely wasn't going as hardcore as I could with that. I just had the physic that boosted magic, and then Terra Magica, that's it. And here we go, a tree ahead, but didn't expect pear, right? And this is what I'm talking about with the damage. So here I'm still wearing the raptor feathers, which are a pretty light piece of armor because that strengthens jump attacks, and that's why I liked it. But I'm pretty sure at this point I had at least 50 or 60 vigor. Plus we've got Godrick's Great Rune giving us +5 to every stat. And again, maybe it's it's because I haven't leveled up strength that much, but as you can see, every attack is legitimately taking off half my health bar. So I struggle to comprehend what this would have been like if I didn't, put absolute crazy amounts of stat points into vitality or vigor, because again, I'm pretty sure I'm at 60 right now, or 55, therefore 60 with the Great Rune. So, yeah, I know that you can, later on, I would get the Dragon Great Shield Talisman, which boosts physical defense. And this is why at this point I decide, maybe I might be a higher level than what the meta is, gonna go a higher level than 150. But if it means I can put more points into endurance, so I can wear some heavier armor, then I'm gonna do that. Armor affects the game a little bit. It does save you a bit, but not by much. So, over here we have a Tibia Mariner, though. This one is odd because it doesn't have a boss health bar, but I think it's counted as a boss. And I saw lots of notes around here talking about, be wary of bug, or, no enemy ahead, therefore bug. So I'm wondering if maybe this guy sometimes doesn't appear, and that's a bug, or perhaps it, is supposed to give you a boss health bar fight, and then it didn't, so that was the bug, so I've included it anyways. I mean, it gives you a death root. But then it's odd because one of the big, Vapelord Wolnir Skellies that he summons, still no boss, likely bug. One of the Vapelord Wolnir summons that he pulls out doesn't, stop spawning. It still spawns even though I killed the Mariner. And hey, Walking Mausoleum, those things are pretty cool. And then, of course, what would a Elden Ring area be without a death bird? But of course it's not a death bird, it's a death right bird. And there we go, more Comet Azure fail. I mean, I got a good chunk of his health there. It took a lot of damage. This guy was also one that was totally messing with me, and I thought, oh no, wait, okay, I'm still alive, I still have health, and I'm panic healing now. Once again, I hate these things so much, because every attack spreads out the black flame, ice, fire thing, whatever it's counted as, in every direction, and it does tick damage over time, and it just spreads out crazy. And again, it's mountaintops, the giants, so everything's hitting like a truckload, and I hadn't meant to do that, but I guess it worked. So maybe a bit of cheese with Comet Azure, but for a death right bird, again, I don't care. Those things are absolutely brutal. Still glad to see that many people struggle with it, so I'm not alone on that. And then we get to one of the legacy dungeons of the area. It's, a minor legacy dungeon. This is Castle Soul. Now, Castle Soul, this is where we are going to find the other half of the Halig Tree Medallion. You remember that thing that we got from that guy disguised as a pot 70 hours ago? Right, it's still around, it's a thing. So this is Commander, now, I want to say Nile, and that's because the other one is O'Neill, so I doubt that this one is also Neil, so it's Nile, perhaps. Not the greatest with names. I know for a lot of people, this guy is an absolute hated boss, and I didn't find him too bad. I think this is my second, maybe third attempt. But again, probably still what some people consider crazy over level, because I'm a higher level than 120, and I'm using dual wield katanas. So the tricky thing with him is, as we saw at the start, he summons in 2 of those banished knights. which can be very tricky to deal with, so I just kind of like buffed myself to hell with like perfumes and flesh and crab, so that I could just basically try to take him down as fast as possible. And I know you can use a bewitching branch, which will turn the knights against Nile. I've also found that you should be sticking to his right side, moving towards your left, because almost all of his attacks will miss you. Like, when he does the sweep with like his prosthetic leg, you can dodge that, and then his spear attack will miss you, and if you just keep right up at him and dodge, you can handle him fairly well. You just gotta watch out when he does his big frostbite AoEs. So, yeah. Also, I'm wearing Blythe's. I'm wearing his gauntlets and leggings and stuff as a tribute to my wolf daddy. But so yeah, we get the Halic Tree Medallion from there, so later on we'll go back to the Grand Lift of Rold and use it for the secret entrance. And here is a very fun fight, one that utilizes the fog very well, and that is Borealis, the freezing fog, because as we've got to have all the different elemental dragons now, this is the Frost Dragon, and it's such a cool arena. Like, it's a big frozen lake, and then, the fog just comes sweeping in, and there's this dragon coming in out of it. Like, yeah, a very fun fight. It is still, of course, the standard dragon fight, so nothing new there. But, yeah, once again, you can see, like, crazy amounts of damage, and, like, I'm wondering, like, was I doing something wrong? Also, that was some lovely animation AoE stuff. I'm spam chugging now. Like, again, I know I'm wearing a light main piece of armor, the Raptor's feathers. The rest of my armor is Blythe's gauntlets, and they're of a decent caliber. And then my headpiece is the Twin Sage Glintstone Crown, the dual Burger King head, which I know that reduces your maximum health and your maximum stamina in exchange for giving you 6 extra points in intelligence. But just because I have slightly less health, it doesn't mean I should be taking more damage, right? Like, I was going through the stats, and like, it seems like if you level up strength, that gives you more physical defense negation. And I know if you eventually get the talisman to reduce physical damage, that's a thing, but yeah, I don't know, I was just like perplexed. Like, again, I know there's people that do rune level 1s playthroughs, but I'm like, just how? Like, can you just not even step on a thumbtack? Like, it's crazy. So then nearby there is a cave that was very annoying for me, because the boss of it starts off with a Godskin Apostle and his good old Black Flame input reading, and then there's a Godskin Noble as well, and then it turns out it's all the work of a Spirit Calling Snail. So what's annoying is I did this fight, and I had just unlocked Meteorite of Astel, and I managed to pull off like the perfect bit where I used the infinite FP and wrecked the Apostle with the Meteorite of Astel, and then I wrecked the Noble right after that. And then just as I was about to kill the Spirit Calling Snail, the game disconnected from online, and it quit me out of the boss fight. So then this fight I came to run back in and do it. And then, of course, as you see there, I did not get a successful infinite meteorite Meteorite of Astel on Godskin Apostle, so it sucks because that would have been so cool, because y'all see me doing Infinite Comet Azure, but what about Infinite Meteorite of Astel? I think that's also pretty cool, but it's just, you gotta be a little more close range, so I didn't use it as much. So, oh well. It's a pretty cool cave system. I mean, the whole spirit calling thing's interesting. It's a very pretty one. I mean, all of the caves and the tunnels and the dungeons are basically just, you know, this game's version of those chalices from Bloodborne. You know, kind of, I don't want to say afterthought, but you know what I mean. Like, it's little side bits, extra goodies, extra fights. Not the main course. And yeah, at least with this one, you know, the Apostle and the Noble are separate. We haven't gotten to the good old foreskin duo yet, right? I mean, we'll get to that. I didn't hate the Godskin Duo fight, per se. The just annoying thing I don't like is that they have like a health bar that's like 3.5 of their health. Alright, where are you, Snail? Where'd you go? There you are. Thankfully, I did not get disconnected from the game that time, but I couldn't believe it. You get the Godskin Swaddling Cloth, which is a really great talisman. It means if you do multiple hits on an enemy, you regain some health. I used that combined with Taker's cameo. And that is very good for my Melania lifesteal build. So, further up the road we have an Everjail, and this is the Lord's Contender Everjail. And who is the Lord's Contender? Well, it's Roundtable Knight Vyke, of course. Yeah, this is the same festering fingerprint Vyke who had invaded us earlier. And basically, I guess it is that Vyke was one of the people closest to becoming the Elden Lord. And I think he was friends with Lanciax, Ancient Dragon Lanciax, because he's got dragon powers and uses dragon lightning. And he has a similar thing to like the Fortissax Lance of Longinus spears things. And he's got a pretty, you know, deadly thrust attack. So yeah, I was getting very cautious because, you know, he can beat you down very fast and he can poise right through you. And again, look at that damage. Like, that's crazy, man. And again, I swear I wasn't wearing the source seals. I don't know what it is, man. Damage in this game's kind of crazy. Part of me wants to do another playthrough where I keep a character at level 150 so I can just respec it and stay in the meta level for like co-op and stuff. And part of me doesn't, because that means I'll have less vigor. But yeah, Vyke was closest to becoming Elden Lord. But then, since he knew his maiden since his maiden burned herself, he decided to embrace the power of the three fingers, but then went insane from the madness. So then, here we've got another dungeon. I'm trying to think which one this one was. I think it was the Giants, Heroes, Mountaintops ones, you know, another very cancerous dungeon with a whole bunch of Erdtree watchdogs as regular enemies, and you gotta lure them into the light so you can damage them, so just not a fun dungeon. But again, with all those horrible dungeons, for the most part, the bosses are easy. It's just an ancient hero of Zamor, and I was totally done with this dungeon, so I just summoned Latna because she's a great archer, she's a badass, just so we could get that over with as fast as possible and move on to something better. So now, here we're going to the hidden path to the Halig Tree, because the last main boss of the area is the Fire Giant, but once we kill him, we're gonna get kind of teleported into the final stretch. So I want to do all of the Halig Tree stuff first. So in there's a hidden path with those darn invisible platforms from Dark Souls 1 again. And there's a stray Mimic tier. And I totally wrecked him, and that made me think, wait a minute. My Mimic tier was easy to fight. That shouldn't have been an easy fight. Weak foe. Oh no, that shouldn't have been a weak foe. What? Let's just sit down in dejection. Oh, didn't expect weak foe. Time for introspection. So now we arrive at the consecrated snowfield, and I actually really dig this area for the most part. The first part of the area where it's too foggy and it's just rune bears and dragonkin soldiers coming out of the dark to one-shot you. I don't like that part. But this part, it's like very oddly peaceful, but also it feels like it's underwater in a way. Like, I actually dig this part a lot. And, of course, answering the eternal question, what if there were two? We now have 2 Knights Cavalry, but thankfully they're fairly easy enough to just pick one apart from the caravan, so you can just one-on-one them. I don't know if I would have attempted, 1-on-2. Okay, it's 1-on-2, it's gonna be an uphill battle. Would you stop swinging around so I can actually get a hit in, please? Thank you. So yeah, nothing too special, just, 2 Knights Cavalries, but again, a pretty gorgeous area to fight in, and I think it's cool that we see these guys actually, interacting with the world in some sense, because, they're, riding in tandem, helping guard the caravan here, with, a whole bunch of different enemies and guards and stuff, so that's kind of cool. All the other ones, they just sort of show up out of nowhere, just chilling around the woods, probably because they're looking for you, because, you are the one that the hands of the fell Omen shall not forget, right? And again, these are the hands of the fell Omen, the ones that serve Morgott, his black riders, the wraiths, riders in black. And then this, I definitely recommend doing this fight. If you're gonna do one Knights Cavalry fight, make it the duo, because you get their armor set, which is a very cool armor set. I don't really like the helm that much, but the rest of the armor set looks great. It goes well with so many different crowns and headpieces, and it's one of the ones I went with primarily for this stretch of the game. You'll see, because it's a heavier armor, more damage resistance, and it's also really worth it because I'm pretty sure you get a plus 10 upgrade weapon. There's the somber smithing stones to go to plus 10 for special weapons, and the ancient dragon stones to go to plus 25 for normal weapons. So there we go, Knights Cavalry set and an ancient dragon smithing stone, so definitely worth it. And yeah, it's such a cool place to fight in, very pretty. Up here is the Putrid Grave Warden Duelist in the Consecrated Snowfield Catacombs. I hated those catacombs so much. It's again a very difficult one with multiple Erdtree watchdogs as regular enemies, and we all know how bad I am at fighting those, and they can legit one-shot you with their slam. And I think I was also pretty stoned when I went through there, so it was just a confusing mess of an area for me, so I just wanted to get that fight over with. Again, summon Loretta, because she's great. And then there's this frozen river area that leads us to great Wyrm Theodorix, and he's like a super version of a Magma Wyrm. And why is he a super version? Oh, because, he just one-shots you with every attack, right? I know in this fight you can let nature do its course and start like a Pacific Rim fight by getting the octopus to fight him. But I didn't want to risk maybe having the land octopus fight me instead. So, I killed that land octopus before I did this fight. And I was actually having a lot of trouble with this fight, because again, like, a lot of stuff here will one or two shot you. So that's why I use Comet Azure to just melt off chunks of the health before the fight gets going. I definitely could have optimized it a lot more to legitimately one-shot bosses by using all the buffs possible, and that's not what I did. You can't look at that, like 2/3 of the health with one hit. Maybe this is just me being blind to nostalgia, but I personally don't remember bosses hitting that hard. Even Nameless King, like, I remember he does hit hard, but it was like, you know, you just had to not panic roll and dodge properly, or else if you panic rolled, you'd get locked into a combo, but not like from a single hit. Also, there's another +10 upgrade stone up there. That's worth finding out. And then there's another set of tunnels around with a Misbegotten Crusader. So, you know, like the Leonine Misbegotten, or Misbegotten followers, whatever they're called. This one is actually wielding the former sword of Radagon, which was a modified version of the Moonlight Greatsword, because, oh dear, that damage though. Because we mentioned that Dark Moon Greatswords, they are basically like the wedding gift for Empyreans, or at least, you know, like the Carrion royalty. And so Radagon, of course, would have had one because he married Rennala, but his was modified to represent the Golden Order. And I think the reason it's there is because, again, those Misbegotten seem to have a habit of stealing fancy swords, so he could have, like, you know, pulled a Lady Maria and thrown it away, or lost it in battle, or had it stolen during the Shattering. And, of course, wouldn't be an area in Elden Ring without a minor Erd Tree and an Erd Tree avatar. Of course, this one is a Scarlet Rot one, Putrid Avatar. So again, you know, using Comet Azure to melt a good chunk of the boss's health. And to me, this was basically like my, oh, screw this maneuver, or like a, I don't got time for this sort of thing. Like, do you ever have it in, hey, come back here, you. Do you ever have it in Uncharted, where, like, you'd be doing, like, gunfights, and then an enemy would run up and start punching you, and then you automatically put away your guns to punch him, but all you have to do is run a few feet away so you can pull your guns back out and just one-tap the guy in the face. I call that the oh, screw this maneuver. That's what Comet Azure is, the I ain't got time for this. So then, in the sort of west side of the Consecrated Snowfield is the Yellow Annex Ruins and the Yellow Tunnel. I'm saying that right. And of course, the yellow area is like places afflicted by frenzy. Right? That's why they have the Eye of Yellow there. And within these tunnels is another Astel. Astel, Stars of Darkness. So he's like a super version of Astel, Naturalborn of the Void. Now it's funny because for the people that really like Astel, they hate that he is randomly repeated in a dungeon. And for the people like me who hate Astel, they really hate that he's randomly repeated in a dungeon. So I was dying a lot to this fight because, again, I can't seem to get this guy down. Like, if you're close, he just instantly slams the ground with shockwaves. Or he has a grab move, and his meteor attack hits it's even harder here now. So I just don't get how you reliably melee him. So I decided, and again, look at that, like again, 2/3 of my health there. So I just decided to go full-on sorcery here, and we gotta watch out here because he's doing his shadow clone ninjutsu attack, right? Naruto would be proud of that one. Is it funny that I find the grab move where there's like 12 of him and he's pulling a Doctor Strange? I find that easier to dodge than the single grab, because the shadow clone one you can reliably dodge by just being in the center of the arena, but the first grab from Naturalborn of the Void, that one seems to like hone in on you, and then he waits a second to grab you to make sure you've dodged first. So again, does this count as cheese? Standing back and using magic? I don't know, but I'm okay with it because I don't like fighting this guy. I just can't get him down. So yeah, there we go. That's my guide for Astel spam rock sling. But it doesn't matter to me that there's another one of him, because we've seen there are multiple falling star beasts, and those things eventually grow to be Astel, and we already saw weird hovering versions of them in like the Ainsel River, so I'm not mad that there's more than one of them. So of course this was where my heart sank, because I saw all these notes about be wary of night and then be wary of bird, and so I was like, oh no, you gotta be kidding me, there's gonna be another Deathrite bird, isn't there? And yep, and he's even more difficult than the one before. It just seems like every attack of his is primed to throw the black flame everywhere, or whatever it is. Again, it's not black flame, but it is fire, but it has frostbite damage. So again, I decided I'm going full sorcery for this one. All the rock sling. I just liked using rock sling because I've said it before, it doesn't have like a limit to its distance. All those other sorceries, like, what's the point of having a ranged spell if its range is actually horrible? So I just decided again, rock sling it is. And now, I also warn you though, I ended up accidentally cheesing this guy. And look at that, I always heal, and he lunges, and it's just spamming ghost slams. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's not, but somehow this is like the perfect combination of stuff to mess with me. So, also again, disclaimer, I think I was pretty stoned right now or something. Because I didn't realize that I had run outside his aggro range. Which is why he's just stood there against an invisible wall while I'm spamming away rock spell. And it wasn't until partway through that I kind of came to my senses, like, wait, I'm cheesing him, aren't I? Oh no, I mean, I want to fight him legit, but I also hate him and I want him dead. So I decided, okay, I'll run a little bit closer, and then I'll make use of the fact that he can't come near me to heal. So yeah, I'm sort of not proud of that, but also I hate that guy, so, you know, I'm sorry I cheesed him, but I did what I had to do. I've noticed that I always do that in at least one of these Souls videos. I cheese a boss by running outside his aggro range. So then, in the Consecrated Snowfield is a very tucked away hidden little portal covered with blood, and that portal will lead us to the Mohgwyn Palace, and the Dynasty Mausoleum, or Dynasty, I guess. Maybe it's a American English sort of thing. And I really don't like this area because it's got tanky enemies, giant birds that follow you forever, invaders that force you to be off your horse while the giant crows hit you, and the bleed dogs one-shot you, though thankfully they patched that. But it has its advantages. It's the earliest you can get a +10 smithing stone, somber smithing stone, through Vari's quest. And of course, it's got the classic farming spot. Death to the Elven Orcs. And it all caps off with the fight against the real Mohg, the Lord of Blood. And this guy is creepy as hell. Because this is Morgott's brother. He's an Omen, royalty, so he didn't have his horns cut off. Mohg has kidnapped Mikola from the Halig tree, and he's been in blood form writhing around Mikola's body, sharing his bloody bedchamber, because he wants Mikola to ascend to godhood, become like a vessel or ambassador for the formless mother, who is a unseen outer god, who has no desire other than to be wrought with eternal pain. So every time Mohg is doing his blood flame attacks, he's reaching into the void and like piercing the unseen flesh of the formless mother and using her blood as a weapon, because the formless mother wants pain and wants suffering, and Mohg is more than happy to give it to her. So you think, okay, so he really likes Mikola, right? Okay, that's not so bad. But then you realize that one, Mohg and Mikola are related, so that's a thing. And then you also gotta realize that while Mikola may be like thousands of years old, he is also cursed to eternally look like a child, who is also perhaps a little more on the, femboy side, a little not necessarily expressing in the masculine features, shall we say. So yeah, that is all kinds of messed up, am I right? Can you tell it was George R.R. Martin that wrote this? Like, I feel like this is definitely the sickest FromSoft game in terms of its implications with, like, Mohg and the Dung Eater and all sorts of stuff like that. So yeah, Mohg, this guy is, messed up. And he's got this attack where, like, he does, like, the kneel, right? He's, like, counting down in Latin, which is so cool. So, what you need to do is there's a tier for your wondrous physic that you get by defeating Bloody Finger Eleonora at, the one church in Altus Plateau, where she invades you after she kills, Yura. Good old classic samurai guy. That makes it so when he does his attack, you won't take the bleed damage, but he will still heal himself a bit when he goes into phase 2. And yeah, he's just going absolute crazy, like he really wants you dead. He's like, no reprieve, he's doing AoEs, throwing fire that bleeds you, right? Everyone talked about how bleed was overpowered, like, if it bleeds, we can kill it. And Mohg said, hey, I couldn't agree anymore. So I just could not, for the life of me, reliably figure out what to do, so I just again went with spamming sorcery. That's what I do. I like having the ranged capabilities. I am not a Unga Bunga build. Like, it just seems like I was getting no reprieve. I just want to heal. Can you let me heal, please? But already he's winding up more attacks. So, since I was out of healing, I just decided to go all in. And of course, I forgot that I had, not pulled out my second sword. So I stood there spamming sorcery at close range. I thought, alright, I just gotta go for it. See what happens. I can get him down. And I did it. Oh, but he killed me. And because he has a funny, great old monologue at the end, that means that it didn't count. Dang it. So what I did is I ran back in and I used Mimic Tear. Again, I was trying to see if I could do the big difficult fights without Spirit Ashes, and so I figured, well, I'll include that sort of victory, and I'll include the real win with the Mimic Tear, so you get 2 Moog fights for the price of 1, because I am good guy Tars, and I give you more than what you asked for. But yeah, I don't really have any shame using Mimic Tear because it's fun, so I'm sure I'm probably fighting against a straw man, like there's not actually that many people that care, but I'm self-conscious about these sort of things. Especially after having been very strict about trying to not use summons for all the other games, you know. And yeah, there we go, look at my Mimic Tear, he don't care, he's a badass. I know if you are able to DPS him, you can also kill him before he goes into phase 2. I've seen it done before. But yeah, everyone talks about wishing that they could have befriended Malenia and be like, yo, Malenia, I know who kidnapped Mikola, let's go fight him together. And I've seen so many funny memes of it with like the Eric Andre will be right back. And so that's why when I was in New Game Plus, I played as Malenia, and I tried to get summoned to fight Moog as much as possible, so, you know, I was giving people that opportunity, like, oh, if you can't bring Malenia herself, you can bring me, and I'm playing as Malenia, wearing her armor, and using her weapons, and we'll go fight Moog together. And look at that, you got 420,000 souls from that. Nice. So now we're gonna go through the Halig tree, which you get to by teleporting from a waygate in that one creepy old jail town in Consecrated Snowfields, the one where Donkey got backstabbed like 50 million times by the invisible Black Knife assassins. So again, much like how the whole thing was, you know, we fight spectral versions of bosses and then later we fight the real one. We're gonna fight Loretta, Knight of the Halig Tree, the real one. Also gotta point out, funny how I was bad and used Morgott's shackle, and despite the fact that Moog deserves it, I completely forgot about his shackle, so oops. And yeah, this Loretta, she does not mess around, like, she's definitely got 99 intelligence, and her great bow hits like a truck, as it should, and she's got a quadruple great bow attack, and yeah, she's not too tough in terms of moveset, but is tough in terms of the damage she can output. So yeah, I think she's a very good fight, and definitely an upgrade from the Carry a Manor version. The Halig Tree itself, it's kind of a mixed bag of areas. I never had too much trouble with the, like the tree part with all the Oracle Envoys. Oh dear, that's intimidating. Maybe my dodging is just bad, you know. I'll admit it. Maybe I'm not that good at Souls games. Yeah, I didn't have that much of trouble with the tree branch area, but again, I am using sorcery. You know, I think it's always important to have some form of ranged attack for those areas. And then the Halig Tree town was pretty cool, very like Lothlorien Rivendell inspired. And this gets us finally to Elphael, Brace of the Halig Tree. And it gets us to who I think, I'm pretty sure, my favorite boss in the game, Malenia, Blade of Mikola. So, we've gone through the Halig Tree, which is, Elphael, the Brace of the Halig Tree, which is like, you know, the big castle where the Halig Tree was created. Mikola created the Halig Tree. You can see his form in the tree. He wanted to create a tree that could rival the Erd Tree, but free from the influence of the Outer Gods. So here we find was in a coma since her Scarlet Aeonium bloom in Caelid against Radahn. And, oh, I love her voice too, right? It's just such a great voice, you know, her classic lines, like, I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake, as I awaited his return. And, yep, a single lone swordsman gearing up to fight in a field of white flowers. We are about to get our face kicked in by none other than I am Melania, Blade of Mikola, and I have never known defeat. Oh dear. So yeah, Melania is my favorite boss in the game, even if I needed Mimic Tier to beat her, even if she's crazy difficult, even if the Waterfowl dance is maybe a little too OP of an attack to fully dodge without something like Bloodhound Step. And yep, I'm wearing Radahn's armor. This is one's for my boy Radahn. I realized later on the best way to fight her is to definitely be very passive, like stay away from her and pick your openings carefully. That way you're in a better position to dodge the Waterfowl dance when it happens. And of course, in the fight where I actually win, I don't know if she uses it at all in Phase 1. And she only used it on my Mimic in Phase 2. Because again, there's two of us with OP bleed katanas and Moonveil and everything. So yeah, I don't think she's too difficult. Like, she is difficult, absolutely, but like, I don't know. There are ways around it. Again, Elden Ring is a game that is as easy or as hard as you want it to be. And of course, this is the cutscene that sent everyone running for cover when they realized, oh, there's a Phase 2, you gotta be kidding me. Yep, there's always a Phase 2 with the late game bosses. So, that was Melania, Blade of Mikola, and now she is going to bloom into her Scarlet Flower, and become the Goddess of Rot. And, oh, like, I just love that. It looks so pretty, and she looks so cool. Like, I know some people are critiquing that she's naked, but, like, I think it's done in a very artful and tasteful way. Like, again, she's literally a Scarlet Valkyrie. She looks so cool, and she's badass. And it's not like her figure is very, like, of a sensual nature. Like, it's a very, like, well-built body. And I love that line, "You will witness true horror." Like, they knew what they were doing when they said that line, and that shot right there is a total Mortal Kombat pose, you know? I could just see her name appearing there, like, now, Rot. So, yeah, I don't mind her form. I think it's great. It's very classical art. And she opens the second phase with the dive bomb attack, the attack that I've seen far too many people in co-op get one-shot by. Like, I know you were staring up at the beautiful naked lady, wanting her to sit on your face, but please don't. So I knew that since she was going to be immobile for that attack, it was the perfect time to use Comet Azure to burn off as much of her health as possible. And, oh, my poor Mimic, you're gonna get caught by Waterfowl Dance. And I'm almost embarrassed that this was the fight I won because I was spamming the wrong sorceries, and my Mimic is doing all the work for me. Like, he's the real MVP in this match. Like, I don't know what I was doing. I was panicking, and it somehow still worked. My best advice for the Waterfowl Dance is what most people say, that is, run as soon as she starts it, and then she won't catch up to you for the first phase. For the second one, you need to dodge to the side, and as long as you don't get caught in a big flurry, you might take a single little hit here or there, but for the most part you'll be good. So yeah, that's Melania, my favorite boss in the game. I love her story, her character, even if she's, not necessarily a good role model. And I love the area we fight her in. Elfayal is such a cool area. I'm probably going to put that as number 1 on my area rankings playlist. Plus, leading up to Melania, you have to do Millicent's quest, which is a total tearjerker. Like, everything about it's great. And then, when we reset the area, we find the Scarlet Bloom here, and we can return the unalloyed gold needle we got from helping Millicent to get Mikola's needle. So now we can get back to the main order of the story. We've got the whole side areas out of the way, and the next main story boss for us is the Fire Giant. Not even the Fire Giant, just Fire Giant. And nothing special, nope, no, something, the Fire Giant, just Fire Giant. So, this guy is, I think, a boss that a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of, and I can understand why. I mean, he's very tanky, has lots of health, and he hits very hard. Like, obviously my dodge game is not very on point there, but nearly 2-shot. And unlike big enemies that would normally be slow and lumbering, he can roll away quite fast once you get damage on him. And also when he rolls away, it will do damage to you. So, it's like a worst of both worlds sort of thing. A guy that's very big, and it's hard to read his tells because, the camera's nowhere near looking at him, but he can reposition himself quite quickly. And he's got fireball attacks, fire magic, and he's got like slow ones that need to be triggered by being close to them before they'll detonate. And he's got a fast one which is kind of delayed, and I don't know if I ever successfully dodged it because I was just spam rolling. So like the timing's kind of like odd. Like you roll when it fires, but it takes a second to actually get near you. So yeah, all in all, I understand why he's one of the least liked bosses in the game and why people have done big video essay breakdowns on why he sucks. And I personally didn't find him too bad. I mean, I think this was like my second attempt. But also, again, I am using dual bleed katanas, so I just need to get kind of close for a little bit to break him down like that. Because obviously his weak-looking ankle is his weak point. The second phase, though, I didn't really get the grasp on how to handle it properly, and I feel like it was just another case where I got lucky that I didn't die before I could kill him. So, the giants were like, of course, the previous, like, rulers of the land, but we found all of their dead corpses everywhere because America went to war with them, and there was this fell god, I believe, and it was the god of the giants, and we see here this is the last giant, Dark Souls 2 reference, and he's offering up his leg as like tribute to awaken the fell god, which is like residing in him, I believe. I'm not sure exactly how all of it works. Again, I'm doing this video now, but it's before I've been able to brush up on too much of the lore. And thankfully I fought this boss before it was glitched for a bit, where if you procced him with bleed or rot, then he would just insta-die in phase 2. So, here he's just spamming fire everywhere, going crazy, and obviously Rock Sling is my friend. Because again, like, I wanted sorcery for ranged attack, and the ranged kind of sucks if it just drops off after a little bit, so Rock Sling was just totally OP in that way for me. Even if I can't dodge worth crap. And here's where I thought, oh, I still have health. I still have health. I had a lot of close calls in this fight. So, yeah, Marika, well, she defeated the Fell God, but it wasn't actually killed, because clearly this Fell God is somehow still alive in this fire giant. And this is where, again, I'm still not sure about the whole Radagon is Marika thing, because a Radagon has red hair. Oh, like anytime I'm dodging fire like this, I'm always breathing like, you know, put it out, put it out. And I know Radagon despised his red hair because it reminded him of the giants. But like, I don't know if he was related to giants at all in some way. Oh man. This is where I was like, maybe locking on is not the best thing to do in this situation. Oh. And there he goes, he's off again. Oh, hey, my souls. What? Oh. I got debated with my souls on that one. So, yeah, I didn't personally find him too bad, but I can see, like, why people would struggle with him. And again, perhaps I got some good RNG in that, you know, I just didn't get got in too horrible of a way. And, yep, more fireball attacks, and now I'm completely out of FP and mana, and I still can't dodge that laser fire blast attack. And I thought for sure there was no way I survived this. I don't know how I managed to pull this off like that. Like, again, did I win, or did I just get lucky? I mean, that's the thing with being a tarnished, right, is every other boss has to get lucky every time they kill you, but you only need to get lucky once. And then I realized I still had my staff out there, so I just stood in front of him looking like, how does this thing work? Oh man, I don't think I deserved that victory with all the mistakes I made. It was almost as embarrassing as that Melania fight where I just spent a good time fumbling with spells, like I was like an enemy, like fumbling to load a gun, so... But yeah, so that is the last story boss before we get to the big burning of the Erd Tree. We're gonna make that one elf from Warcraft proud, you know. This one's for you, Sylvanas. I don't actually play Warcraft, or I don't really know much of the Warcraft lore, but I just know that was the thing that she, like, burnt down that big tree, and it was like destroying the Na'vi home tree in Avatar, and everyone hated it that she burned that down, and then she killed the Lich King. So anytime I think about burning down a tree or anything, I'm just like, this one's for you, Sylvanas, and don't fall off the edge. I've seen people do that. And I'm just admiring the gorgeous view one last time before it all gets set on fire, right? It's kind of unfortunate that, I mean, the tree on fire looks really cool, but it's unfortunate that once you do that, you have to live with that for the rest of the game, kind of like the house being on fire in Bloodborne. I don't know if I mentioned those messages yet, that someone in the group became a lord, but there's a group password system you can do, and I used Vadi's group password seekers so that anytime a person in the group defeats a main boss, everybody else gets I think a 5% increase in the runes gathered. So, you know, it was like, hey, extra runes, right? Why not? And, yep, here we go. This is it. Melena's gonna show up and ask if we want to commit a cardinal sin. The cardinal sin being to burn down the Erd Tree. And, yeah, death indiscriminate. So, again, the idea is we're gonna burn down the tree, and then we have to obtain the rune of death and, like, let it loose. Because, like, people can't fully, properly die, right? Their souls go to the Erd Tree, but then there's the dead living around, I think. I'm not sure, but basically, as Melina and many others can attest to, world's messed up, right? So we need to do something about it. But yep, imminent tears ahead. I like how you can tell my character's sad and disappointed even with that silly dual Burger King crown on, but, you know, that's how it is. I gotta get my version of Fashion Souls, or as they refer to it in this game, Elden Bling. So, I was talking earlier about how Melon is like half of Ronnie, and I know that's probably wrong. Again, it was just all speculation, but obviously Melina grew up in a place because we can find, like, her weapon and her outfit set, and it's in a hidden area behind an elevator just before the Forbidden Lands. And it seems to me that, like, her main purpose was to eventually be kindling for the fire to burn down the tree. Perhaps some greater mechanism or will of America, because, you know, people are still debating whether maybe it was her that got Rowney to organize the Night of the Black Knives, right? To give her a way for death to be stolen and open in the world. And so then Melina was some kind of creation of hers to eventually be able to burn down the tree and resist the influence of the greater will. But that's why people talk about how you can do things to save her by taking in the Flame of Frenzy, burning down the tree that way, and then curing the Flame of Frenzy with Megala's Needle so Melon isn't dead. But the thing is by doing that, you rob her of what her very purpose was, which was to help you. So, you know, yeah, maybe it's a cool hidden secret ending that people talk about being cut content, but also, you know, you ruined what she was born to do, what she wanted to do. So, you know, those who walk along flame shall soon meet destined to death, or, you know, the death, the fancy literary way of saying it. So, I'm not exactly certain how we got to Crumbling Farm Azula, but we're here, and it's gonna look gorgeous, so yay. It's like the dragon place from Dark Souls 2, Dragon Airy, but like 100 times more cooler, and it doesn't have an elevator or a lift that just lets you skip the area, and it has an actual good dragon boss at the end of it. So yeah, Crumbling Farm Azula. Oh, this place is so gorgeous. It's just one gigantic legacy dungeon. And it's kind of cool how you can get hints of it throughout. Like, you can teleport to a small area of it through the 4 belfries, and you can see it from the isolated Divine Tower, and it's just very ominous off in the distance. So, yeah, definitely one of my favorite aesthetically designed places in the game. And while this might be just a mini-boss, I figured it was such a cool encounter I had to include it. And that's a fight with this dragon on this precarious bridge, because I did show you Ancient Dragon Lanciax earlier, but that fight was over pretty quick because I was at a pretty good level. But this fight's gonna be a lot more lengthy of a battle, because, you know, this is a very high level area, and it doesn't matter what level you are at this point in the game, because you can't be over-leveled for Crumbling Farm Azula, at least in my opinion. So now you actually get to witness a real big, epic dragon fight. So, I'm not certain I fully understand what Crumbling Farm Azula is, but it's like a whole bunch of dragons, and it's like this floating city in the sky, like a castle in the sky, like Laputa from the movie. And oh, come on, look at this. He does dive bomb swoops. This is a gorgeous fight. And oh, when he goes up front, he does like the lightning glaive, like, oh, it looks so sick. I love it. So yeah, it's like a castle in the sky type place. And like, I'm wondering if this was originally a place that was part of a much bigger area in the center of the map, because there's nothing in the middle of the map but like an odd segment of clouds placed on the map. And it's right at the intersection of all of the divine towers. So, people are thinking, well, maybe that's a DLC area or something, right? A DLC this, DLC that. But, I think that this is where Crumbling Farm Azula really originally was, because you see all these ruins around the lands between, and those are the ruins that have fallen off of Farm Azula. And there's other places where there's like all these bridges, but they lead nowhere, like the Divine Bridge, it goes nowhere. Unless it was towards, that's fun. Unless it was towards where Farm Azula really was, a floating city in the sky, perhaps. And I don't know if it was something part of the Shattering or some kind of like, punishment of the gods, kind of like a, oh, he's waving his wings, that's a cool attack. Some kind of like, and for its sins, Atlantis was sunk by the gods beneath the sea. Like that sort of thing, In a way, Farm Azula was maybe punished, and then this eternal tornado is like blown it off course out into the middle of nowhere. It's perhaps, we see in Farm Azula is Malekith. That's where he hangs out, and he's the one who's hiding death from being stolen, so that's why he's in a very secluded place. And we also have the Godskin Duo there, obviously, the Godskins that are hunting Malekith. They want to unleash destined death to slay gods. That's what their black flame does. But we also have Dragonlord Placidusax, who we'll talk about when we get to his fight. So here we have the Godskin Duo, which I know is one of the most hated fights in the game. Now, funny enough, I didn't have too much trouble with this fight, because I took advantage of the sleep arrows, and I don't know what it is, but maybe it was a thing they changed, but I've noticed in footage and of like people who fought this fight later, and just me fighting him now, that the Godskin Apostle, he seems like he just is so much more passive, which I guess is nice. And I don't know if the Founding Rain of Stars spell is any good, but it's cool and I wanted to use it. So yeah, like, I don't count using sleep arrows as cheese. It's just an item in the game, and really what this fight is designed to do is designed to test you, like, are you good enough to use the tools you have to figure out a way to divert this duo, right? Whether it be through spirit ashes, summons, or the use of the pillars, like, that's what this fight is a testament to. And we've had singular fights with them throughout, so now they finally put them together, and I like that. I'm not against it. Obviously, they are pretty crazy, difficult, and tough. I like the concept of this fight, but the thing I don't like is that these guys oddly, like, have a shared health bar that is, like, the size of, like, 3.5 of their health bars. So, it's like, you don't kill one and then kill the other. It's you kill one, and then as you're killing the other, he respawns one. But then after you kill the second one, then the third one spawns in. But like, yeah, so it's odd. I don't really like that element to it. Just seems to me like very lazy, like a very forced way to extend the fight. I would have liked it better, perhaps, if they just had more health, and they had individual health bars, and then maybe kind of like a whole Ornstein and Smo thing. Perhaps they just, when they enraged, the second one had like a super version or something. I don't know. So, I don't hate this fight as much as other people have, but again, I'm rocking a pretty overpowered build, so, that's my thoughts on that. Now, next we have the secret boss fight of Farmazula, and this is Dragonlord Placidusax, or Placidusax. I've heard both. Real chat, send the elevator back up, right? So, I'm showing you the path to get there because it's a pretty well-hidden fight, one that most people probably would miss, and most people like me die on the way to getting because you think you can drop down to one set of rocks, but you actually can't. So, from that one bonfire just before the bridge with the Draconic Tree Sentinel, just roll on down here, and then you just gotta follow the path on down. And I do think it's cool how well hidden this fight is. Makes sense. And it is annoying that you have to do this run back every single time. But again, it also makes sense. Like, why would there be a stake of America down there? And why would there be a stake of America in the place we're going to, right? Here we are, right up at this tornado. Lovely view. Summoning required. Can you even summon in there? No, you haven't failed, man. You're right back here. You can do it. So yeah, you go to this random area and lie down. And then we're gonna get transported to Dragonlord Placidusax area. And it's like some kind of realm beyond time. Like, you see everything freezes and then time rewinds and it reassembles this arena. Because from my understanding, the Dragonlord is eternally waiting to hear back from its outer god. And that's why it's a two-headed dragon, because it kind of looks like the two fingers, like pointing towards the sky and hoping to hear from its lord. But so far it has heard nothing. So yeah, a very cool entrance. Again, it's annoying to have to do this every time, but at least it's not like a run back that involves like killing 75 enemies along the way or doing any of those Dark Souls 2 optional DLC areas, right? I'll take that as progress. And oh man, it's, again, I know my favorite fight's Malenia, but I don't know, Dragonlord Placidusax might be up there for me, because this guy is basically the FromSoft version of King Ghidorah, right? Just one head short. But also, you can see that the Dragonlord has dragon heads that have been cut off, and there's some debate as to whether it's 4 heads or 5 heads, because the talisman looks like 4 heads, but there's another where it kind of looks like, if you look at the dragon itself, it kind of looks like there was 5. So if it is a 5-headed dragon, then that's both a Yu-Gi-Oh reference to the 5D dragon, or 5D god, or whatever, and then also it's like Tiamat from D&D, right? She's like dragon god of sorts. And yep, I'm embarrassed that this is the fight where I won, because I tried to start it off with Common Azure and realized, oh yeah, he does all of these like lightning AoEs behind you, so my flask had already run out. Oh, that's just wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, love the Dragonlord so much. Like, he's got like a great mess with your mind thing, in that the wind-ups start very slow, but then they go very fast. And I also like he doesn't do an attack where he just jumps up and spits fire at the ground, because those are always the most annoying to deal with. Like his lightning claw, right? It starts very slow and then all of a sudden, bam, real fast. So, yeah, one of the best arenas, one of the best fights. Such a great dragon fight. Definitely the best dragon fight in the game. And, you know, there's the question, like, who would win? Dark Eater, Meteor, or Dragonlord Placidusax? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, Dragonlord Placidusax has a much larger health bar because the health bars in this game are just a lot more crazy. And, oh, I love this AoE attack he does. It's like a total, like, atomic burst thing, and it actually, like, cuts out the soundtrack when he goes to rev it up. It's so cool. And then it has like a very high-pitched squeal afterwards, like an atomic bomb just went off. Like, yeah, I could just gush about all the aesthetics of this fight, it being great. And also, this was one of the few late-game bosses where, you know, I didn't feel that the difficulty was like too crazy high, because, you know, this is probably one of the few final bosses I did without Mimic Tier. And that was my problem, was just like, again, I know if I probably just pushed and kept going, I probably could have done the fights solo, and oh, how cool of a sweep attack is that? Just disappears, and then sweep attack, and he just keeps teleporting and messing with you with slight delays. It's great. And then the storm's kicking up more. I love it. Yeah, I'm sure if I had kept it up solo, I probably could have done the fights eventually. And I guess my problem with the balance is it's like I was doing the fights solo and struggling, and then I said, why don't we give it a shot with Mimic Tier? And then I used Mimic Tier, and in almost every case we wrecked that fight first try. So it's kind of like, for me at least, the balance was either too difficult or too easy, you know, and I kind of want a nice middle ground, and I felt that's where all of the other Souls games were scratching that very nicely. They were right in that nice spot, but this one kind of goes a little out the window in that case, so it's definitely a little bit of a sour note. But when you get bosses as cool as these, I'm okay with that. And I love how in this final bit, this is where he just goes like, okay, now you die. He does all the lightnings, disappears, does a sweep while you're not watching, and then does like dual Gojira, like laser beams, Dark Eater Midir style, atomic breath, like, yes, all of the yes. Yeah. So, yeah, the dragons were like another type of race that was around before the rule of the Erd Tree. And I think the idea was that, you know, they were supposed to be eliminated and pushed over because the Greater Will didn't want them, and so, because it was in competition with another outer god, the dragon god, shall we say. So now we are coming to Malekith, the Black Blade, and this is going to be kind of a split fight here, because I wanted to show the first entrance where the Beast Clergyman here recognizes you. So, Beast Clergyman Garang is the guy who we've been giving all the death root to, because he's secretly Malekith. And if you fed him all the death root, he will recognize you, and he has this little spiel, so I wanted to showcase that. But it's a splice of the winning attempts. And it's funny because there's that bit where Beast Clergyman enrages, and you've got to fight him, and I was having a lot of trouble with that. And I'm like, oh, that's why, because he's secretly just an endgame boss that you have to fight very early in the game. And I'm like, of course, that's the attack where he where he slams it into the ground, but then when he slams back, it also damages you. So, yeah, this is definitely, out of all of the fights in the game, this is the one where I don't think that I actually won. I just stood back, spammed spells, and let Mimic take damage. I don't think I actually got good at this fight. Every other one, I think I could make some justification for figuring out something that works, but I don't know about this. So, we'll see in New Game Plus. And I love this. So, basically, Malekith is Marika's shadow, right? Guardian for her. Envoy of the Two Fingers. And he was tasked with holding on to the Rune of Death, but a fragment of it was stolen so that the Black Knife assassins could imbue it into their blades and slay the demigod, Godwyn the Golden. So Malekith then fused the Rune of Death to himself so it may never be stolen again, and that's what the Godskin apostles and nobles were hunting. And now in this act of desperation, he reveals his true form and wields the Black Blade. Just like that Blue Oyster Cult song. Love it so much. So yeah, this is where he goes, like, as people say, full Devil May Cry mode with, like, crazy AoEs and, like, sweeps and slashes and everything. And the crazy part about this is that if you get hit with his blade, it will, like, do some damage over time. And if you get hit with the Black Flame attack, it actually reduces your max HP for the fight. And then he's like firing off lasers. It's crazy. Now there is an item you can get from Berthal, the Ash 4 guy, from doing his quest and defeating him at the end. He gives you the Blasphemous Claw, and you can use this kind of like that one gem thing you could get to fight Manus in Dark Souls 1 to parry some of his attacks, but I never figured out which attack it was. It's like to do when his blade glows gold, and then I could never get the timing of like switching over to that from my flasks to do it properly. So at this point I kind of just noped out. I was like, alright, here we go. Good old reliable rock sling. You have not let me down yet, and hopefully you still shall not. And of course he does his dodges in special timings, or his bursts in fancy timings, so that you can't just spam roll, right? But what I like about this arena is the pillars. The pillars actually do a nice job of giving you a chance to break aggro, so that's well designed in that way at least. And you do only have to kill half of a health bar, but it feels so much more gargantuan of a task, so I'm gonna try this fight again and maybe kind of go a little more hardcore in it, you know? I think that was the attack where he sweeps in at the end that you can parry with the claw. And if you do, you get a really good stun on him. But again, I personally didn't attempt that. I remember seeing this area in the trailer even thinking this seems like it's totally out of Devil May Cry 4. So, but yeah, that's Malekith the Black Blade. Again, I don't know if I actually won that fight, or if I just let my Mimic take most of the damage for me. But again, that's how it was with these fights. I bang my head against a wall, give it a shot with Mimic Tear, and then do it first try, right? So now we have it, the Rune of Death. We shall unleash its power, so that death may spread across the lands, and I guess this means now the Erd Tree's gonna properly burn, because like you burn it, but it doesn't actually destroy the thorns, maybe because they're still regenerating, I guess. is it because the Rune of Death is part of the Elden Ring, and to mend the Elden Ring, we need that part as well? Like, you need at least 2 Great Runes from either, like, Rykard, Rennala, Godrick, or Radahn, and then you have to get Morgott's Great Rune, because he's mandatory. And then I guess the Rune of Death is the final piece you need, because then you don't have to get Mogs or Melanias. And, yep, there's the Erd Tree burning, and the Finger Reader is going to die now. I guess because her purpose is fulfilled, or maybe she was just already undead, and now that the Rune of Death's gone, she's dead. But, yeah, there you go. That one's for you, Sylvanas. And now we are magically again transported back to Lanedale, only now it's doing its best to impersonate an area from Dark Souls 3, because it is now the capital of Ash. And while I think it is a pretty cool, unique change to show your effect on the world, it's a little annoying that now this cool area that was one of the best areas in the game is now just completely covered in ash, and it's taken away all of the unique and hidden areas to it. Now it's just all flat with, like, literally nothing in it except like a rogue gargoyle or something like that. At least you can still get to the sewers if you care about that sort of thing. And so now this game basically turns into a boss rush with Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. And it's funny because maybe he's the All-Knowing, but what he didn't realize is the one rule of being a villain is you don't get caught monologuing. Come on. So I'm like, nope, I don't care. You killed the Albinaurix. And I figured, you know what? I'm summoning Latenna for this one because I want her to get her revenge. And I also decided I would try to go up against the strongest version of Gideon that I could, because every time you beat like a main demigod and talk to him, it unlocks a new ability for him to use. Like, he used Rykard's move there, and there's Melania's Scarlet Aeonia move. So I'm trying it right now in this next playthrough, but if you never talk to him, he just has, like, nothing he can do. And look at that, just rock sling him out of that. I'm showing you, this is the real intelligence build right here. And I love it. He's like, a tarnish can't be Lord, not even you. I'm like, are you kidding me? You were just about to try that yourself. So much for the all-knowing. More like the all-dead. A man cannot kill a god. Oh, really? You clearly have so much more anime you need to watch. That's all they all go. They start off with kids in school talking about drama and ogling over girls, and then they end with the character killing God. That's just how it goes. So, the last boss in our way before we get to the last boss that's actually in our way is Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. The real one. That is not the spectral version. And oh, that's a loud line. And yeah, Morgott, who I guess that would be his son. Oh no. And it's a nice detail people have pointed out, but as Morgott's body dissolves, it forms a guidance of grace for Godfrey, pointing towards you. Thus, Godfrey once again sees the guidance of grace and knows that what he has to do is fight you for the right for the throne. So, basically, Godfrey was off somewhere beyond the lands between, and now that he knows that a Tarnished is the closest they've ever been since Vyke to being Elden Lord, he has returned to basically be like, alright, you want the Elden Throne? Well then, you gotta prove yourself to me first, because I used to be there. And I love spirit lion with him, Sirash, I believe, is that Godfrey has so much rage and power that he has to keep the ghost of a lion on his back to contain his rage. So, a little more on that later. We see Godfrey, the first Elden Lord. Oh man. So yeah, here we go. Crazy fight incoming. And once again, gotta get my rock sling in there, right? It's just such a nice way to whittle down health because it has so much more range before the gravity affects it. But don't let that fool you, because this Godfrey has a lot more tricks up his sleeve. His main thing is he does ground stomps, and you can roll through the ground stomps, but also you can jump them, or you can spam roll for 5 seconds and then mess up the timing. Yeah, this is, again, I did this fight solo, but as to whether I was actually good at it or got lucky, I don't know. You can be the judge of that. But I did beat him, right? Again, the message of Dark Souls is win by any means necessary. I know for a lot of people, Godfrey's one of their favorite fights in the game, and I think he's good. I'm not totally in love with him, but he's cool. He's definitely cool. Maybe I'm just salty that I can't dodge these dang AoEs. They're so crazy. There's no running away from it. It's the length of the entire area, so. And now, once we get him down to half health, of course there's a phase 2. There's always a phase 2. And I like this Sirash is about to go let me at him, come on, let me at him. And Godfrey's like, no, you've served your purpose. And I'm like, oh, is he gonna ride the big beast? Nope, he's just going to kill it and bathe in its blood. Okay then. Well, I didn't see that one coming. And that's because, again, Sirash had just so much rage that it was like a competition for Godfrey, that he was able to contain his rage by keeping a giant lion on his back. And so now that the lion is gone, his full rage is unleashed. He's like, alright, we've had our cool fight, but I'm done messing around. Now I reveal my true form. I am actually Kratos, or Zeus from God of War. And yeah, this is where you remember the intro from 7 hours ago. This is who he is. Horalu, warrior. And I guess would that make Nefeli Lu the daughter of Horalu, because she's a tarnished wandering the lands, and they've got the same last name, and you can summon her for this fight. So, in a way, she could be a good person destined to take the throne. And yeah, this guy's just absolutely crazy and relentless. I'm like, when am I allowed to attack? Look at this, he just grabs you, yeets you into the air, and then suplexes you with some slam. I feel like they had a little too much fun putting this guy together. If anything, I just decided to run and do Rocksling because I was intimidated. But then the problem is he kept running too close for the Rocksling to actually activate. Pretty crazy. And then he just does AoEs that are nearly the entire size of the arena. It's absolutely relentless, and it was just so intimidating for me. I was like, what I should have done was just stuck to it and gone with the katanas. This is one of the few cases it seems running away was actually bad, in that it just made him go crazy. Like, that used to be the case in lots of other Dark Souls fights, where being close was good, but then in a lot of bosses in this game I feel close is bad. I don't know. But I love his last line. He basically is like, you're tarnished and you're cool. You are worthy. It's a very nice set of words of inspiration, as opposed to the usual lines about tarnished being, tarnished, tarnished, you'll never be worthy. And Horaloo is just like, you know what? You're alright, man. You're alright. So this is it. We have reached the inside of the Erd tree, and now we can finally make it to the Elden Ring. So, as expected, inside the Erd tree is an imprisoned Queen Marika. And she was imprisoned because she shattered the Elden Ring and tried to reject the Greater Will. And, obvious, crucifix imagery, even being pierced by a spear. And now, of course, Marika is going to transform into Radagon. And I'm not sure on this again, haven't fully researched it, but is Radagon here, actually acting as Radagon, or is it just Radagon being possessed by the Elden Beast? He's Radagon of the Golden Order, and he doesn't say anything. Like every other boss in this game gives you a speech, gives you a monologue of sorts, but Radagon's just like, ooh, I hit you with hammer. So is it actually Radagon, or is it Radagon's body possessed by the Elden Beast? I'm not sure. But what I am sure of is this is a badass fight, because his theme kicks in, and it's the main theme. The theme we've been hearing in the main menu, and we heard in the first trailer, all the way back from the beginning. This game has been building up to this moment, and in a way, is it actually Radagon's theme, or is this your theme? Yeah, this is your theme song, because you're gonna win this fight, you're gonna do it, and you're gonna become the Elden Lord. You got this. So, yes, once again, used Mimic Tear for this fight. Radagon is also a very difficult fight. He's got so many different moves that he can do, and he has a habit of, in the final bit, teleporting around like crazy. I feel like I got some very good RNG there. And also my Mimic Tear is a beast, he's just jumping in there head first, slashing, buffing himself with all the buffs I put in my select bar. He's great. I love him. I keep calling him a he, but he's a mimic of my character who's female, so I don't know. We're twins, fraternal twins. And so yeah, this is where now, emerging from the shadows, is the Loch Ness Monster. But it's not actually the Loch Ness Monster, it's the Elden Beast, which is another very controversial boss fight in this game, shall we say. And that's because this boss is a total nightmare if you're melee only, and in fact it's still a nightmare if you're ranged, because he has a habit of swimming so far away that it's just, you can't target it with ranged attacks, and by the time you're close enough to do a ranged attack, you may as well just hit it with big bonk. So yeah, the fight is annoying in that way, that it's a lot of running, but I still do really enjoy it, and I think it's a nice balance of being a fight that is difficult, but also is still a fun spectacle fight. It's like if the Moon Presence from Bloodborne actually put up a fight. And in a way it is kind of similar. We beat the physical vassal of the big god, and now we're kind of fighting the thing itself, right? So it always opens up with that breath attack, so you want to run behind and get some good damage in. And I was using the, I think it's the Halic Drake Talisman to reduce holy damage. I feel like that's essential in this fight, because even with Radahn's armor on, which is a pretty heavy, strong armor, and that talisman, again, I'm still taking a lot of damage, and I've got 60 vigor, and I'm using Morgott's Great Rune for a large health boost. Oh, my poor Mimic, you take so much abuse in this fight. Yeah, he's got that cool ring attack where you have to actually jump over the bits. I think that's cool that, you know, they took into account that jumping counts as a dodge. And then there's that attack, which I feel like if I'm not in position for it, I can't dodge. And then I didn't dodge that grab apparently, so here's where he gets me to do my best impersonation of Willem Dafoe in Last Temptation of Christ. And so again, still postulate that, you know, maybe I'm over-leveled, but also, like, I'm still taking quite a lot of damage from this guy with a very girthy health bar and heavy armor and the talismans to reduce the amount of damage, so again, I don't know. I swear I'm not wearing the Sword Seal or the Scar Seal. And yeah, this is the attack that was always messing with me, the Elden Stars. But what's this? Oh, you activated my trap card. So, this was the attack that kept killing me, and the trick I found was there's a certain tier you get for your Wondrous Physic, and I forget what it's called, but you find it off of a hidden path at the very top of the mountaintops of giants with a whole bunch of the finger crawlers or finger creepers in the way, and it makes it so that all non-physical damage heals you instead. And so then the Elden Stars attack is virtually, you know, nothing to you. But what's weird is I'm pretty sure the tier had worn off. I'm not sure why I took no damage from the Crucifix attack. I'm not sure. Maybe it was still active, but I don't think it lasts that long. Maybe it was a glitch. And then there I am looking at the poor Mimic like, oh, you poor soul. I'm sorry what you had to go for, but I appreciate your sacrifice. Yeah, and I know people have complained like that you can't ride Torrent in this fight, and I do admit it's odd that he kind of gets totally taken out of the game for the last few areas. Like, you can't use him in Far Missoula or Lindell or this fight. But I think they would have had to tweak some of the moves, because I couldn't see myself dodging some of those with Torrent. And there we go. That's it. Elden Beast down. Shout out to my Mimic, who's the true hero, and of course, God slain. One of the most badass victory messages in a FromSoft game. So that's it. We've beat the Elden Beast, and now we get to choose which ending we want to choose. So the standard ending is to simply touch the fractured Marika and mend the Elden Ring. That's the default ending if you don't do anything fancy. So, bear in mind, I haven't seen too many lore videos. This is just kind of from what I've heard and my understanding of what the endings mean. So, you know, we'll see if I get it right, but if not, you can feel free to correct me. I am open to learning more. But I believe the idea with the standard ending is simply we, you know, take the great runes we've obtained and we, you know, sort of put Marika back together as she's like, you know, one with the Elden Ring. And thus we restore the Elden Ring. It's mended, and, you know, hopefully this will signify a nice new era for the lands between, right? But, of course, with typical FromSoft games, the standard ending of the cycle continues is not always what's considered the best ending, because again, this is the one you get if you don't go out of your way to do something different. And then we get narration, which again, I think this voice actor is the voice actor from Morgott, who also plays Samuels from Alien Isolation. And we see the Erd Tree is restored. Not sure how. Maybe the power of the Elden Ring, I guess. Leyndell, though, has still seen better days. And the interesting thing about this is the sun is setting, so, yes, we're here sitting on the throne, but it's an age of fracture, referring to when the ring was fractured and shattered. But perhaps things are not going to go well for us in the future, hence why there's the setting sun. But yeah, that's it. We gotta sit on that throne, and that was Elden Ring. That's the standard default ending, and I guess it's nice, but we've got some other things we can do there, so let's try that again. Next, we can use the Mending Rune of Perfect Order. This is the ending associated with the NPC Gold Mask, and he's an absolute total Chad of a guy. He stands around, points at a tree, refuses to elaborate, figures out that the issue is the gods and the communication between them, the demigods still having human emotions, creates a rune, fixes this, dies, leaves. So, total Giga Chad is Gold Mask. Yeah, all you really have to do for his quest is follow him along and then solve the riddle of the statue, which is that Radagon is Marika. So here we see the Elden Ring now has an extra circle to it, because it's the Mending Rune of Perfect Order, and I believe the idea is that Gold Mask feels that the biggest flaw is that those that help control the Golden Order on Earth and the lands between are flawed, because the demigods have their own emotions and stuff, and things like that get in the way, as the description says, the fly in the ointment. So this basically removes the influence of them, so that now we are directly connected to the greater will. So, this ending is still one where the greater will and the Erd Tree dictate over the lives of those in the lands between, but now perhaps this is a more improved version, a better version than the Age of Fracture, because this is now the Age of Order. And looking all badass on the throne with my dual Burger King crowns and my Radahn armor, right? So that is Elden Ring. That is the Age of Order. And there we go. But again, that's no fun. We want something a little spookier, a little more darker, So let's rewind and give that another go. Now in this ending, we are going to use the Mending Rune of the Fell Curse, which is the ending associated with Loathsome Dung Eater. And yeah, he is a pretty creepy, evil bastard. His whole thing is he kills corpses and defiles them with his seed, and that is, yes, exactly the thing that you think it is. And you can find those corpses around, and basically what you have to do is make it look like you're making it so that he will, kill and defile you, but then you defeat him, and he realizes, it is I am the one that must be defiled. So you find all of his seedbed curses and defile him with them so that eventually he can produce the rune of the Blessing of Despair. And basically the idea is that this will cause a curse to curse everyone in the lands between with the Dung Eater's curse, and then all of their children will be cursed, and their children's children, and so on and so forth. And then the idea is that, like, you know, an Incredibles thing, like, when everyone is cursed, no one will be. And when everyone is the Dung Eater, no one will be. And I love the skybox here. It's similar to the skybox from the Lichdragon Fortissax fight. And yes, all these endings are quite similar because they're just little variations, but, you know, in some spooky ways. Like, Dung Eater just wants everyone to suffer so that no one is suffering, because if everyone is suffering, then there is no suffering. The reviled curse that defied our age, right? The blessing of despair. Because then I guess every curse is a blessing or something like that, some kind of weird, twisted Dung Eater logic. Can you tell that George R.R. Martin wrote this? But yeah, that's the Dung Eater's ending. So that's a little, you know, depressing. Why don't we give that another try? So next we can use the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, which is the one that Fia will generate after she has laid with Godwyn's corpse. And her main objective, I guess, is to make it so that death becomes a natural part of life. Because, like, you know, America removed the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring so that people wouldn't die. Their souls would then have to go on a quest through the catacombs to the Erd Tree, you know. And there's those statues that guide you to catacombs, a guide for Gatekeeper returning to roots. Because the Erd Tree, like, feeds off of the energy, you know. And so, I guess this rune from Godwyn, because he's the Prince of Death, the first of the demigods to die, will restore the concept of death to the world, so that it becomes a natural part of life, but also the undead are no longer persecuted for being against the concept of the Golden Order, because now death is part of the Order, I think. Again, I've watched some videos, I've read the item descriptions, I've kind of tried to come to the conclusion, figure it out. But that's what I personally get out of this ending, and if it's wrong, well, I'd love to be corrected, and if it's, you know, up to interpretation, well, that's my interpretation. So, you know, it's a bit of a dark ending in a way, a little melancholic, but, you know, maybe it's the right thing to do, you know, right? The Age of the Duskborn. It kind of goes along with what Melina said. She was talking about, you know, this world is in need of repair and destined death indiscriminate. So this kind of fits nicely into that ending. So, like I said, all those endings are just variations on the throne ending where you know, become the Elden Lord, just in certain different ways. But we've got two other endings to get through, and they are a lot more drastic. So the darkest of dark endings involves us going to the very bottom of the subterranean shunning grounds, which, you know, was a hidden area in the capital. And behind the hidden area is, you know, there's Moog, the Omen fight, and then behind him is a hidden wall that leads to a big drop-down puzzle where we find all of these dead nomadic merchants, because the nomadic merchants were all rounded up and accused of heresy, having been said that they were, like, followers of the dark because of Shabriri. He's the one that, you sort of ratted them out even though it was wrong. That's why they're all sealed away by the power of Morgott, and you can't get into this area until you've defeated him. So, you have to remove all of your clothes, and behind the door is the 3 fingers, which, bestows the power of the flame of frenzy. And it's got this whole status effect called madness, which a lot of people compare with, like, frenzy from Bloodborne, because it builds up and you take a bunch of damage and you clutch your eyes like you're seeing the Eldritch truth. But I don't know if that's exactly what it is. I think it's perhaps just more like the power of chaos. May chaos take the world. So you have to be naked here so that the 3 fingers can embrace you and then scorch your body so you inherit the frenzied flame. And there's a couple NPCs to point you this way, like Hyetta, whose quest I wasn't able to do because I couldn't get Fyke to invade me because they hadn't patched it yet. And Shabriri, who takes over Yura's body. And Melina warns you, don't go near the frenzied flame because she'll leave you, and then you'll have to burn the tree down yourself. But yeah, now that we have the power of the frenzied flame, we can't do any other ending. We have to become the Lord of the frenzied flame. If you do get grabbed by the 3 fingers, then the only way you can undo it is by getting Miquella's needle through Millicent's quest and taking it to Dragonlord Placidusax's arena. That's because Miquella was all about trying to find ways to stave off the influences of outer gods, like the 3 fingers representing some kind of other outer god that is chaos incarnate. So, yeah, I bet you guys almost forgot what my character looked like under all that weird armor and the Burger King crown helmet, right? But yeah, now we basically turn into a walking eye of Sauron, and we just basically decide to nuke the world, right? The idea is that everything's crazy and messed up, so we're gonna pull a flood from good old Testament ways, only it's fire, not water, and we're just gonna burn it to the ground. Burn it all down. So, this one's for you, Electric Wizard. You wrote like 7 songs about how the world is messed and needs to be nuked into oblivion, so that's what we're gonna do. Cheers to my favorite stoner doom metal band that isn't Black Sabbath. And yeah, I mean, this is a dark ending and the bad ending, but on the other hand, it gets you that image, and if that isn't one of the most badass metal things I've ever seen in a Souls game, and the buildings have fingerprints on them, oh man, you thought Shura ending was dark, I love that so much. So, it's not the preferred ending to the game, but needless to say, if I'm gonna have to do the bad ending for a thing, that's a pretty cool way to do it, just burn it all down. There's an extra cutscene you get, and that's Melina showing up and vowing revenge on you, but I couldn't show that because I, had her die to burn down the Earth Tree, and I wasn't gonna reload a save from 20 hours earlier in the playthrough and have to kill all the bosses again, but it's a small little detail. So then the final ending we have is Ranni's ending, and while Ranni is not my favorite character in the game, and she's not my favorite waifu, because that's probably Millicent, she's probably objectively one of the best ones because you put a ring on her and she gives you the Dark Moon Greatsword, so that's pretty cool. And also she's a cool snowy witch, and she has 4 arms, and you know what you can do with 4 arms? you can give someone a hug across their waist and their shoulders at the same time. And like, you could give them like the best back massage ever. And like, they could be like rubbing your head and patting your tummy while they still were like having a drink of whatever they were drinking, or if they were like playing a video game, like they could play the game with two hands and then the other two could be used to give you a massage. Like, I'm keeping it wholesome, but you know what I mean? There are so many wholesome things that a four-armed person could do for you. So Ranni's ending has a bit of debate to it because there's some mistranslations in the dialogue here, but I feel like I got the general idea behind it. It's basically like Ranni wants to become the new head of the world, right? She wants to rid the world of the Greater Will and the Golden Order because she thinks it is all wrong. And so, therefore, this will reintroduce these concepts of fear, doubt, and loneliness to the world, kind of an Evangelion thing. And to do these things, she's going to become the Lord, but then leave this world. Perhaps she's going to the moon. Or maybe the moon is an eldritch being like the moon presence from Bloodborne. And thus, since she is now the new, Marika, and she's going to leave the world, we are going to be her dear consort, who may also be fair and eternal, making us the Elden Lord. And she says fair consort eternal, but I've also heard her say dear consort, and I don't know if that's whether or not because you have to talk to her as the doll in her tower. I don't know what the difference is, if that's a thing or not, right? But in any case, that is that final ending there. So is it the best ending? It's kind of debatable. I mean, like, I feel this game doesn't necessarily have a strictly good ending per se. Like, if you look at Bloodborne, that's got what we consider the bad ending, where you don't fight Gehrman and you just let him kill you, so that you can awaken from the nightmare. And then you've got the one where you beat Gehrman, but the moon presence absorbs you, so like, the cycle continues. And then you've got the good ending where you defeat the moon presence and become your own next step in evolution. But then here, it's like, a little different. Kind of makes me think of more Dark Souls 3, because Dark Souls 3 had bad endings, like you killing the Firekeeper, or the dark ending where you become the Lord of Darkness. But then it's also got ones where maybe it's different, like where, you get the Firekeeper to extinguish the flame. So that's kind of where this falls into, right? It's up for debate, and I'm not the best when it comes to lore explanations. I'm just doing what I can. So yeah, that was Elden Ring. Man, 8 hours. How crazy is that, am I right? So yes, overall, I do really, really love this game. It is definitely a masterpiece. There are absolutely some things that are wrong and some things that are flawed, but we can apply those same criticisms to every FromSoft game that there is, in some varying capacity. Everyone calls Dark Souls 1 the flawed masterpiece, and Elden Ring is definitely a flawed masterpiece. But also the things that it does right are so good that to me it makes up for most of the negatives. Again, one thing I've probably harped on a lot, it just does seem to me like the damage you take gets like crazy upscaled by the end of the game, and I don't know if that's intentional or if you're supposed to put more points into strength so you have more physical defense, or you're supposed to wear heavy armor, but I was feeling pretty squishy in my character even when I had Radahn's armor on. And then also, I felt difficulty-wise that, Like, again, doing the bosses solo felt too difficult, but then using a Spirit Ash like Mimic Tier felt too easy. But also using Spirit Ashes is fun, so I'm okay with that, right? When it comes to all the PvP stuff, I don't dabble too much into that, so like the fact that you're probably going to run into gankers when you invade someone, like, I don't invade, so that doesn't matter to me, right? But if you're that sort of person, I guess it will. And then, yeah, the fact that there's all these repeated mini-bosses, I guess is a downside in a way, but also, like, you know, there's so many of them that it's like, are you actually going to encounter many of these unless you are going out of your way to find those mini-bosses? Like, if you don't enter a single catacomb, I doubt you're gonna actually find a Erdtree Burial Watchdog. And if you don't ride around a lot at night, you're probably not gonna find a Knight's Cavalry. So those don't bother me so much in that way. And again, I do really love this game. Like, it has so much personality to the bosses because they've all got voice acting and cutscenes now. And the story to it was very fascinating, but it was its own thing, but it was still a Dark Souls game. Like, it's better than I could have imagined because, you know, it's more than just Breath of the Wild meets Dark Souls. Like, really only Limgrave fits that comparison, I think. And I'm glad it was so much more than that, and there's so many other playthroughs now I'm gonna want to do of this game just to try out new things, but I also don't want to play it too much because it's gonna take over my life like it already has. I mean, that's why this video is delayed, because I wanted to make the video, but I still wanted to play the game, you know? So yeah, I love it. I understand why people would have issues with it or hate on certain elements, but ultimately those things are not enough to detract from the experience. And this is also, again, probably the most balanced in terms of having options in a Souls game, because this game is going to be as easy or as difficult as you make it for yourself. You want to run in with no armor, stay at rune level 1, and give yourself the ultimate challenge, you can do that. You want to, like, farm runes for days, make yourself a high level, get your spirit summons to do all the work so you can just experience the spectacle of the story. You can do that too. For me, it was a nice balance in terms of that, but again, I know some people don't like that it feels that way, that the bosses were balanced for the Spirit Ashes, you know, so I mean, yeah, that's mainly it. So there's a few other videos I might like to do that are Elden Ring related. I would like to do one specifically talking about the areas and ranking them, because that was something I always wanted to do with the other Souls games and never got around to doing. And like Democracy, who most people probably know, he's done the area rankings for the Souls games, but I know, at least for some of those videos, he wasn't the biggest fan of making those videos, so perhaps if I make the Elden Ring area video, then that will, you know, be my way of doing that. I don't know what I'm saying, you know. But, yeah. So, that's it. We finally have the Elden Ring video. If you made it through all 8 hours of this, you are an absolute trooper. Thank you very much. You know, the usual. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. It helps support me so I can keep doing all of this fun content for you. And we'll see where we go from here, you know. Anyway, well done, Tarnished, and hope you all enjoyed that.